Give me 1 second, okay, ladies and gentlemen? I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, okay, ladies and gentlemen? I'll be right back.
Hey guys.
Give me 1
I
second.
think I really
okay,
only
ladies
know
and gentlemen?
my
I'll be right back.
opponents, Lactoid and Gibbs here.
Give me 1
I
second.
think I really
okay,
only
ladies
know
and gentlemen?
my
I'll be right back.
opponents, Lactoid and Gibbs here.
Give me
It's
1
been a
I
second.
think I really
okay,
only
ladies
know
and gentlemen?
my
I'll be right
I've seen you
opponent.
around, but I've never spoken to you.
Me?
But
Stacks?
yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh, yeah, and now we have to have
No, me. I don't know who this non-fun kid is either.
Is it 3 libs, 2 cons? Is that the... I don't know. I actually don't even know who my... I just assume
think-
Lactoid and Gibbs are...
I think so, but JC, you did say you're like half on their side for this one,
Yeah,
right?
I think I'm taking the honorary tuna fish slot for this week.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Is what it seems like I've fallen into.
That's better than the honorary snake oil Nazi point slot. So steps up. Hey, we can't miss one opportunity roasting what we got here.
Flip you, I don't.
Oh, are you just all sitting in silence?
Yeah. Big serious
Wow.
wars out here.
You know, we
Wow.
just
I'm
didn't wanna
preparing,
see-
Wick. I'm preparing. Sorry that I'm trying to make your stream more enjoyable later.
Jesus
By work-
Christ. Okay. Well, we're here now. Sorry for the wait, guys. Usually I take care of all that before the show, but again, I had to debate this guy on the CCOT stuff, so I didn't get a chance. But hey, now we're going to switch tracks. Welcome, 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 everyone, one and all, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, today we've got a show for you. Oh my goodness, the news has been rife lately with juicy, juicy stuff. But from Comey's 8647 tweets to the knowledge that Biden apparently has prostate cancer, and many on the left deciding that they were going to cheer for this, and many on the right alleging conspiracy. It's been a lot. Today's topics. Today, we're going to talk about left-wing violence. Is it an actual real problem in America, or is it being overblown? Is it being blown out of proportion by the Trump administration and MAGA and stuff in order to try to paint the left as a violent group of criminals, etc.? We have brought a wonderful group of guests here to discuss that. And I $5 before we do that from Zephyr Hash to say, Wick, is it going to be a left violence is nothing compared to right violence versus all violence is bad panel? Well, we're going to find out. I'm going to give the mic first to Nonfon, and all these people are going to have a brief introduction, tell people who you are, and opening thoughts on the matter, and then we'll just kind of go around the room. Sound good? Sound good? Nonfon, open us up. Give us what you got. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Nonfon. I'm a lib left streamer. You can check me out on YouTube at Nonfon, Nonfon. I do a lot of debates like this, and I think typically left-wing violence is overblown by the right. It's not to say that there aren't any issues, especially I think the left did really bad during 2020, during the whole BLM thing. But, you know, stating that any of this like 8647 stuff is actually serious or going to like inspire violence, I think is stupid. And I think, you know, more generally, rather than left-right, violence is a lot of times better understood as like pro-establishment versus anti-establishment. Like I think there's a decent amount of like anti-establishment people on the right who you also see supporting things like Luigi doing what he did.
Okay, thank you for being here. We're going to get into it as we go. Let's go with Lactoid. No stranger to the show, but it's been a bit. Welcome back. Oh, you're muted on your end, buddy. On the Discord.
How about now? Am I coming through okay?
Yep, you're good. You're good.
All right, sick. All right, so whether or not it's like being overblown, I guess would really depend on who's doing the talking. Do I think that the left in this country is like Satan worshippers that are plotting the doom of society? No, I think that'd be like a little bit extreme if somebody takes that position. Do I think that the violence that the left perpetuates is significant and serious, and is not necessarily taken as seriously as it should be? I think that's probably is the case. I mean, I think the most expensive riots in history just occurred during the BLM riots that were mentioned here by Non-Fun. We have a significant amount of damage, deaths, and large amounts of injuries. This was either tacitly or even overtly supported by a lot of Democrat politicians at the time. We also have a third or 3/4 of Democrats thinking that Rittenhouse should have gotten convicted for defending himself against a violent attacker, thus implicitly supporting the violent attacker. This is 3/4 of Democrats. You also have a large amount of leftists generally, or people who swing left, supporting the shooting of Brian Thompson, which I think is pretty disgusting. And then there's all the violence coming from Antifa, the fact that a third of Democrats say that would have been a good thing if Trump had actually gotten shot. And just generally, violent felons are just by and large more likely to be Democrats. I think that there is a sort of implicit violence and an internalized violence on the left that just doesn't get enough credit. Of course, there's violence on both sides. I think that's fair. I think it's fair to point out. I just think that the left sort of sells themselves to this kind of like hippie, nonviolent, tolerant sort of organization, or I guess alignment, when in reality it's not.
Okay, thank you for being here. We'll get into it as we go. Next up, also no stranger to my panels, the one, the only, not a general, right? Not a colonel, but the Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Always good to be here. Love coming. It's always fun. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that the left is got a violence problem right now. Lactoid mentioned the BLM riots. Basically, I like to call it the BLM insurrection, where they actually took over land in one of the major cities. People died. I think the numbers were like something like 1 to 2 billion in direct damage, 20 billion over the next 10 to 20 years is what it's looking like the projections are. Awful stuff. I mean, we can just look at Democrat commentators on major news networks actively calling for the deaths of refugees fleeing a genocide in South Africa. It's crazy. They're actively doing this. Big fans, I guess. We've seen one of the guys with tangential connections to BlackRock, and they donated Dem Party, shoot at one of our presidents. They saw another guy, avid Ukraine supporter, has some other left-wing tendency beliefs. He tried to shoot at Trump by his golf course. And then third, we all know how much the Dems love Iranian-backed terrorist groups. Well, Iran seemed to have also taken a pot shot at the president, and I would say that's tangentially we can give that to the left as their fault. So overall, they just support terrorism in general. So it's no surprise when terrorism happens at home. And I got to say, yeah, they have a problem, and I think people are recognizing that this is a problem when 2 in 5 Tesla owners are saying they've had their vehicle vandalized. Now, that's crazy because a few years ago, people were buying Tesla to save the environment, and now 2 out of every 5 of those people are having their shit damaged, because they thought going green was a good thing. But I digress. The leftists, y'all are violent, terroristic individuals, and why would y'all support someone like Hassan that has a literal terrorist on his channel talking? If y'all weren't terrorists yourselves.
Okay. Send me one of them group chat invites or whatever, right?
Sure.
Like
I'll send you
what I'm talking about, so we can share the chat and share the wealth. So thank you for that. Thank you for being here. I guess we'll get into it as we go. Next up, first time guest on my show, Potts David G. What is Potts?
That is
fine?
correct. Yes, that's fine. It's
Potts.
just my name.
Okay. Go
Yeah.
ahead,
So, hello. I'm new. Excited to be here. Hope to represent the left pretty well. My position. First of all, you can find me on YouTube. Same name, Potts David G. And my position here will be pretty simple. I'm not saying that left-wing violence doesn't exist. I'm not saying that left-wing violence can't be dangerous. But what I am going to say is that it is nowhere near the most pressing issue that some people on the right make it out to be. And I think that it is, no matter what examples we go over and talk about in this debate, that it will not be, it'll fall into one of 3 categories. First up, it won't actually be an example of left-wing violence broadly supported by the left. or no major organization or political party, meaning Democrats, PACs, other political groups, or any position in power will support this or endorse it. They will call it out. They will say that it's bad, and they will agree that it shouldn't be happening. Or it will be nowhere near as bad as January 6th. There is just no example like that ever on the left of us doing anything close to that. And not only was it horrible, but I think that one of the biggest problems in society as a whole right now is that people do not have the ability to acknowledge the difference in magnitude of different political things that are going on. I think that left-wing violence right now is very, very low on the totem pole of things we should care about politically. And I think that the biggest thing right now is Donald Trump's assault on our republic. I think that that is just hands down what should be at the top of every conversation. And I think that left-wing violence just isn't completely overblown and not something that we should be focusing any time on. So
Okay.
that's all.
Thank you for being here. We will get into it as we go. Appreciate you for coming on. Next up, someone else who hasn't been here in a while, Staxiums.
How's it going? Yeah, so I'd be happy to admit that left-wing political actors can have pretty extreme language, can engage in pretty extreme rhetoric. And I've been on this show being frustrated with left-wing political actors who support Houthis or Hamas and other terrorist organizations. But there are two lenses that I really need to stress. First off, this political violence is extremely non-institutional. It's not coming from it's not coming from the President of the United States or mainstream political figures. Largely, Democratic officials decry and disengage from all of these sort of violent tendencies. Secondly, this violence is largely non-harmful. People have already cited the Tesla bombings, which as far as I'm aware, haven't even injured anyone. They've largely just been vandalism, which I don't support, but nonetheless, that should be weighted. I'd love to talk about violence, and I'm committed to the fact that there are leftists who are on my side who have violent rhetoric. However, I will not hear about it from people who consider Ashley Babbitt a hero and the President of the United States rhetoric a non-issue.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Spicy. We'll get into it. Last but certainly not least, someone who hasn't, again, he's been on my show before, but it's been a while. The Big JC. Give us what you got.
Howdy. I'm the Big JC. I'm a neoliberal, which in some places means I'm too left for you, in some places means I'm a Nazi. So take that as you will. While the raw number of incidents of political violence almost certainly favor the right, I think we've seen lots of statistics to back that up, and conservatives broadly do little to nothing to contribute to the cessation of that violent rhetoric that kind of leads to that stochastic terrorism. There is still a lot of support that portions of the left grant to violent actors like the murderer Luigi Mangione or the terrorist organization Hamas that when we don't come out as a Democratic Party, is kind of the perspective I'm framing this through. If we don't come out and condemn this, it makes us all look fucking insane. Regardless of the number of incidences, the ones that we choose to focus on are so incontrovertibly horrible, but it's so much of the social media left, which I think we all acknowledge at this point plays a lot more of a factor into electoral politics than we previously gave it credit for. A lot of these social media actors will get behind these violent actors or violent groups to the detriment of Democrats as a whole and the left in America as a whole. And I think we need to be loud and vocal about denouncing these violent groups and actors and anybody who supports them.
Okay. Well, thus the stage is set for yet another WIC discussion on a WIC panel. Let's get into it. Floor's open. If you have getting in, raise your hand, whatever.
Can
I have a question for you?
No, like that. Go yeah, go for it.
I guess this is a question for the panel that is related to something you said. Does anybody here think that Ashley Babbitt was a hero? I certainly don't. Does anybody here think Ashley Babbitt was a hero?
Okay, sorry for strawmanning you. That's fair enough.
Sure. So, and I just want to point out, only 30% of Republicans support January 6th, as opposed to 84% of Democrats who support Black Lives Matter protests in 2020.
I think that's
Black Lives Matter protests.
That's a pretty extreme false dichotomy.
Yeah.
No, hold on. That's not really.
You're right. One was far more expensive and involved literally taking over a section of the U.S. and declaring it separate from the rest of it.
There's a more general.
The motivation is largely different.
Well, hold on.
The motivation was based off of a lie, and it led to violence.
From the conservatives that right-wing political violence in America far outweighs in number of incidences left-wing political political violence in America?
Well, hold on. Before we get to that, I want to
Well,
say
hold on.
this.
No, no.
Hold
No,
on.
no.
Because this goes back to Lactwood's original
I
point.
don't admit
There's
that,
a
but
new
I'll explain
poll. There's a
what
poll
you're
out
thinking about.
from April 8th stating that 55% of Dems are Democratic people below a certain age group. I believe it's like in the 20s, and some is saying that they are willing and okay with political assassination as a tactic. Like
That's super awesome.
That's
it has
terrifying.
nothing to do with what I just.
Cool. I know. That's what I said.
About,
that's
right?
why I said before you go there. Great. Anyway, so what I'm
Are
saying
you referring to like terrorism specifically?
Yeah. So they're saying that
I'm saying
assassinations
if you look
are
at DHS
fantastic.
statistics,
Hold on. One at a time.
Yeah.
We gotta let Admirable Gibbs finish his point, and then everyone can respond to him. Gibbs, finish your point,
Yeah.
then I'm gonna let everyone
Real
else.
quick. So when we
respond.
have like a segment of our youth, let's go to the I think it's 25 and people 25 and under are saying this. Are saying that 55% of them that are left leaning are okay with political violence up to including assassination. That's fucking terrifying. It indicates kind of what Lactwood was speaking to with his statistic a few minutes ago, that this is a problem that's going to become more widespread as we go forward, as opposed to dying off.
Do you think that violence is just a general sentiment that was kind of brought into the spotlight because of events like January 6th?
No, BLM was before January 6th.
Yes, I'm aware. I'm just saying that, like...
So no, the answer is no. I don't think that.
Oh, okay.
Could I throw this in? I think that
Yeah, well, non-fun, then stack.
That's fine.
Non-fun, then stack.
Sure. I would hope that we would acknowledge, like, if you ask a Democrat, like, if they support BLM or whatever, they're not thinking like specifically, do I support like the Chaz uprising? They're thinking like, do I support like the general movement, which I believe has good goals and which the majority protests for which were peaceful, even if they probably do condemn the actual rioting.
So this data comes from following the BLM riots that occurred throughout the quote unquote summer of love, and that it's probably the case that the people who approve overall of the protests and the movement, maybe not all of them are going to say, well, I particularly supported the violence. Just like I would say the 30% of Republicans that supported January 6th, most of them see it look at the majority of nonviolent people who are standing outside the Capitol. Maybe they support that. Maybe they'll say, I don't necessarily support the actual breaking of certain things, etc. Getting that level of nuance, I agree, would be difficult. But I just want to point out that in both scenarios, you have an incident, I guess, that had a tremendous amount of violence intertwined with it on both occasions. And you have the overwhelming amount of Democrats willing to overlook that at the very least and support the overall thing, when you don't see that among most Republicans. You see that among a minority of Republicans.
I think the main issue with that is that there is no good component of January 6th. There wasn't a number of righteous people who are willing to invade the Capitol and trying to hang Mike Pence. Sure, there might have been more innocent actors, but they still nonetheless were breaking and entering into a public official or into a political gathering intending to overrun an election. Now, Black Lives Matter, you might get frustrated with, you might disagree with the reason why we're moving forward. You might disagree with abolishing the police, as do I. But I still engaged in Black Lives Matter because I still felt like there was still a huge positive element to it. And every single event that I attended was extremely peaceful, and police were not needed to be called. So if I would be asked, do I support Black Lives Matter? I would say absolutely. But I think that it's fair to say, I don't know how you could support January 6th in any positive light.
Okay, this is completely.
Sure,
this is complete,
you absolutely.
No, hold on. This is a complete false dichotomy to begin with, because all of the rioters, or the majority of them, that damaged property, that were apprehended, face justice for the crimes they committed. Donald Trump will never, ever see the inside of a courtroom for trying to coup the United States government. So even
or any of the participants.
This, again, this is why, I'm okay with framing this as a party critique. Hey, lefties, we gotta make sure we're shooing the violence out of our party. But conservatives have absolutely no room to stand when it comes to violent rhetoric and violent action in America. Absolutely none.
Most Republicans reject January 6th. Most Democrats do not reject.
What does that
BLM.
mean? What do you mean most Republicans reject January 6th?
70% disapprove of January 6th. Only 30% approve of it.
What about pardoning?
How many Republicans following January 6th thought the election had been stolen?
Well, hold on. I mean, if there was evidence,
what does that do to violence?
I mean, do you think that they would have a right? Hold on. Let's just examine that. If you truly believe the election was stolen, right, based off the information that presented to you. Now, I know not all information is equal, but if you truly believe the election had been stolen, do you think that in that case, violence would have been justified?
So you just justified an insurrection, Gibbs. Good job.
I'm
Thank
asking.
you very much.
Hold on.
Wait,
I'm asking
Hey,
you.
do an insurrection because
Gibbs.
we thought that
Well, hold on.
Gibbs.
was truly
Oh,
stolen.
no, hold on. I'm
Gibbs,
just
wait,
asking-
hold on. I need a fucking. That doesn't make any sense, Gibbs. Okay,
No, I'm
because
just-
I want to point to. Fine, you know what? I'll say this. If the facts showed that an election was stolen, I would probably participate in such a riot.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just
Now
justified an
that might.
insurrection.
But wait, hold on.
Okay.
Okay. Sure, I would in a corrupt enough society where a democracy was falling apart. Absolutely, I would engage in political violence in order to recorrect that. That's a pretty cold ass take. Now,
No,
what I'm
I
going to
agree.
point out is that the vast majority of violence that you're referring to, specifically things like Kyle Rittenhouse, are also operating off of ignorance and not necessarily an impulse for violence. Like, for example, the average Democrat will hear what happened with Rittenhouse and they just went, "Oh, well, someone shot 3 people." At a Black Lives Matter movement, and then he got completely let off. And that's just another indication of Rittenhouse being set free. Now, obviously, he was acting in self-defense, but that is operating outside of ignorance. That's not an endorsement of violence. Does that make sense?
No,
No,
can I
then they're
respond to that?
ignorant.
I think you're
They're ignorantly
being-
supporting
Can I
violence. Though.
respond
No, you
to
can
that?
ignorantly support violence, right? When they attack Kyle Rittenhouse, right? Like whether or not you oppose or you support like him getting in trouble, if you do it because, let's say, you're just actually like, yeah, we want the BLM rioters to attack and to burn stuff. We like that. We want them to be able to attack people and get away with it. And you have another person who just has no idea and here we are years later, has done no effort whatsoever to educate themselves about the situation, but still holds their position. Both of them are equally dangerous in the voting booth.
Well, I just want to
I
go
think
with
was
the
the
stats.
biggest,
I know,
the
I'm
biggest thing
back
we're
here.
missing.
Hold on. Potts, go ahead, and then I have a question for Lactoid.
Okay, the biggest difference between BLM and January 6th that, like, no matter what about the facts, is that the president of the United States was the one who organized that event and led those people there. So it like BLM was just a group. It was a bunch of separate organizations under one movement in different states over a long period of time, multiple protests. January 6th was an organized event by the president, the leader of the Republican Party, organized them to go there and with the intention of intimidating Mike Pence into violating the Electoral Count Act. That's what happened. There's a massive difference. They aren't comparable at all.
Well,
I
to
have a
respond
question
to
for the
that,
panel because I might not remember my history. Did Joe Biden pardon any Black Lives Matter violent activists? No, that was just Donald Trump. That was just Donald Trump for January 6th. Right. Okay. Gotcha. I don't understand how we can talk about endorsement of violence without referring to Donald Trump pardoning cop beaters. I don't understand that. That feels like
Conservatives have
hold
no
on.
room to
This is-
criticize the left in this
well-
area because they can't even control themselves when it comes to political violence, let alone criticize other parties.
widespread pardoning is insane. It's insane, and the fact that the president of the United States signed off on that.
Hold on. Okay. Hold
Speaks-
on.
Widely
First
upheld,
of all,
widely
first of all,
unpopular move by
First-
Trump.
first of all, this is
Right,
rich.
right.
Hold
No,
on.
that nullifies
everything
Hold
else.
on,
Yeah.
no, no, first of all,
One at a time. Gibbs. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
First of all, this is ludicrous. The reason I asked Saxon that question earlier is because, I think it's a pretty reasonable and cold take that if you truly believe that the election had been stolen, violence is reasonable. I don't think that's a stretch for anybody here to imagine, right? The reason I said that is then it comes back to what Lactoid's point was, which is 70% of Republicans disapprove of January 6th. That indicates that within the Republican Party, 70% of people said, hey, we don't think this was stolen. This is a fringe outlying group. That's bad. However, when I go and look, and I have the poll, and I posted it in the chat, it's saying 55% of Dems are okay with the murder of Elon Musk and Donald Trump. I think there's a slight difference between the two, but 55%
Do you think that has anything to do with the actions that those two individuals have taken as investments of institutional power?
Hold on. Yeah, let me finish.
You think there's a
Hold
little
on,
bit of
let
a
me
difference
finish.
there?
Yeah, I think there's a massive difference. I think there's a massive difference when the Republicans
good.
overall, as a whole, disown January 6th. And y'all just keep holding on
No,
to this,
that's not
while 55% are willing to say, hey, we should have more
Gibbs.
Luigis.
Gibbs. You know who doesn't disown January 6th? Donald Trump.
as well as all the people who voted for him.
Yeah, I'm
that makes
sorry.
sense.
Like, absolutely not. Like, this is
disincentivization.
Yeah,
It's not enough of a
that's toast.
disincentive because
That's
he
toast.
still voted for them.
That's toast.
They still voted for him.
Bro, how are you going to talk about pardons when we literally have the auto pen scandal going on? We don't even know who Biden was.
Oh my
He was
God.
doing
Do not
preemptive
bring up
pardons, bro.
You
No,
mean
no,
the
no, no.
Gibbs
He was
scandal?
bringing
You
up.
were on
You brought,
Gibbs
no, no, no,
level,
no.
bro.
I'm only bringing this up because you brought up pardons. This guy gave out preemptive pardons to stop investigations. I don't want to hear about pardons, bro. Like
That proves-
This is
The
this
reason
is
we're
the
bringing
plank
up
in
the
their own
pardons
eyes.
is that's
Come
like
on, bro.
endorsement of
Come
violence.
on.
You're saying it's okay that
Yeah,
my
it is an
people-
endorsement of
Not fun,
violence.
not
You're
fun.
endorsing organized crime. That's violence.
Who did Hunter Biden murder? I'm trying to figure that one out. I'm trying to figure out who he attacked, who he assaulted. Now we can be frustrated with the pardoning.
Lead to dying. We don't know.
That's who James Comey was signaling to.
I mean, I don't know. Drug purchases, sex trafficking never lead to anybody's murder everywhere, anywhere in the
Biden
world.
was activated.
Yeah.
Not my orders.
Agent
Mr.
B,
Comey.
we need you.
Well, I do have a question though, for Gibbs and for Lactoid side, if you will, in this, right? And because you mentioned the statistic, and I'll just grant you that it's true that of the 55%
I posted
young
the link.
Democrats who post
That seems
don't have
reasonable.
fact checking, right? It seems a reasonable thing, and I think it is condemnable. Do you acknowledge though that most of the right, most Republicans of all age groups, support Trump's violent deportations of people for their freedom of speech?
With their freedom of speech.
Yep, for their
I don't know
freedom of
if
speech.
I don't know if I'd
making
call this.
op-eds
Yeah, I don't
about,
agree with that
anti-Israel
framing.
op-eds.
Wait,
don't-
Lactoid, finish it. Say it. You don't know.
I
You
don't agree with the
consider it
framing
what?
of that. No,
I don't know if I consider this to be like political violence, like
Oh
enforcing
my
the law.
God! Yes, yes.
Deportations
So
are
it's not
political
political
violence?
violence to be removed from the country that you're currently
No,
living
well,
in.
so-
or
so
legally
here-
Hold
here.
on. That's
Arguably,
Yes.
let
Thank
me
you, MAGA.
explain. Arguably, I don't support the deportation of Khalil, by the way, but arguably, right? Would you consider? I mean, it could be considered violence to like arrest murderers too, right? Technically, any kind of state action, I suppose, you could argue is violence by the state. But if it's enforcing a genuine like set of laws, which it looks like he very well may have legal authority to do what he's doing when it comes to Mahmoud Khalil, even though I don't support it. I'm not sure.
Well,
to put
why
this
don't
in
you
the
support
same,
it? Out of curiosity.
Well, I don't support it because like I'm a really big freedom.
But
speech
you
guy.
admit, yeah, I understand you
That's
don't.
the violation
Lactoid.
of freedom
Hold
of
on,
wait.
hold on, just real quick.
Yeah, it's like
I understand
murder,
you
right?
don't,
It's the same thing.
Lactoid. Stop. I understand you
level
don't, Lactoid, but you acknowledge that most Republicans do.
Sure, but from my opposition
Not
to it
just
has to
Mahmoud
do
Khalil, but
right. Sure, my
Oster
opposition.
and the dozens.
All the people you're going to mention,
of
yeah.
others.
My opposition to it has to do with my strong affinity towards freedom of expression and freedom of speech. And there's plenty of criticism here, honestly. And I've been pretty vocal on Twitter criticizing Trump about these actions based on like a First Amendment kind of, maybe not First Amendment, but
Again, I
freedom of speech
understand
kind
you
of
do,
background.
but I'm talking about
I understand I
Republicans.
do as well, but I don't think that like supporting this is necessarily being in favor of like political violence in the kind that we're talking about. Like I think that when BLM like, is attacking innocent people, when people are dying, when the most expensive rights in history are happening, when places are getting burned down, when they're occupying certain areas, and all this being brazenly illegal, and you have Democrat politicians, right? Multiple of them, including Kamala Harris, who are making statements that really aren't all that critical and actually do appear to be demonstrate some kind of implicit support for the protest. I think that this is political violence in the sense that we're having this discussion about. Not
Lactoid, do you think political
like
violence
somebody
like-
got elected,
So
somebody got
political
elected
violence
and then decided to like
something,
enforce the
someone for
laws.
something
Well,
they say yes or no.
Well, hold on. I also want to get
not
into this.
necessarily. I think it's political violence.
There's a lot of people, and I'm much more in the pro like deport a lot of people camp right now. And it's not because of the
long as
free
it's legal.
speech. Yeah, as long as it's legal it's not for the free speech aspect. Mainly for me, it's because of the crime. We have illegal immigration. I don't care about it. However, I do want to say I think there is a large segment of Republicans, and I am somewhat sympathetic to this view. It's not my view per se, but I at least understand where they come from. Whenever I have an example from out of the United States, I'll use is the pro-Hamas Imam Zafir Khan, or I think I'm probably butchered his name. I apologize for that. He just got kicked out of Italy after living there for 30 years because he, quote, called for active jihad in Italy. Now, they said, okay, this guy's been a legal resident for 30 years, and now he said something that's saying we should have active violence in the streets here in Italy, potentially. And we kicked him out. Now, whenever I hear that, I say, hey, that's based. If you don't want to be here and you want to cause violence, we don't want you here. You're at our pleasure. You can say what you want, but you know what? If you want to keep saying these things, guess what? Go home. I get that argument. And I think there's something to be said for that argument when people are here saying anti-American things, calling for potential violence here in America, and then Trump goes, hey, cool, your visa's revoked, get the fuck out.
Sorry, there is nothing more American than being anti-American.
Sure, okay, cool.
I have a quick question. Is depriving someone of their Second Amendment rights like political violence or a form of political violence? Do we all agree with that pretty much?
Not necessarily.
Depriving visas is that what you said?
Okay.
Like for example, would you like for
Oh,
if
Second
the law that
Any
prevents
position to win an argument,
can I explain? Like if the government currently has a law, let's say, that says if you're a felon you can't own a gun, would you call this violence in the context of what we're talking about?
Call that a form
in
of
this
political
discussion?
violence. Yeah, I would
Really?
actually call that a form of political violence.
Are
yeah,
taxes
I would.
violence?
You know
Okay, yeah,
what
you're
I
right.
would say?
Enforcement of
I
all
would
laws
say
then
by
is technically
committing
political
a felony,
violence.
by committing a
Lactoid,
felony
you
in
just
the United
discovered
States of
taxes are
America,
violent.
by committing a felony in the United States of America, you have warranted a level of political violence upon yourself by infringing on the laws of society and the country.
Do you pay taxes,
So,
JC?
yeah, I would call that political violence.
so now all we have to do now is to find out like which party enforces more laws, and then that's the party that's more politically violent. There you go.
Well, look, I think the state is obviously
that's
meant to have
absolutely
like
what I meant.
monopoly.
100%.
That's the rational implication of what you said. You
not
said
the
enforcing the
implication.
law.
That's the
You said
natural
enforcing the law is
implication.
political violence, and
100%.
therefore, any like
It's a
the more
straw man.
enforcement, it's not a straw man at all. He
Didn't
just
he
said
bitch about
he-
being
that is
strong
what he
and
just
not
said.
being
Felons-
dude?
That is
Not
what he
that
just said.
bad.
He said stop.
He's not saying
hold on.
any law. He's saying this specific law.
Okay, can you name me enforcing a law that wouldn't require violence? How do you
No.
enforce a law without any kind of
Okay,
violence?
hold on. Maybe I can help.
I think
Maybe I can help. Maybe I can
Of
help.
course, it would
Maybe I can
require
help.
violence.
And I'm gonna
How
try
else
to
do you
help.
enforce a
But I
law?
understand
Understand
being
what you're
applied
saying. You
here.
understand what I'm saying.
So if
No, you're
the
not making
government
sense, that's
came
why.
to your house, Lactoid,
Nice.
right? The government came to your house. They didn't imply you were breaking a law or anything like that, right? They didn't give you notice. They didn't serve a warrant. They didn't do anything. They came to your house and they shot you, right? For no reason, right? You didn't break any laws. You would consider that violence? Yes.
It's violence in the sense of like enforcing the law. In this case, if it's be extra legal, then I guess you could potentially put it in the category that we're talking about in this panel. But I wouldn't say that enforcing a law is like violence in the way that we're talking about it on this panel.
Well,
That's
yeah,
not like
I agree
political
with that,
violence.
I
Lactoid,
think
but what's
Lactoid- I
crazy
think
is they all
Lactoid
became
is
libertarians just
reasonable
now.
there.
They
Define
all just,
political violence then.
Thank you.
Let's let
I
define
understand-
political
well,
violence.
Lactoid, they just discovered libertarianism.
I
They're
think
over
it's
here like
reasonable to
saying,
say
hey,
that the state
any
meant to-
law
Hold
is violence. If you pay taxes,
Look.
that's violence now. I mean, if that's what they're
Taxes are
comparing,
violence.
if they're
True.
comparing
I'm
terrorism,
saying they're
then
stealing my
suddenly
money
all
at
libertarians.
gunpoint.
Welcome to the Conservative Party, guys.
I agree with
Thank you for
definition. I
understanding
agree with
what
definition.
they've been saying,
Your
guys.
definition's right. All taxes
You
are
fucking
theft.
idiots.
All theft
All
is
right.
Welcome
violence.
to the
It's
Conservative
all
Party.
violence. Democrats are by
You're gonna
far the
stop
most
it.
violent.
It's the
You're right.
largest tax-
I figured
Hold
it
on,
out,
Okay,
Lactoid.
hold on.
If that's the
I
largest
think
tax increase in history with the tariffs, that would be the violence. Yes.
Well, hold on. That would be violence.
That
You're right.
would be
But
violence.
overall, who taxes more? Democrats do. They are overall more
Not
violent.
with
There you
tariffs.
go.
But let's
Okay,
give it to.
yeah, I think
let's
it's
give it to-
reasonable.
Tariffs are
Okay.
violence. Let's talk about the tariffs.
Just,
But
I-
just
True.
for re-
Sure, I think it's.
Just for the
I
purpose
think
of this
Lactoid's
debate, I think-
reasonable in saying like the state is meant to have a monopoly on violence, and it's so, insofar as the state is like enforcing its own laws, even if those laws are unjustified, it's probably not really political violence. But I will say, it seems like you could run the same type of defense Gibbs ran, where you say like if the state is doing something you think is unjustified, like illegal, deportations, whether they're legal or not, if you severely disagree with them, or if they're severely immoral. Could you argue people are justified in types of violence to resist that?
You could.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
and the
Yeah.
left often does.
Yeah, that's
Can
what's
we
happening.
stop being? I feel like we're being morons on this. Okay, there's two sides of stupidity on this. Okay, the first is all laws are violence because the state needs to enact some sort of violence in order to maintain it. Okay, that is stupid. Okay, that's a libertarian, stupid ass leftist position. Okay, then you've got the other side, which is like essentially everything. Nothing that is legal is violence, which would also seem to be your position. Okay, can we have a little bit of a middle ground and
Where's
say
the distinction? Give me the distinction. Give me a logical distinction between the two.
between?
The two
Okay,
things you
sure.
just said.
Political
Sure,
violence.
fine. We'll say-
Where is the line and why?
Fine.
Go ahead.
Fine, I understand. We'll say one is from the left. It's a left wing perspective of the same thing, and one is the right wing perspective of the same thing. Okay, can we turn on our brain cells a little bit and say, obviously, that the state can enact some sort of violence onto its people, even if it's quote unquote legal?
Where's the line? Why isn't taxation violent?
I don't have to demonstrate a line. I can just say, hey,
You can just
this
say
is
it?
clearly illegal and this is clearly legal. No. That's such
I think
that's a-
I think
That's
taxes
a
are
logical
violence,
fallacy.
unironically.
I can point
Well, this
to
is not a
two
logical
clear
fallacy.
examples of two different examples without
Why are
stipulating a
taxes
line
not,
between them.
Why are taxes not violence? Give me the underlying principle that would make taxes not violence, but would make the thing that you're talking about.
I don't
violence.
need to enforce one. That's not how definitions
hold on.
work.
If I
They're
don't-
essentially
Oh,
No. I'm
hold
asking
on.
for a principle
They're
that you're
vi-
using. How are you I'm not asking you necessarily for a line now.
If I don't pay taxes, what happens?
What are you, Gibbs, 1 second. What are you doing? What method are you using? What principle are you using to distinguish between a state action that is violence and a state action that is not violence? What's your principle?
I don't know if I have a clear one. But I don't know.
It's a vibe. It's a vibe. You just look at it.
Sorry. Welcome to language. It's a little bit of a nebulous thing.
No, this isn't language. It's
a nebulous thing.
I'm defining violence. I can define it nebulously.
I'm gonna say
give JC a chance. JC, do you have any down?
Violence is when that bad thing that I don't like happens.
That's not what I said at all.
That's exactly what you said.
Nobody loved the sound of their own voice more than me. Holy shit. I'm going to say that deporting people based on just things they say that are critical of the current administration or its direction is a lot closer to the BLM type violence y'all are bitching about than taxation. Does that ground it out a little bit more?
I think taxation is looting. They're looting me. That's what they're doing. Every day.
They're robbing hours of my life directly from me when they take my tax
looting and then give you a whole bunch of shit back.
A lot of us graduated that ideology in high school, okay? A lot of us are adults now, so nobody cares that you think that it's so mean of the government to take your money, okay? Get over it and
they're looting it. They're not just taking it, they're looting it.
Hold on. That's ridiculous.
They're sending armed thugs with guns to take my money.
No, we just were told. We were just.
If I don't do it, they put me in a cage. They put me in a cage. People with guns. This is horrible violence. How is it not violence?
If you want to have like the NAP taxation and stuff debate, I'm sure Gibbs can set that up.
I am just making a point. No, not fun.
I'm tried to like bring it back to the actual core of the debate.
No. Let me explain. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, the only one of you that actually gets it is non-fun. Okay, I'm making a point. The point that I'm making is that you guys have no discerning principle between what is going to be state violence during this conversation and what isn't going to be state violence.
Andrew Wilson, we don't have to have that conversation. I don't have to ground it out to a conservative.
Let me finish it. Let me finish a sentence.
Once he finishes, I'll get it.
Somebody else can jump in. So the reason why I'm making this point is, like, you guys have no principle that you're using to discern between the two. You're literally saying, oh, look at this. This clearly looks like violence to me. Therefore, this is a kind of state violence that I want to talk about in this conversation about political violence.
What's your discerning principle?
My initial point is that
they don't have any.
My initial point is that all of this is state violence. I would say deportations are state violence. I would say taxation is state violence. I would say all this.
Wait, now you're saying deportations are state violence?
I would say
you just can't follow anything. Oh my god!
All of you are like,
you can't even keep it consistent through one debate.
Your IQ's dropping.
Going for an hour.
Roll back the stream and you'll see the point that I'm making. Okay, weird how non-fun gets it, but none of you seem to.
Okay.
I wasn't able to finish my sentence yet. Please, without these fucking animals jumping on me. Okay, I'm trying to make it quick. So. All of these things are state violence. When we're here talking about political violence, I assumed that we were having a conversation outside of the state monopoly on violence. So I would assume that we're talking about outside of the state enforcing the laws. If we want to include,
that would be convenient for you.
It would actually be inconvenient for you, because what that would mean then is I'm going to bring up taxation, because taxation is state violence. So I'm assuming if we want to have a conversation about political violence, you should probably leave the state violence, which is overwhelmingly committed, like in all sorts of ways that you guys don't think is violence, because you guys have no discerning principle between taxation and
I have a question. You're on 4K, like going back to what you said in this debate in less than like 45 minutes. Okay.
Do you feel like Donald Trump, first off, exercised his constitutional right to pardon whoever he would choose, whoever he would like to? He pardoned violent citizens. Okay, and in some ways, tacitly endorsed violence being done onto the citizens because they can retroactively be pardoned by the state.
Well,
do you feel like that might be dangerous?
Well, Staxiums, by your
even though he's following the law,
Staxiums
following the law.
He didn't promise to pardon to encourage violence.
So hold on.
What does pardoning them do?
Pardoning
you pardoned after the fact.
Did you?
No, I understand, but do you think he tacitly endorses violence because he's showing that if you enact violence, but do it through his wants and
In
needs
his name.
in his name, that he'll endorse them.
Okay, Staxiums. I want you to think about hold on, Staxiums. Think about the question
Do you
you're
think
asking.
that's a concern? Even though it's all legal.
Hold on. Before we get there, because this is important. This is what you and JC just did. This is the question you just asked, right? So what Lactoid has been trying to say is Republicans have a standard, and the reason why y'all shouldn't want to bring state violence in is because to meet that standard, he's going to be much more consistent than y'all. And to make that a true statement, hold on. You and JC both said, the violence is defined nebulously. Basically, it's defined on how I interpret violence. Okay, cool. Now then,
that's not.
Yes, that is. That is what you said. We all heard you say it verbatim.
How do you define a chair?
Hold on. Verbatim what you said. Now, the reason why we were saying non-fawn understands why you're saying that. It's because non-fawn understands the consistency we have going through. If you're going to say violence can be defined nebulously, then in this case, if Trump perceives this, hey, these guys were not acting violently because I defined it nebulously in Donald Trump's name, then guess what? These guys weren't violent at all, because guess what? It meets my criteria. It's not violence.
Okay, all right.
That is your own metric. And that's why. Hold on, let me just finish. And that's fine. That's fine. Well, let me finish though. And that's why Lactoid and what I'm saying is much more consistent, because I could go, okay, if we're talking about state violence, taxation stuff, because if I don't pay taxes, they violently apprehend me and I force me to pay, or they garnish my wages, or they put me in jail and I'm forced to do this. Or if there's any law,
I'd like to go.
This is why it's the consistency check versus you said, we define it nebulously however we see fit. So Donald Trump can't commit it.
Hold on, everyone shut up.
Thank you, Brother Gibbs.
Clarifying question that you actually said what I thought you said, and I heard it correctly. If I heard it incorrectly, then we're going to have a different conversation. But if I heard it correctly, I'm going to give it to Staxiums, and Staxiums can go, right? Did you just say that if Donald Trump says that they weren't being violent, then they weren't being violent?
True.
Republicans
can't do violence. Violence is defined when Democrats do it.
There you go.
And we just define a chair a certain way, so why can't we define violence that way?
I hope you have an answer for that.
No.
Okay, I would like to open this up for cross-examination. Lactoid or Gibbs, either of you guys, who would like to approach the bench?
Gibbs.
That's not how this works. I forget how. I'm not a lawyer. Gibbs, can I interrogate you?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, ask me.
Okay, great. How would you define violence? Because hold on. Before you go, here's my claim. You also define it nebulously. That's how fucking language and definitions work. But go ahead.
Violence.
How do you define violence?
Gibbs, let me answer.
Sure. Lactoid, you can go for it. Go for it.
Here's how I define violence. Violence is when Democrats use force against people.
Okay, cool. So just fucking memes. Okay, got it.
Yeah, I can define it however I want. We can define it however we want, can't we? A chair. What's a chair? What's a chair, Staxiums? You can't define it, right?
Okay,
hold on. I'll engage the game. If he wants to engage the game, we can do the game. No, let's do the game, Lactoid.
Hold on. This is the game you want to play.
No, let's do the game. Let's do the actual game he wants to play. I'm ready. I got this.
Stop. You guys are so stupid about language. Okay,
no, I'll answer. I'm going to be in faith if you let me answer. Hold on, let me answer.
We can all agree I'm sitting in a chair.
We don't need to do that.
Even though
it's tax team, so we don't have to do that. Look, okay, I'll engage. You want me to define violence?
Yeah, but I can give you the principle of what a chair is.
I would love to hear it. I'd love to hear how you can.
Look, violence is any time one person physically asserts their will against that other person's will. It makes them do something against their will.
Wait, hold on. Violently asserts their will over another person's will. So taxation is theft, correct?
Sure.
That'd be
one form of violence, yeah.
Okay, cool. And when a parent says, "Hey, kid, knock it off, or you're grounded," that's also violence, right? You're enacting violence on a child.
When you go to the dentist and you get a cavity filled, is that violence as well?
It would be violence against the cavity.
Oh my god!
Okay,
that's wild.
So, what the hell are we talking about? Because here's the thing. Here's your problem with your definition. The moment that you walk outside, the moment you walk outside and fucking touch grass, the moment your definition of violence blows up. No one says, "Hey,
it's a spectrum, not a binary."
It's a spectrum.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's a spectrum,
not a binary.
I'm saying it's a spectrum. That's my whole argument. That it's nebulous.
That's not your argument at all.
That's not
my argument.
I'll explain.
That's not my argument. You asked for a line. I don't need a line. That's what a spectrum is.
Well, no. Actually, you put lines on spectrum.
We have simple lines. It's very easy. It's consistency.
You put lines.
Those are arbitrary. Those are arbitrary lines.
Those are arbitrary lines. Do you understand this?
Everyone shut up. This is this farce.
Let Nanfon talk.
I've let it gone on long enough because it was kind of funny. Right, but I do
define
want to have
funny.
some sort of
it's funny a spectrum.
Hold All of you shut up
Yeah,
or we'll enact
What a
violence
stupid
upon
fucking
you.
question.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I want to.
Yeah, I agree.
want
It
to
was
get
a
us
stupid
back to
question.
the matter at hand. The core of the debate tonight, the core of the question tonight, is left-wing violence being overblown by the right wing, or is it, as many on the right would say, a serious and growing threat that most of, if not
Oh.
all, of the left engages in?
Oh,
I wanna give
okay.
it to Namfon. Give it to Namfon, who's been very
Yeah.
good and the
Yeah.
least clowny of all of you.
Hey,
To start us off.
it's true though.
I mean, I was attempting to bring it back. I was just gonna say, like, I think you can have a consistent definition of violence that includes both like state violence and like non-state actors or whatever. I just think that I mean, the obvious position would be like it's net utility maximizing to allow the state to enforce violence in certain areas, so long as those decisions are made democratically or whatever. But yeah, like obviously, I think we're meant to be talking about political violence outside the state's monopoly on violence.
Outside of the state,
And-
outside of the state, right? That's what we're talking about.
Yes.
They want to talk about violence within
I
the
agree.
state.
I agree.
My
Namfon.
question serves, which is the president used all of the state's monopoly on violence to pardon violent citizens. Do you feel like that might tacitly endorse violence that happens outside of the system? So that's what I'm trying to say. It's a little bit of a vague
Would you say that's
position. And I'm
equivalent
asking,
to
why
bonding
wouldn't Donald Trump
rioters out of
be,
jail?
in some cases, endorsing
answer.
violence?
Would you
Okay,
say
go
it's
ahead.
equivalent to bonding
so
people out of jail that were in riots?
Sorry?
Would you say that's equal or equivalent to bonding people that acted out in riots out of jail?
Bonding?
No.
No, because they're not.
No,
Yeah,
It
It is. It absolutely is.
It
This is
equal.
that spectrum that you're talking
I'll
about.
explain.
right
No,
here.
no, no,
This
no.
is
It
your-
is equal. Hold on. I'll explain. It's equal.
Those are
the same way.
equal?
Holy shit.
Yeah,
If
well,
I am in a riot
the
and someone
principle that we're
bails me
trying to
out-
appeal to here.
Hold on, you guys
Well,
are talking over each other. Lactoid, go ahead. Answer.
Yeah, and the principle you're trying to appeal to here. So I think deportations are a bad example because it's exclusively state violence. When we're talking about pardoning people who are doing extra legal violence or bailing people out who are doing extra legal violence, in both of those situations, you're using a legal mechanism to tacitly support an illegal action. So I'm open to that being different. I'm open to that being sort of a tacit endorsement of illegal kind of political violence, the kind that we're here in this panel to talk about, as opposed to like deportations. And so if you want to talk about like the pardons from Trump, that's a fair thing to bring up. I also think it's fair for Gibbs to bring up the bailing out of violent rioters out of jail. I think that's also relevant to bring up. Yeah.
Does
Fine.
someone
You know what?
getting out on bail have say anything about whether or not the thing that they did is bad or good? Does that have any is posting bail?
I will say this. I will say this. When we have when we have prominent Democratic Congresspeople like Maxine Waters saying no peace, like burn it down, all sorts of crazy shit. And then we have behind the scenes, they're actively bailing people out that committing the riots. That's not only an endorsement, it's like saying it's okay. It's an endorsement of these acts because they're saying, oh, you committed this violent act. Now we're bailing you out. We're fighting for you. And we told you to do it. Like, it's crazy that you're going to sit here and argue that these aren't exactly the same. If not worse.
Bail people out?
Actions.
Yeah, there was a bail fund.
A bail fund.
There's a lawyer.
Democrats.
No, but that doesn't count.
$5.
Oh, it doesn't count. How convenient that it doesn't count for that.
Shut the fuck up for my money. Okay, $5 from Audacity. To say pardons are not a decree of guilt or endorsement from the executive office. Their operations of mercy. We'll get into that. But the question is, if a lawyer defends a client, is that an endorsement of that client's actions?
No, but that's different than a pardon or bailing somebody out.
Or after ordering it, or giving the marching orders.
I had bailed out my uncle, who I know did it. I don't approve of what he did, but I still bailed him out.
Well, hold on. Yes, and Biden bailed out his son. But we're looking at the motivation. This is different. If you have a bail fund, if you have a bail, yeah, I know that's what I said. If you have a bail fund that is specifically bailing out, if you have a bail, I said it's different.
Just go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. If you have a bail fund that is specifically targeting like for political reasons, people to bail out, or you're specifically pardoning people who like aren't your family for political reasons, I think you can make a very strong argument that this is a political endorsement of violence to some extent. Absolutely.
There's a massive difference between posting bail and pardoning someone, and that is when you post someone's bail, they still have to face trial.
Yeah,
do they not?
Hold on. If I told you, if I told you, hey, if you go commit this crime, I'll bail you out. This is an endorsement. 100%.
But there are degrees to this.
You still have to go to
Of course there
trial,
are.
right?
Sure, there are
You still have to get
degrees.
charged with the crime.
But
whereas pardoning
the pardon is.
I think Gibbs is fine to bring this up. Is what I said. That was my initial point.
Yeah, I mean, also,
Yeah, but I'm
also,
saying
hold
the
on.
reason why it isn't analogous
Well,
is because of the
substantiate
difference
that.
between bail and pardons.
Well, I would say, yeah, the
I think-
pardons,
well,
the
no,
pardons you don't
it's analogous in the
acknowledge.
principle.
Yeah,
It is a legal mechanism to endorse a extra legal.
Well, I
action,
think
in
I
this
think
case,
it's
violence.
much worse. I think there's two other aspects we're not factoring here. One, we have active Congress people calling for the violence, like arguably calling for it, right? Then we have the bail fund that's sponsored by them. So it seems like it's an endorsement of the violence. Finally, we just had the other day them basically assault an ICE facility. It was a mayor and a congressperson assaulted, and the mayor got arrested. Now, what this is telling me is that sitting official party members are actively engaging in the violence and now are advocating to do this further. This is a problem. Our sitting party members are advocating for the violence. And then we have 55% of people under a certain age are saying, hey, let's assassinate the leader of our country. Yeah, I got to say, it's fundamentally and structurally and function. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm looking for a word. Doesn't matter. It's within all the Democratic Party, and it's just terrible to see. Like this, you can't even deny it.
Okay.
Well, look,
I think that I just want to point out real quick that Lactoid was all ass-pained about inconsistent definitions and nebulous definitions, and then he broke apart the definition of and contorted the definition of like endorsement to the point that he could wrap it around whatever argument he needed to. So like either
What?
you need a consistent
No.
definition or you don't. Like
I
or you can just
applied
concede
it
that
to
logic
both
with all
something
of
Trump
them
did.
nebulous,
No,
depending
hold
on-
on. This is ridiculous, and I don't even know if anybody else on the panel would agree with that. Even people on your side.
Okay.
I applied this to pardons that Trump did, and I applied it to the.
You said
the
that
bail
you
fund.
said it was a legal mechanism tied to a criminal action. That's what you called it.
It's a legal mechanism that you're using because Saxon's is talking about how pardons are legal, and they are, right? The president has wide authority and discretion to use pardons. But if you're using something that you have a legal right to do to for political, like to target people who've done political violence, to like get them away from some responsibility for their actions, like in one case a pardon, in the other case a bail, right, getting them out of prison or out of jail. Like this is absolutely it's like the same principle on both ways.
Wait. So you do agree then that Donald Trump endorsed the violence of the January 6th rioters
To some extent.
there
To some extent, yeah.
stop the vote? No,
I've
not
already
to some
said this
extent.
multiple times.
He endorsed them because you would not give the same nuance to a Democrat. I'm asking.
I did. I said to some extent for both.
He literally did.
I'm
You realize that, right?
I'm giving the exact same definition for both. To some extent for both
Yes or
the
no?
bail fund and for both the pardon. To some extent.
Not to
for
some
both.
extent. Like we need to start grounding.
How
out
about
some
I answer
positions
the way I
here.
want?
I don't like,
Well,
I don't
JC,
like how ass-pain you are about nebulousness.
Well,
I don't know how ass-paid you are about the
Well,
way I
JC, hold on,
answered.
JC. Do you think that like physically assaulting a guard outside an ICE facility as a sitting mayor is more violent than saying words at a speech? Like if you
Well, who's saying
Just
the
hold on.
words and who's he saying them to? And is there a likelihood that those words could incite a violent riot?
well, considering a riot did start after the mayor, was fighting these, guards. Yeah, I think that they're equivalent, if not worse.
Wait, they started because he was fighting the guards?
One of them is saying, "Hey, let's fight them at the ballot box." The other guy's over here saying, "Hey, let's fight the guards," and I'm actively going to lead the riot. You tell me which is a worse thing for a sitting party member to do.
You know what, Gibbs? Wait, real quick, Gibbs. I will tell you that when you find the citation from Trump's ellipse speech where he said we're going to fight them at the ballot box and we're going to fight them in the election.
What do you mean it's fighting at the ballot box? It was 2 months after.
Peaceful. He said peaceful and patriotic.
Peaceful and patriotic.
Oh my God! Yeah, you said that one fucking time.
So wait, do you think peaceful and patriotic the same as
Are we
punching a
defining
guard?
peaceful as violence now?
Yes,
Giving the
peaceful,
mic. What
punching
we're
a
doing
guard.
right now. What we're
Punching a
doing right
guard.
now. What we're doing right now. What
I
we're
don't know,
doing right now.
taxes are
What we're
peaceful,
doing
money
right
paying.
now, and I will mute the fuck out of all of you. Is we're giving the mic to Nanfan, who's been very courteous and gracious and wants to talk now. So I'm rewarding him by giving him the mic.
Obviously, I would hope would acknowledge if it was the case that Trump wanted to incite violence, even if that itself is not like a violent action, if he wanted to incite violence, that would be worse than what we just saw with the ICE deportation centers because they were trying to overturn the election.
It could be. We'd have to know what he actually intended.
Oh my God! Answer a question.
That's why it said.
It could be is an answer.
My God.
Yeah, but I'm
Right.
saying is do we not have enough evidence to make a judgment on that? publicly.
No, I don't think the evidence shows that Donald Trump wanted the crowd
How
to
many
go attack
60
the
plus
Capitol.
court cases that he lost?
Sorry?
I don't think he wanted the crowd to go attack the Capitol. What does he gain from that? He didn't gain anything.
hold on.
Why
Why did he call Pence a traitor and said it's right over there?
They rep that he needed to.
He was pissed at Mike Pence.
And why was why was he pointing to that direction?
You know what? I think
He
it's funny
pointed the
though.
direction.
No, hold on.
Direction.
Why was he? Why was he mad at
putting
Mike
together
Pence?
a protest? Yeah, but he was mad at.
Why
Mike
was
Pence
he mad at Mike Pence?
That's a great question. What?
Yeah, he was mad at Mike Pence because because he was advised by John Eastman that he believed there was some kind of legal mechanism in which this could be sent back to the representatives, and either through delay or potentially even have the representatives just elect him directly. And he thought that Mike Pence was the one.
Nothing about the false electors.
You know what's funny though is y'all keep pointing to January 6th. What violence has happened since then from the right? Like, what significant violence? Like, okay, let's just grant everything they're saying is true. January 6th was this terrible thing.
Wait.
But hold on, let's just grant it. Hold on, let's just for funsies. Hold on, play my game here. Let's just say everything they're saying is true. You know, it's been pretty like chill. I didn't see $20 billion BLM happen before January 6th. I didn't see $20 billion of potential long-term damage caused by anybody from January 6th. I don't see long-term effects like, Republicans are destroying, I don't know, Mitsubishi cars like this, like they are with Teslas. I didn't see us to try to assassinate Biden. You know, I didn't see anybody try to do that. We have two people.
No, I saw you guys try to assassinate Trump.
Do you know why? Hold on. Do you know why the Republicans were so quiet during Biden's term?
Because it spoke
because
for
he was a
itself
good
how bad it
president
was.
and he didn't actually do anything bad. It was because he didn't actually.
He was honestly the worst president since like Herbert Hoover.
Hold on. Before I give it to Staxiums to respond, I'm going to read these two super chats because I like money and money is more important than all of you. Okay, $10 from Alexander Wren to say this. Now I see the right doesn't commit much violence as we just don't call what they do violence, except in technicality. But that doesn't really count, right?
That's the point they tried to make.
That's what they tried to make.
Taxes wasn't violence.
$5 from the same individual, Alexander Wren, to say, is Lactoid arguing that bail releases people from the consequences of their actions? Also, you missed my earlier super chat. No, I just...
The same way pardons do, yeah.
No, because... Okay,
what? No.
That is not how it works.
I want you
Pardons
as my lawyer, Saul Goodman.
Yeah, literally. Okay, pardons...
Wait, hold on. Can I just quote
you...
Trump for 2 seconds? I just want to say a couple things that Trump said. Trump, so on January 6th, says he will never concede. He calls for supporters to walk down to... Stop. Excuse me.
I thought the topic was leftist political violence. Is that what we're talking about?
I'm talking.
Are we talking about leftist political violence or the non-violence that happens in January 6th?
Hold on. Everyone, let Staxiums go.
Give me 10 seconds. They said to walk down the Capitol to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women, and we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them. He told the crowd that we cannot let that happen. When warned that his supporters had several weapons, Trump responded, and I quote, "I don't fucking care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take the fucking mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Let the people in and take the mags away." That is a little bit fucking different than what Lactoid was describing.
You're leaving out a lot. You're leaving out a lot of context.
You didn't respond to anyone I said.
Hold on, he also said to be peaceful.
Yeah, you
didn't respond. Hold on, you didn't respond to anything I said though. Hold on, Staxiums. You didn't respond to anything I said though. This is what's interesting. Is I said let's grant them. I said let's grant them everything they want with January 6th, and that's fine. And they wouldn't even engage with it because that's the only thing you have. Like at the large scale, the Dems are doing all these things in large scale. Hold on. Even when we give you the win. Well, I don't know about that. Didn't we just have a trans shooting the other day? What about Pulse nightclub?
Not the only thing we have.
This was great. It is. No, it is the only thing you have.
It is not. It's not.
Hold on, JC. Listen, I'm sorry. You're wrong. This is the only thing you have. If you let me finish, if you would let me finish, you would find out why I'm wrong instead of cutting me off like a dumbass and argue with half a point. But listen, it's real simple. I'm saying this is the only thing you have at a semi-large scale, regardless, that's of any relevance. You can point to isolated incidents. True. Stop talking. It's the only thing you can point to other than isolated, like small incidents, like small shootings, etc. But that you don't have. But when I can point to mass things on a mass scale, when 2 in 5 people nationwide,
BLM?
that's one BLM. 2 in 5 people nationwide that own a Tesla That's over 12 states. That's crazy.
Vandalism?
Vandalism. Oh yeah. Oh, that's not violence now. Vandalism. I didn't know. Hold on. Oh, vandalism's got a vandalism is in. Hold on. How about fire? Hold on. This is what's great. Let me finish though. Vandalism. We have the firebombing. We have firebombings and Tesla dealerships.
Hold on.
We have assassination.
I think we could all just agree that the firebombing of the Teslas was violent.
Oh, okay. How about assassination tips, Rick?
No. Can we?
Assassination
Can we agree
tips?
with that?
But the
Wait. Can we?
Can we all agree
I'm trying to
firebombing?
figure this out.
Is firebombing Tesla
Because
dealerships
genuinely, wait, hold on.
Hold on.
I
Is that
thought
different
Lactoid's
violence?
definition of violence was that it needed to inflict harm onto another person.
Yeah,
But
property
I don't
damage.
think any people were harmed.
Yeah,
And we're here about
Property
we're
damage.
here
That was
to get
Gibbs'
the facts
definition,
of
first of all.
definitions.
That was Gibbs' definition,
Yeah.
first of all. And second of all,
Wait,
you don't
what's
think
your
property?
Yeah,
Hold
you
on.
hold on.
How is
You don't think
property
destroying
damage not
somebody's-
harmful?
You don't think
How
destroying
is
somebody's property is not harming them?
harmful?
Sorry?
If I
Sorry,
just- if I
so
burn your
destroying
house
people's
down-
property is
Hold on,
a way
Stetson,
to
if I
harm
burn your
people?
house down,
Yes,
is it
destroying somebody's
hold on,
property harms them.
if you're not
on
home,
someone's
hold
lawn,
on,
that's
hold on,
violence?
hold on. If you're not home, Staxiums, and I know
Are
you're
you
not home,
destroying
and I
it?
burn your house down, is that harmful?
could
to
be.
you?
I mean, you
I could
would
be.
say yes if they're walking on the
Hold
lawn.
on, if you're
Just
home, if you're
destroy
not
my
home,
lawn, it could be violence.
no, Staxiums, if
It's
you're
if
not
you-
home, and I
burn
burn your
down
house
my
down,
car
You're
and
gonna
you
say
firebomb my
trespassing
house.
is that
This is all violence.
No, answer this question, Staxiums. If you're not home and I burn your house down, is that cause you harm?
I don't subscribe to exact definitions, so yes, I would say that that's harm.
Oh,
That's
so
fine.
good. Then bombing a fucking
it's
Tesla
violence.
dealership is violence and it's harmful to people.
I'd be fine with conceding
How
that,
many
but I'm
Teslas
saying
have
that
been
goes against
firebombed?
your guys' definition.
Just real quick, because I'm not sure how many Teslas have been firebombed.
Oh, at least one.
Okay.
Oh, awesome.
The question is how many people support it. That's what we're looking
That's
at, right?
the problem. Is that
So, like, for example,
it's a widespread thing.
I'll explain. So when you have one like healthcare exec get shot in the head, like only one you can point to, but when you have 41% of young voters cheering it on and loving it, this is a big fucking problem.
Yeah, then
It's
they
a
bomb
big
up.
fucking problem.
the debate
And the
was.
group of
Then they
people
blow
that
up.
are
Then they blow up a
thirsty.
fertility center, and they say, "Oh, hey, they're isolated, separate incidents." But we see or we're seeing
Gibbs
more
is
and
saying
more
a lot of people
bombings.
support it.
But to say people support both, hey, well, I guess they're different though. Versus, hey, y'all say,
I'd
oh,
like to-
but then
I
you'll
don't
say,
know, if I
but
asked
then y'all want to
Lactoid,
point to
I'd like to support it
shootings,
or not,
and
he'd say,
hold on,
well, I
then you
could
want to point to
support
school
it.
shootings.
could
Ask,
not.
hey, Lactoid, you're conservative. Do you support school shootings? No conservatives
Definitely
support
not.
school
I could
shootings.
No one
Like,
thinks you
it's
don't.
crazy.
Okay,
But if
great.
you
Can I
ask a
go?
leftist, they're like, well,
Nobody thinks I
bombing
do.
Tesla dealerships.
Okay, I want to clarify a couple things. First off, I do not support firebombing Tesla vehicles at all. I would prefer to live in a world wherein 0 vehicles got destroyed. However, we also have to balance that with the fact that basically about 150,000 people lost their jobs unilaterally from one person, one billionaire,
when Biden,
and the fact that
when Biden cut oil dealerships,
Excuse
oil
me, I'm
stuff,
going.
when Biden took,
point. Let him finish his point.
yeah, when
Who's
Biden
talking?
fired all the oil people. That's right.
I'd love for you to respond. I'd love for you to respond.
Finish his point.
The fact that, as far as I could see,
Hilarious.
around a dozen Tesla vehicles got destroyed, where it's maybe $1 million worth of damages. That's fairly reasonable when it comes to political responses to such a wide enacting policy, especially that it's done so top down and from one specific person. I think.
Lactoid or the
Oh
terrorist
yeah. So when
political
Biden
violence.
told oil workers they could just find other jobs, and it was well over
Out of the way
150K
we're talking
people.
about here.
Yeah, thanks. I guess you're right. I agree. I guess those guys would have
not
been inspired to
unilaterally
violence.
unilaterally
Yeah, it
done
was.
by
It
one
was.
person. I'm
Yeah,
saying
it was
it's
done by
easier to
Biden.
target.
It was unilaterally done
Doge
by Biden.
wasn't unilaterally
Yeah, it
done
was
by Elon.
unilaterally done by Biden, and so all those guys could have been violent. But guess what? They didn't act of violence. No oil worker tried to assassinate Biden. How many did? Can you tell me? How many oil workers blew up
How many
any
people have attempted to
dealerships?
assassinate Elon? I don't get it.
Well, I mean, I'm asking because no oil worker.
None.
No, hold on. No oil worker.
We don't know
No oil
technically.
worker
We don't
approved
know.
of
We don't
assassinating
know how many
Biden
publicly.
versus 55% approve of assassinating these people and approve of firebombing dealerships. You're saying it's
This is
totally
not
okay.
falsifiable because we don't know unless it's made
But they-
public. I'm going to
So
say a
there's- so
billion
just
people
real quick,
tried to assassinate Biden
just
and
fact check
failed.
here. There was 2 attempts on Joe Biden's life. One
By
on
oil
August
workers?
9th,
That was a little
2023.
By oil workers?
Craig DeLua, a 74-year-old resident of Provo, Utah, threatened to assassinate Joe Biden with a
Sure, but was he an oil worker,
rifle.
Wick?
And then on May 22nd, 2023, a 19-year-old man from Chesterfield, Missouri, drove a rented box truck onto a barrier that separated the White House grounds from the public. Shortly thereafter, was taken into custody and admitted he was there to kill the president.
Wait, hold on. This is the goalpost they asked, because this is your goalpost. You said all those people lost jobs. They were justified in violence. And I'm asking Wick, were either one of those two people oil workers?
You didn't ask who when firebombing the Teslas, who people lost their jobs.
Cool. Okay,
you didn't
cool.
double check to see if they were federal employees who lost it during Doge.
Got it.
You didn't do that groundwork when it comes to liberals attacking Tesla. But when it comes to attacks on the vice president, on the president of the United States, then you got to double check. Wait a minute, who exactly?
Are you implying that the government cutting jobs could somehow justify violence?
That's what he's saying. Yeah.
No, not at all. Not even a little bit.
That's what you just
not
said.
even a little bit what I'm saying.
Yeah, you literally just said that.
It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird to bring that up whatsoever in the firebombing of Teslas.
Okay,
Yeah.
$5.
Hold on.
Why bring up the job thing at all? Yeah.
Money time. Shut up. It's money time. $5 from Audacity to say Shapiro could win in 2028 and we'll still be litigating January 6th on these shows. Trump got back into the office. You lost. Get over it. And then $10 from Andrew Steele to say the kid in the middle, brown sweater, is the worst of the left, a total moron. Clueless. He paid me $10 to say this.
This is a brown sweater too.
All right, he paid me $10 to say this. I'm going to say it. He says a total moron, clueless to any points, just repeating BS he heard to reinforce the same BS he heard. A cycle of morons. It's sick. Thank you.
Can I address?
I don't understand how you can. Can I
If you
respond
want
to
to
the super chat?
insult any of these panelists, give me $10 and I will.
Yeah.
Can I respond to the super chat?
Hold on.
can.
Okay.
We're all responding. We're all just relitigating things that we've heard.
Go ahead.
We don't come out of when we come out of the womb, we don't have these opinions. They're formed by news articles that we read. What a stupid thing to say. Anyway, continue.
Also, I will never
do you think the government violating the Constitution could justify violence?
Yeah, I could justify it. Sure.
Obviously.
Yeah, right. So I think the allegation,
JC, do you agree?
a lot of Doge stuff is that not just that they're firing people, but just that they're doing it unilaterally through the executive.
I don't.
And
we talked about.
you might not believe the allegation. You might not believe that allegation,
nebulous,
but
so I don't know if I.
Well, real quick. Not fun. I understand. I don't believe it. But like the truth of it matters in the same way that like if the election actually was stolen, then January 6th is very different than the election not being stolen. You would agree?
Well, I agree with that. I just think liberals are obviously on much better footing for believing that Trump's actions are really. You think it's more? Hold on, Lactoid. You have to agree that you think it's more likely that Trump is in violation of the Constitution for some of the Doge stuff than it is that the 2020 election was stolen.
So I think it is indisputably true that the 2020 election. In multiple states, it was found that they did shit wrong. Do I think it was like there was some kind of conspiracy or that it was stolen? No, but it has since been the case that they did violate the law when it comes to those.
Non-fraud. Let's just say non-fraud.
And so not come to from fraud, right? But if somebody breaks the rules, like if I'm playing chess and I break the rules, even if I still lose, that's still bad, right? That's still enough to potentially relitigate the whole game.
Well, non-fraud. But hold on, non-fraud. Let's just engage with your point a little further, though. Let's go a little further, right? We've just had all this cancer stuff come out about Biden. We've heard her audio leak now, and clearly the guy was just the corpse keeper, like literally a puppet. That's all he was. And so now we're sitting here going, hey, do we think that any of this shit should have been doing? And they're turning to fucking George Lucas and the puppeteers behind Industrial Light and Magic and got Yoda over here. They're just moving his hands and signing executive orders and, pardons willy-nilly with auto pen. And hey, do I think after being lied to about this for the last 2 years that maybe there could have been a conspiracy they covered up? I don't know, but I do got the fucking questions about what should have been done that's unconstitutional. So when y'all are going, oh, Doge is doing unconstitutional shit, I'm going, well, for the last 2 years we've seen a lot of unconstitutional shit, and now we've been proven right that they were just puppeting this guy. And oh, hey, I didn't see anybody going out crazy violence like they're doing now. Like, how do you say that these are not equivalent, Antoine?
I'll say this for Joe Biden's handlers. They never tweeted out this could allow for any action could allow for the suspension of the Constitution.
Yeah.
They never had any chief staff or anything
yeah, but how do you not see this as equivalent, Antoine?
The deport illegal immigrants.
For one, I mean, I just don't, as much as Biden is an old fucking demented man or whatever with cancer now, I just don't believe that he was so entirely clueless that like the deep state was just auto pen signaturing everything for him. He probably did mostly direct things, but like I'm not convinced to the extent the allegations are true that they're really unconstitutional unless the 25th Amendment was invoked. And I guess like I just don't
I don't know about that.
just have a quick question.
Yeah.
You said you agreed that it would be justified if there was like blatant violations of the Constitution, right?
It could be. Depends what the violations
It could
are.
be, depending. Yes. So, do you think then, in the current situation of events, that the left has more justification than like previously for violations of the Constitution?
The left has more justifications to violate the Constitution, or more
No,
justifications?
for violence. Like they have more justifications for violence that like because of all the violations of the Constitution that Trump is doing right now.
I'll say this: I don't think Trump is violating the Constitution right now.
At all?
I think.
Right now.
I mean, if we can give me an example, we can go through it. I think that if January 6th was successful, I think the left would have a very strong justification for violence.
What? Okay. So exactly. So I think that point right there is why the left's violence right now is overblown, because there is cases of violence that are completely denounced and don't think that we should
give
be
us an example
endorsing
of
it.
Potts, please. Hold on.
Yes.
Potts. Can two questions for you. One, can you give us an example of violence from the left that you do endorse? And two, can you tell us, so maybe we can actually
Keep that TOS though.
Right?
Head post.
Can you keep it TOS, please. Can you please tell us where you think that Trump, in your opinion, is violating the Constitution? And before you answer that, $20 from Alexander Wren to say, how the F did we gloss over a lawyer arguing that making bail and getting a presidential pardon is the same? Also, did the Republican Party has a monopoly on political
all
violence?
You would fail in LSAT. Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. Okay.
Pilot is to plane as driver is to blank, but a car's not a plane. Yeah, okay. Yeah, go ahead, Wick.
You know what? They didn't even have to take logic classes.
Hold on, let me answer these questions. Let me answer these
questions.
College education is sucking.
Shut up. We're giving the mic to Potts because I asked Potts 2 questions. I'm going to give him a chance to answer those questions. Go ahead.
First answer to the question. The first question, there are no examples, at least I can think of in recent memory. I'm only like 24 years old, so I don't have that many memories of any left-wing violence I would endorse. I can't imagine any left-wing violence that I would endorse, at least currently right now.
You did just argue that in your opinion, that left-wing violence is more justified than right-wing violence?
Yeah, I would say that the prompt from the debate is left-wing violence overblown. And I think that there is some, I don't ignore that there are examples of left-wing violence. I don't think there's justification for it, and I would never do it, and I wouldn't endorse it, nor would I encourage it. However, I'm saying that saying that it's out of the blue or crazy when there are plenty of examples, which I'll get to when I answer the next question, of Donald Trump violating the Constitution, then that is a reason they can give as justification if he agrees that justification for violence would be certain violations of the Constitution.
Give us the Constitution violations. Give us a top 3.
Top 3 is going to be the violation of the Article 2's Congress, yes? Article 2's Congress, yeah? No, Article 2's executive, Article 1's Congress, sorry.
Executive branch.
Yes, so Article 1 powers from Doge trying to completely withhold federal funding after it was already appropriated by Congress. The deportations, completely violating trying to justify it with the Electoral Count Act, or not electoral, sorry,
Alien Enemies Act?
Yes, Alien Enemies Act,
okay.
As well as third one.
If you only got 2, that's fine.
Yeah, sorry, I'm blanking because sorry. Yeah,
don't be nervous. It's okay.
Yeah,
you're just in front of hundreds of viewers right now, literally.
Yeah, no,
okay.
I'm a little
no, it's okay.
razzled.
So I will let Lactoid and Gibbs respond to that, and then we'll continue on.
I mean, let's let the lawyer go first.
You want to go?
No,
okay. I mean, I think that under the Impoundment Act, the executive absolutely had the ability to do what it was doing under Doge. There's a reason why, that's not even being talked about anymore. And there's a reason why, you're not seeing the Supreme Court holding the executive in contempt or following through with any kind of limitation on this, because they were actually fairly limited in what they did, and Doge is already winding down anyway. When it comes to the deportations, the Supreme Court just ruled the president does get to use the Enemy Aliens Act in order to do what they're doing. They just have to give more due process, and that was the Supreme Court. They just ruled that. and Trump has said that he's going to follow what the Supreme Court says. So there's no indication that he's actually rejecting.
Because he likes.
Wait. When is he overt? Like when does he disobey the Supreme Court?
We're obviously referring to the 9-0 decision.
The 9-0 decision.
Yeah.
Hold on.
That's
Did
obviously
he
what we're referring to.
He violated the Supreme Court?
If you say that, I swear to God, if you say the word,
let's talk about that case. If you want to talk about this case for a second.
No, I don't know.
No, you don't. You don't want to talk about that case for a second, right?
No, because the conservative argument.
You know the difference between facilitate and effectuate.
Wasting a bunch of time on that. Again, I don't feel.
I know. You want to bring it up, but now you don't want to waste time on it. I understand. You want to bring it up. You want to bring it up, but you don't want to spend any time on it, right? Because of course, that's a clear example. Yeah, because the Supreme Court, like coming out with a decision, is the same thing as the executive. What, disobeying a court decision? Is there what evidence do you have that the executive has disobeyed the Supreme Court?
Because I definitely misunderstood the prompt for this panel. If the prompt truly is the right overblowing left-wing violence, the right shouldn't even have a right to comment on it when they dance circles around taking accountability for the violence on January 6th by spamming be peaceful over and over again.
Well, hold on, JC.
This is a dodge because Wick asked the specific question, and right now we're talking specifically about violations of the Constitution because there was a question as to what could potentially justify violence. The examples that were brought up, I am trying to explore them, and you guys
January
said
6th, if it was successful,
you guys said
no, one of them.
No, we spent a tremendous amount of time on January 6th. The two examples that were brought up were Doge and the deportations. Specifically with the deportations, you guys said that Trump disobeyed the Supreme Court. That the Supreme Court found 9-0 that Trump disobeyed them. And I want to know in what way did he disobey them?
He's not 9-0. They disobeyed him.
He didn't disobey them.
Well, what's crazy is all the.
You said that he disobeyed the Supreme Court.
Hold on. Okay, you gotta let them respond. So, Lactoid asked a specific question. Staxiums, and then non-fon, and then pots. I'll let.
Wait. Can you repeat my question for them? Maybe then they can't lose a lot of it.
Repeat your question because I don't want to mess it up. Go ahead.
Okay. Very specifically, you guys said that Trump disobeyed the Supreme Court because I said he's going to listen to the Supreme Court.
At what point did he disobey the Supreme Court?
Yes, and I said at what time, and you guys said the 9-0. In that decision, where did he disobey the Supreme Court?
Okay, let me be clear for the panel. Okay, I am not saying in the 9-0 Supreme Court case that they determined that Trump disobeyed them. No, instead, in the 9-0 support case,
keep going.
In the 9-0 SCOTUS case, they said that Trump basically needed to use his executive ability to bring back Garcia. However, Trump made explicitly clear that he wasn't going to abide by that decision.
Hold on. You're fundamentally misunderstanding this case. They said he had to facilitate, not effectuate. And this is important because the distinction is critically important here.
I apologize.
They returned.
Yes.
Hold on. No.
This is the problem when you bring up shit that I'm sorry, you just don't know as much. You can't point to it. Go ahead.
It's not that we don't know as much. It's that you have disingenuous bullshit ass arguments.
Not disingenuous. It's critically important, and I'll explain why. But
the way the 9-0 Supreme Court decision worked is that the original decision, not the Supreme Court's decision, back in I believe it was a federal district court, said that they had to facilitate and effectuate the return. It went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, okay, we're going to use facilitate, but this word effectuate, this needs to be further defined by the lower courts. They sent it back. The lower court said, okay, we're going to cut that off because
they removed effectuate.
Yes, because they were like, if they agree with us on facilitate, we're just going to go full ham on that. Then they send it back. Now Donald Trump is not facilitating at all. They're doing nothing.
No. He is facilitating. They made a plane available in the event that El Salvador chooses to release Garcia.
What? Okay, how is it not?
I'm sorry. Why aren't we telling you to bring him back?
I'll explain. So there's a lot of Supreme Court precedent on this. Okay. The courts cannot dictate that the president negotiates a certain way with foreign leaders. In the same way,
No, I understand. Why are we prioritizing Andrew Tate?
Hold on.
Over someone the White House fucked up on and shouldn't have deported.
Before we move on to Andrew Tate for a second. Specifically with Garcia.
Answer that question.
I'm in the middle of answering Garcia, and you're bringing up Andrew Tate.
You're like a professional tap dancer.
What a dodge!
Wait, how are you
bringing up Andrew Tate tap dancing? I'm trying to
as a direct comparison. You're going to say
there's somebody else. There's somebody else here who wants an explanation as to Garcia. There's somebody here.
No issue whatsoever negotiating with the leaders of Romania, getting Andrew Tate over here.
Yeah. The president can do that
over there illegally.
The president has the ability to negotiate with foreign leaders. The court does not have the authority to order the president to negotiate with foreign leaders. In the same way, the courts cannot order the president to invade a different country. Let me ask you this: if the only way to get Garcia, if
power to put people on trains, okay, he just might not know where they're going.
The court does not. This is settled law. Like there's so many Supreme Court cases about this. The Supreme Court cannot order the president to go and negotiate someone's release with a foreign head of state. You don't get to tell the president to negotiate with a foreign head of state. That's why they asked for a clarification of effectuate, and that's why the lower court removed effectuate, because you can't order the president to go negotiate with a foreign head of state. And the only way to get Garcia out is going to be either negotiate with a foreign head of state or invade El Salvador, and neither of which the court has the ability.
Have they even asked? Has Donald Trump even actually asked them, or have they only stated? Have they only stated? Well, he won't. They've only ever stated, no, we won't. They just won't let us take him. Well, they haven't. Where is the evidence of Donald Trump actually making a request?
Making a request to a foreign head of state is negotiation. The court cannot order him to do that.
Do you agree?
Why they removed effectuate?
Nebulous when it's convenient to MAGA, right?
This is a legal definition.
Hold on. Do we? So a lot of this.
Hold on. I do want to, on this case specifically, on facilitate versus effectuate, I'm going to refer to the courts, the appellate courts. It hasn't gone to the Supreme Court yet, but this is what they say on that decision. They say the Supreme Court's decision does not, however, allow the government to do essentially nothing. It requires the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. And then they say Abrego Garcia supra slip op-ed 2. Facilitate is an active verb. It requires that steps be taken, as the Supreme Court has made perfectly clear. The government should be prepared to share what it can concerning and it cites a case where it says the government should be prepared to share what it can concerning the steps it has taken and the prospect of further steps. The plain and active meaning of the word cannot be diluted by its constriction, as the government would have it, to a narrow term of art. We are not bound in this context by a definition crafted by an administrative agency and contained in a mere policy directive. Thus, the government's argument that all must do is remove any domestic barriers to Abrego Garcia's return is not well taken in light of the Supreme Court's command that the government facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador. That is what the courts say. How do you respond to that? Is Trump doing that today?
Trump is doing what he can do, given that the only two things that would get Garcia out would be a direct negotiation with El Salvador or invading the country of El Salvador. Neither of which, even if that would be actively facilitating, which in this case, facilitate means to make easier, not actually to effectuate, so it wouldn't be. But if the only two ways to get Garcia out involve ways that the court cannot order the executive to do, then they can talk about how the president needs to explain what he's doing. And he can talk about all the piddling shit about how he's making a plane available, about how if they let him out, we'll go get him, or something along those lines. But the only two things that would actually get Garcia out, they cannot order him to do. So this is just I
find it funny though that this is the argument that we're using right here, where it's we're going to go talk about this case where it's questionable constitutionality. I could point to something that was unconstitutional that was occurring all during the Biden administration, and we didn't have any sort of revolution. We didn't have any car bombings. How about the enforcement of the fucking border? That wasn't enforced at all. There's a constitutional duty to the government to enforce the border.
With an enforcement policy
you're wrong. You're wrong. Hold on. Cool. There's also check this out. Listen, you can keep babbling on. No. I mean, you're okay. Let's do it. Let's do it, JC. I want you to go through with me and tell me at what point in the joint resolution of 1843 or 1844, when Texas joined the Union, after we fought 2 wars with Mexico, and they agreed upon security enforcement along the Rio Grande. Can you tell me at what point that was being upheld by the Biden administration? And when you can't do that, why don't you pop my dick in your mouth and stop talking and let the men keep talking about this conversation? Because you're just wrong. You're just wrong. You're just wrong. You're just wrong. You're just wrong here. You're wrong here. You have no knowledge. You have no knowledge of this. I'm done. Yeah, you interrupted me.
This isn't your show, Gibbs.
Cool, I understand that, but you interrupted me, so you're gonna get insulted for being stupid when you say something stupid. It's historically, it's in the Constitution. We have treaties with states joining. How can you argue that? Oh, they were enforcing the border properly? Go ahead. Let's see.
Super easily. Was CBP disbanded under Biden?
Do you know what CBP stands for?
Customs and Border Patrol, does it not?
I'm asking him. God, you let him off the hook.
No,
you think
what does that do with
I?
anything?
Yeah, what does that have to do with it? And do you not think that I know what ZB? It's just so stupid of a
Gibbs,
question.
yes or no? Yes or no? You're all ass mad. You're calling me an idiot. I asked you a very simple question. You're so smart on this topic. You've read so much more than me. Clearly, I mean, if you're calling me a dumbass,
I mean, yeah, it is. It's a very.
Was Customs and Border Patrol.
I'll answer it. Yeah, I will answer that. Let me answer that. It doesn't matter. If they were or not, if they don't enforce the laws of the land. So whenever they're taking immigrants in,
So they didn't detain immigrants? Is that what you're saying?
Well, they just released them free willy-nilly. We know that. Just like Garcia here, who was supposed to have already... Hold on. Garcia had been fulfilled his due process in this case. He was one of the ones released after they'd already told him he had to go. And then guess what? Since he wasn't kicked out.
Was that?
Yeah, it was Biden. Guess who they did? They deported him when they were supposed to?
Hold on, no. His trial was in 2019. Who was president then?
Was it Wick?
Yes, Garcia's initial trial was in
2019.
So, okay, hold on. His trial was in 2019. Okay, yeah, this is. You think this is a duck? Hold on. And they had 90 days to remove him. And in that 90 days, who became president?
I just let you keep talking.
At 2019, not
no. In 2020,
what the fuck are you talking about?
Who was president? 2020.
The entire year of 2020, it was Donald Trump who was president.
So whenever the 90 days was up, when the 90 days was up, and they chose not to take him, who was president?
Yes.
Who was president in 2020?
Donald J.
Biden.
If you're the one that doesn't know, you shouldn't be asking people. That's not how that works. You're the one who doesn't know.
The election happened in November of 2020, and then he doesn't become president until 2021.
Sure.
Huh?
Sure. Why would you have to dismantle an entire government agency in order to... what Gibbs is saying is that he wasn't enforcing the law in such a way, and this is like leading to...
Hold on, that's not clearly an unambiguously constitutional.
It's unambiguously constitutional. It's clearly unambiguously.
Texan who thinks you still get to be sovereign despite being
delusional. Hey, that's a good one. Good one.
Pardoning is also not unconstitutional.
Yeah, I mean, what's also crazy?
The argument would be
hold on. Do you realize you have to uphold? Hold on, JC. Do you realize you have to uphold? Do you have to realize you have to uphold a treaty or resolution? Do you agree with that?
We'll get to that.
Hold on. I'm not answering any question.
Because you can't answer that.
Doesn't matter.
$20 from Alexander Wren. And then I have a statement, and then we'll just go back to it. $20 from Alexander Wren to say, my point about who has a monopoly on government violence is that the party in power doesn't need to use social violence to protest or fight against political violence under Trump. Of course, reps don't need to be socially violent. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate that. Since you thought Biden was president in 2020, I wonder how much you hate Biden for that Trump actually did.
True.
Yeah, good one. Listen, just because
I'll
find the quote what I'm talking about here. Don't worry.
Who do you think was president during the lockdowns?
Who do I think was president during the lockdowns? Who was president?
President during a lot of them.
Biden was president during lockdown. Trump started it.
Both Trump and Biden, right? And Biden extended
it was both. Was it correct? Is that correct? It was a both. It started under Trump and ended under Biden.
Wasn't the lockdowns. Biden was going for vaccine mandates. What Trump did.
There was vaccine mandates and lockdowns under both, or not vaccine mandates under Trump, but there was vaccine mandates and lockdowns under Biden.
Yeah, absolutely. There's both.
The lockdowns extended into Biden's presidency.
Yeah, they both had both, and then some states started fighting back.
The federal lockdown.
Yeah,
shit started opening up. Shit started opening up.
One at all?
Not everything opened up all at once. Like shit was continued. There was. I mean, Biden had extended a lot of the aid and extended a lot of the lockdowns, and the Democrats did going into his presidency.
Even occurred? Am I stupid? I don't think a federal lockdown.
The U.S. shutdown for COVID was in March 15th of 2020.
No. But what is a shutdown like from the federal government? Like, are you saying the federal government ordered local businesses to shut down, or that like DC started disbanding, or like I don't understand exactly what you mean by a federal lockdown? Because
there was local like closings of small business.
I lived in Utah. Like, basically, nothing happened here.
Okay, so there was like local lockdowns for sure, but of course the federal government was involved in like certain restrictions, lockdowns of certain like federal industries. Federal workers. Sure. There's all sorts of things that the federal government was involved in.
I see. For federal workers, I understand.
Right. Hold on. I'm so curious.
I just don't know what the claim was.
Just give it.
What was the thing you were trying to say in the 1843 agreement between Texas and the U.S.?
Joint resolution. It's a joint resolution.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Crips.
Yeah, well, I mean, part of the agreement, all right, was when
Even
Texas came in, we
Black
sold,
Card won't
we
give to that
sold
part.
land, we sold land because Texas had fought 2 wars with Mexico, one of them over the boundary between the Oasis and the Rio Grande, right? And that became the southern border, right? And when we came in, we are guaranteed part of it was our safety and security, right? Yes, there was a whole big giant thing, and then the southern states wanted their agreement because they wanted another slave state, and the northern states wanted their own agreement. They had all these different compromises, and we sold land to pay off the debt, and they bought these, and it became different undisputed territories. This all striking a bell? Do you remember our U.S. history? Yes, guys? No? Yeah.
Well, that part I'm familiar with. Sure.
Okay, cool. And part of that was guess what, shape of Texas. And then one of the reasons we fought what war? The Mexican-American War, was because what? With that Zachary Taylor and all them, they were with sit down. Why were they sit down there? Do we know why that war started? Was it because
I'm gonna pull you, Gibbs? It doesn't matter.
It does
None
matter.
Of this
Well,
matters.
it does matter because
No, it
what the
doesn't
reason why the war was started was because they
even
were
matter.
violating the Rio Grande as the border, and guess what? We went and fought a whole fucking war with Mexico over it. Now we're having round 2, and y'all are like, it's not constitutional. It's totally constitutional.
Well,
not going to
hold
defend the
on,
Rio
hold on.
Grande
So even
as
if
our border
this
now.
matter-
Let's let
agreement you
Nonfon
mentioned-
respond to that because I'm not.
Yeah, even
I'm just going to confess to you all. I don't know anything about the War of 1843. I just don't. So go ahead. Nonfon.
Well, it's not a war.
Yeah,
then.
right.
It
So,
was
like,
wars
even if
after
this,
that.
whatever agreement between Texas and the U.S. is still legally binding or whatever, which I kind of doubt. Notice how you're talking about war. You're talking about the border, securing, the border as in stopping Mexican troops from coming over to Rio Grande, and not.
Do you also know
a
Pancho
violation of
Villa?
immigration
Pancho Villa
law,
wasn't
like-
Mexican troops. He was just a raider. And another problem was why we had to send Texas Rangers in there and assist the Mexican government with taking them was because guess what? They were violating the Rio Grande as the border again, and they were violating the New Mexico territories. Same thing. They were crossing with impunity, and we had to enforce the U.S. border. And that's bandits. This is about as old as get. Do you think that? Hold on. Do you think Pancho Villa is equivalent to a cartel today? I mean, no. I mean, hold on. Do you think Pancho Villa is not equivalent to a cartel today? He's an organized crime group, basically, right? I would say that's similar to a cartel. And if we're sending people in and representatives of U.S. law enforcement and military to go and stop them because they're violating the border, well, that would indicate we have a historical legal precedent that we should be fucking enforcing the border, which Biden was choosing not to do.
I'm not sure he's similar to a cartel. I don't know. I'd have to read more.
Can we pull this back a little bit? Because the main claim that Gibbs was saying is that Trump isn't being unambiguously unconstitutional. Biden was with his lack of enforcement of the border. That is not unambiguously unconstitutional.
Oh, wow. It's a spectrum.
That
again,
is not.
huh?
That is not.
I define it as it was unambiguous. So
that is not. That is not like legal scholars don't have a consensus on this. Okay, that's your opinion. That's fine. Okay, I mean it's stupid, but that's fine.
I mean, I don't think it's nebulous at all. We were saying this earlier. If it's how we define things, well, if we're doing that, then I'm defining it as unambiguously unconstitutional. I mean, by everything we know here. So, do you see how the problem is earlier with the whole it's a spectrum argument works now?
Yeah, the problem
Not even
is
a little
then
bit.
you guys started to do that, and we made fun of you for doing that. That's the problem with what you're doing now. You're acting all indignant. You were doing the same thing not that long ago.
No, JC. We have been very consistent the whole time. We have standards, and they don't meet these
my
standards.
bad. I'm sorry. I must have been in a different room this whole time.
I think
Can
you have
I
been.
ask? Do you think if the president does something that the Supreme Court stops him from doing because it was deemed to be against the law or unconstitutional, would you consider that to be an unconstitutional act by the president if he heeds the Supreme Court?
Not necessarily.
Are we talking about student loan forgiveness? Is that what we're
We're talking about a whole bunch of things that we can go into if they were bad enough to say yes, but they said no, so we'll leave that alone.
Lactoid, do you think that President Biden unambiguously unconstitutionally did not uphold border policy?
No, the president, the executive has tremendous amounts of discretion when it comes to the border. Sorry.
Perfect. Thank you. All right.
Okay. $5 from Audacity, then we'll get back into it. Hey, we have to correct the record here on something I feel requires rectification. Stax' sweater is very nice, and it looks good on him.
Thank you.
For the $5. Again,
That's
$10
so sweet.
to insult, $5 to compliment.
It's so nice.
Okay.
Very warm.
I do want to kind of really, or try to at least, reground this discussion for the last quarter of it. In what ways do you think that the left-wing rhetoric... I'll just ask it this way. Does the mainstream left-wing rhetoric condone, celebrate, or even permit violent acts? Why or why not?
Could I say, look, I'm going to make a concession that I hope everyone on my side will agree with. The online left is fucking insane, okay? And the way that they condoned Luigi and the killing of Brian Thompson, I think his name was fucking bonkers, okay?
Luigi was not just the online left.
What do you
Well,
mean?
yeah. So I would
Luigi
agree with
was
that, but
not-
again,
what
I
do you
do
mean?
also
Yeah,
think
I mean what I said.
I do
No,
think
no,
a
I
lot
don't
of it
understand. Are you-
is
There's people dressed like Luigi at like protests. Like there's people
There's
out
yeah.
who are
No, okay, fine.
no, I
But like
agree, but I will say, I
systemically,
think
systemically, I don't think that there's a single Democratic official who has cheered on what Luigi did. I think that
Sure.
it's fully the citizens. Okay, now
Sure, I
whatever.
understand that,
That's
yeah.
not bad. Yeah.
Well, no,
Sure.
I agree. I just also think, like I said, I think I said this in my opening. Even I think I think the bigger issue is just anti-establishment people, like insane people on the right who are anti-establishment, also
Now,
support Luigi.
Here's
Like,
the thing. When you have a catch-all party, you're going to have anti-institutionalists in it. You're going to have insane anarchists. And I hope that the best thing that we can do is that all the people with institutional power immediately reject those people. Now, have they done enough? I wouldn't think so. Okay, I think that they should really decry them a lot. However, they have clearly decried them at least somewhat, and I have seen absolutely no one endorse their actions. I do not see the same thing on the Republican side, and that is what I think is the biggest issue.
What do you?
Okay, I'd like
Stacks,
to
just for the sake of conversation, Stacks, can you show me a time where the right
An
or a
MSNBC
politician on the right has
panel had a
condoned
bizarre
violent actions
meltdown
on the right?
of a South African
the
asylum
right.
January
I'm
7th.
going.
Trump pardoning the January.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
January
So
6th.
I'm just gonna keep quoting.
It's the one.
I'm gonna keep
It's the
saying,
one.
That's the
Like,
only
other
thing
than-
I need.
we have
we've
one, you
all
have
gone over the
0.
January 6th
I
stuff,
mean,
and I'm
hold
not
on.
going to take away from
Fine.
that. But other than that, is there any other example?
Let other people. I don't know if I can think of anything off the top of my head.
I would have to look it up.
I'm
but
thinking of
I
of
feel-
January 6th every time.
No, but I feel like there were some like sort of tacit endorsements of the Club Q shooting, but I don't know if those were from
Ooh.
lawmakers. If it was just from, like,
Wait.
that
What about Paul Pelosi?
Yes, I was
Oh,
gonna.
What about all the
that
mainstream
is
news
true.
networks that were going crazy and like making gay jokes about a
Donald J.
Congresswoman
Trump
husband
Jr.
who had his head almost bashed in. Yeah, Trump even. Yeah.
Donald J. Trump Jr. His son tweeted all of these. He said new Halloween new Halloween costume, and it was underwear and a hammer. Do you think that's fucking? And Donald J. Trump Jr. now has the audacity to look at us to be so critical of Comey tweeting that like 8647 tweet, like or Instagram post, like I the hypocrisy is overwhelming.
Does anyone in here think that the 8647 thing was an actual call to violence?
No.
Not even a little bit.
Not
Okay,
unless
just wanted to
the
make sure.
Republicans are going to concede that the 8646 was as well, which they won't, obviously.
Now, I do think that maybe I think Comey stumbled on it, and maybe the first one, the person who originally posted it or the put it down, might have meant it in like, let's kill this guy. But Comey immediately took it down and went, oh, hold on. If this is violent, I don't endorse it. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. That's bad. He took it down immediately as soon as criticism happened.
Yeah, but I think that what we're missing is, so y'all brought up the online left. Let's talk about not the online left for a second, right? We had all right. So I'm going to go back all the way to 2017, and then we're going to come back to modern times, right? And do you remember when Trump ran the first time and Kathy Griffin held up a severed head of Trump?
Yeah,
like that was a big deal, right? It was kind of crazy.
Not a Democratic official.
No, it wasn't
Not
a
even.
big
Hold on.
deal.
Also, do you remember the response?
Hold on. At the time, the response was pretty negative. Now, the only reason I'm bringing it up is because I'm saying that the topic we're having now is whether it's an issue now, right? And I'm saying I feel like we can point to this time period as the initial start. It was shocking at the time, and now that would not even probably be front page news. It might be for like a few hours and something else will happen, right? Now, hold on. Now let's move to today. Just yesterday, I watched an MSNBC host sit here, our news anchor, one of the people on their little pot group show, go on a crazy rant about South African Afrikaners and how they should be purged or sent back to the Netherlands and all sorts of crazy stuff. And then I go on Twitter and I see about 3 more people on MSNBC and CNN and other major news organizations say this. Now, I know they're not Democratic Party officials, but I will say they are big talking people in the non-online left, so they're on the left. Then I go and see, Maxine Waters. We go from a few years ago with the BLM riots where she's calling for violence. Then we see this guy just this week say from the Democratic Party, I think he's a city congressman, can't think of his name, but he said Republicans should have no peace, right? Like that we should protest and disturb them in their face.
None of these people are the president.
All these are
AOC statements on the killing of Brian Thompson.
AOC statements. Hold on, but then now we even have a mayor being charged with assault, and there's videos of him and other sitting Congress people attacking guards at an ICE facility. We have the videos. It's clear they're aggressively attacking people and trying to incite a riot at this ICE facility. These are sitting Democratic officials, along with prominent left-leaning speakers in the not online space, now acting out and advocating for violence. Now, TikTok posted that crazy stat, is they were saying that people calling for assassination is actually trending up on their platform. These are all indicators this is an accepted overall movement. When y'all point to Republicans, we point to January 6th, 77% don't approve of this. This is not a widespread thing. When a shooting happens as a Republican, like at a school, we all condemn it. We say it's bad. We're not advocating for this. Y'all are advocating for all these things. Yeah, go ahead.
$5 from Ben Riley says, Lactoid, if you really are a libertarian, then Trump shouldn't be your guy if you're ideologically consistent. Hashtag just saying.
My fucking God.
Staxium's, go ahead.
Ben, we've talked about this a couple times. We can talk about it again if you want. Go ahead.
Okay, the thing about the MSNBC host saying that Afrikaners should be deported back to the Netherlands or deported to the Netherlands.
She didn't even know the right country. Right? She said the wrong country first. She said like Germany is what she said because she doesn't even know. She was just being openly racist.
Cool, gotcha. So you think that refugees that come into this country should not be deported, and advocating such is a form of violence, correct?
No, that's not what I said. I also said that she also called for violence against them and actively called for violence against them if they came here.
Well, wait, what's wrong with what she said then? What's wrong with what she said? Who cares?
Well, she said something racist, naming the wrong country, and then she followed up with, we should actively attack these people. Is that not like leftist inviting?
Wait, what? When did that come into the conversation? Because you didn't say that.
I did say that in the initial, when I mentioned it.
These people?
Yeah, they said they don't want them here. They want violence. They said they should have violence. Several of them.
Wait, hold on.
That are constantly changing the rules, so you're never.
What's crazy is you don't listen and then you say it's changed the rule. I said that when I brought it up.
You said an MSNBC host. I want to be clear. You said an MSNBC host said we should actively attack South African refugees. And
several prominent other people. Yeah.
Quote?
Yeah, I'll find it for you.
Okay, I would love if anyone could find this, because I'll be honest. I'm willing to look like a fucking idiot here. I think there is a 0% chance that occurred. 0%.
Right, I'll find it for you in a moment. Here, give me a second.
Okay, I'm excited. Just I believe that an MSNBC host said, we don't want him here, or referred to the wrong country, which, if that's your fucking metric, bro, I would love to point to your president for 2 seconds. We all know
how unprincipled MAGA is. Why, again, they shouldn't be commenting on how the left conducts itself, because they can't even hold themselves to the standards that they demand we live by when it comes to being racist. Holy shit, have you met the president? I'm not even one of the guys that tries to do that. I don't care. But if we're going to start evaluating by those metrics, dear fucking Lord, that is not a contest that conservatives, MAGA, or Trump is going to win.
The president is least racist. No, the president is less racist than the last president. Definitely.
Than the last president?
Yeah, than Biden. Did Trump make?
That may be true, but Biden did not try to do an insurrection.
Hold on. Did Trump make a requirement for a Supreme Court pick to be a certain race?
Did Trump spend thousands of his personal money to run continuous ads to call for the conviction of the Central Park Five after their exoneration?
Did Joe Biden?
That's not overt racism in the same way.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Hold on.
Joe Biden. Hold on. Yeah, I got it. Somebody else made a point that I got to respond to, and then you can comment. I think it is the most explicit form of racism when you say the only way that I'm going to select you for the Supreme Court is if you're a black woman. And I think it is also racist to say that the only way that you get to be my vice president is if you're a woman, preferably black. Those are racist statements.
And I agree with you, Lactoid. Because a judge's ethnicity has no markings on whether or not they can do their job. Correct?
Yeah.
Which is why Donald Trump.
If they're part of an organization, but if they're part of La Raza, maybe it could. I don't know. Tell me.
What the fuck is La Raza?
Oh, that's the
organization
next gang
the
we should
organization that the
investigate,
judge was
terrorist
part of,
organization.
that he said that, look, this person was a member of La Raza, which was like a Mexican interest organization. This was the argument for why he was biased. He was literally part of an organization
No,
that
that's
was
not the
furthering
argument.
Mexican interests.
No, that's
That
the
was the argument. La
justification
Raza
that
was the
invented
organization that he
post-hoc.
was
That is
part
the
of.
justification that was invented post hoc to make the
Is
Trump.
that what Donald
That's
Trump
great.
said?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
He didn't
La
like that the
Raza.
judge was criticizing him, or the judge's
He
daughter
was,
was
he was,
criticizing
he was,
him.
he was
That's
part of a pro-Mexican organization. This is
Could I-
opposite. This is
If you
opposite
believe
from,
that,
this is
Lacko, you are
opposite from Joe
stupider
Biden.
than I gave you credit
This is
for. Genuinely.
this is opposite from Joe Biden. Okay, specifically
Holy shit.
without any reference to any kind of like membership of organizations, without membership of the NAACP or whatever the fuck. Just simply saying, like, if you want to be part of this Supreme Court, you must be a black woman. This is the epitome of racism.
Okay,
Yeah.
would you
And by the way,
agree
affirmative
to-
action
Non-fun,
also
let's give it to
racist.
non-fun.
More
Let's give it to
racism from the lefties, by the way. Affirmative action.
Give it to
Go ahead,
non-fun.
Nafon.
Yeah, just on the affirmative action thing, like, would you agree? Let's say hypothetically, if there were the type of like systemic racism that the left talks about or whatever, do you still think it would be racist to do affirmative
Yeah.
action in that society?
Of course.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Like you're saying that
could be
we're
racist,
going to
non-fun.
discriminate against an applicant for being white because there's systemic racism that's beyond their control? That's ridiculous.
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily. I don't think it's discrimination in the sense that we usually talk about discrimination, but but I think like attempting to give opportunity to people who you don't believe have had the opportunity historically or whatever. I don't think that's anywhere close to the level of racism of the racism that's alleged to Donald Trump, at least. Like,
Look, this judge is of Mexican heritage. I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall. I'm going to do very well with the Hispanics, the Mexicans, so no Mexican judge could ever be involved in a case that involves you. I think he should recuse himself, says Trump.
Yeah, this was also, he mentioned La Raza, and he specifically made the connection between his Mexican heritage and La Raza. Look him up.
La Raza.
Oh, the one article you're looking at, you think that he referenced La Raza?
This is a quote. Well, hold on. I've got the fucking transcript here.
The full thing.
Yes.
The whole conversation. He doesn't mention La Raza once.
I don't see. I would love for you to show me, but I don't see it. La Raza.
Okay, I have no idea. Because I don't remember every single word that Trump has ever said in those speeches. I do want to ask Potts, right?
Yes.
Get you back.
La Raza.
Oh, you just Googled it wrong. Good job. Fair enough.
It's not here. It's not here. He didn't say La Raza.
Okay, Potts. Question for you.
Yes.
Do you think that Trump what's being alleged here, that Biden was more racist than Trump? What are your thoughts on that? I want to give you a chance to kind of address these things and get you back in the conversation, because you have been quiet and been a good boy for a little bit. So
okay. Yeah. So I think that
content. I thought I was a good boy for content.
You're all good boys. Everyone gets a treat. Okay, go ahead.
So I think that the allegations of Biden being racist are just like ridiculous. I don't think that. I think any statement that is attributed to him being racist is either him like a mental gaffe or just like genuinely being, misquoted. Otherwise, the allegations of Donald Trump, though, are much more concrete. He has, like he brought up the case, I forget the name of it, the 5 in the Central Park
5.
Yeah, Central Park 5. The statements and that whole case is just ridiculous, denying the housing applications, his statements about all of the immigrants, the Muslim ban, just basically every action that he takes when it involves minorities or races or anything of that nature comes with an undertone of like, that just seems a little ridiculous. Even the dismissal of the JAGs, when he did that, it was the statement he gave. The reason for why he did that was to combat diversity in the military. But everyone that he fired were extremely well respected. They had great careers. They had lots of time in the service, and then they replaced them with people who just like had bachelor's degrees in political science that have never served in the military. That's a DEI. Like that is the peak of just inserting people who are unqualified into positions they don't belong. So yeah, I just think the whole comparison is ridiculous.
Okay. I'm shocked.
Wait, can I respond to something?
I'll let you respond real quick. But I am shocked no one mentioned the biggest thing in my mind, which was the Obama birth certificate thing. Obama was
True.
Yeah, the birther.
blah blah blah. But
That's
go
not
ahead,
racist because his
Lifeguard.
name's
wait.
Hussein.
Not
Never
nearly
mind.
as racist again as like saying that you must be a particular race to have a job in my administration. Fucking crazy.
Yeah,
Second of all,
Just like, wait,
I have the
that's
here
not
you go.
how-
Before you guys knee jerk to that,
Democrats are
before you guys knee
undemocratic
jerk to
for
that,
just
oh,
putting
no.
Kamala forward, but the Republicans are democratic
it's a little
for
bit racist.
electing an insurrectionist.
Hold on,
So-
I have
so
a-
you're
I have a-
saying
I have
At
a
least
pushback on
Trump
that. Hold
won
on,
a primary.
hold on.
Okay, actually won like an actual
Wow.
race.
Kamala won
okay,
a
first of all.
primary too.
I just wanna-
Suck shit.
Hold on,
Kamala
hold
won a
on.
primary
didn't
too.
win a
Give Lactoid
primary.
a chance.
Kamala
In
didn't win a
2020.
primary.
Lactoid a chance. We are winding
She
down.
didn't
We're gonna
win
give
that.
Lactoid a chance. Go ahead, Lactoid.
She was the
She
running
didn't win
mate.
it.
She was the running mate.
As the VP, not the P.
Correct.
There's a difference between the two.
Why do you think we elect
I
VPs?
wanna-
It's
I
for
wanna-
when
I
the
gotta fact
fucking
check you.
P goes away.
I'm gonna fact
Come
check you, okay?
on.
Because
Come
you said something that I
on.
knew
Hold
was
on.
incorrect. But then I found the transcript, okay, and I see where you're wrong, okay? Let me
Okay.
see here. So Tapper. So no Mexican judge could be involved in a case that involves you, Trump. Quote, well, he's a member of a society where, very pro-Mexico, and that's fine. That's all fine. But specifically referencing La Raza. He's specifically referencing the society.
Okay.
Exactly.
I just want to push back on the wanting a specific race to be in like a political position.
It's racist.
The whole point of politics is about representation. It's about representing your your population. It's about getting representing your constituents. And I think that like after you have a pool of qualified candidates, after you already have made the determination that they're qualified, to say, oh, I think I should probably bring in a minority because I'm an old white guy. I probably shouldn't be I shouldn't pick another just, normal white guy. I should pick someone who's qualified, but also of a different race so they can represent a broader view of society and a bigger portion of people that I can't reach, that I don't actually represent.
Sure. Let me ask you this. If you're in a primarily white area, let's say like 98 or 99% white, and then you start talking to people and they're like, we're not going to vote for that guy. He's black. And he doesn't represent us. Like, a white person would represent us. Do you think that'd be like a little bit of a racist sentiment?
I think that it would really depend on the person. It would depend on the context. I think.
It's a spectrum.
Okay.
What context could make that not racist?
It's a spectrum.
No, that's just flat out racist. This is flat out racist. If somebody said, I'm not going to vote for Obama because he's black, that's racist. Flat out. Even though most of America is white. Even though most of America is white. That doesn't mean that you can just...
So I think the difference is they're withholding the position. They're withholding the position from him because of his race. They're saying his race is what disqualifies him for me. Yes.
And there's
for
lots
me
of people
individually.
there's lots of people who could be on the Supreme Court that weren't black women.
If you only date women, are you misogynist or misandrist? Are you a misandrist?
I mean, I'm a misogynist and I only date women. So
Sure, fair enough.
I hate everyone.
Nice.
Just saying.
Super 2016 Reddit call.
We are kind of winding down, right? It's been, look, I've been at this for
Ain't
3
broke.
hours, and I'm an old man, an old white man, if that matters. It doesn't.
It does.
White presenter.
It does to these people.
Get them.
I want to thank you all for. Oh my, this has been a tough one to moderate, but I appreciate you all coming by. I appreciate you all coming down. We're going to give each of these lovely individuals closing thoughts, closing statements on the matter at hand. I do want to remind people that if you enjoy this content, if you like what I do here, if you've had fun watching this, hit that like button. If you're watching this on YouTube, if you hit that subscribe button so you can see more. We got some great content coming up tomorrow. We're going to be talking about all sorts of news of the day stuff, call-ins. It's going to be fun. I'll let other people debate me if they want, like the guy who did earlier today. We are going on Wednesday. We have a very special show. We're going to have Enemy Charlie and Tolly Bots, women, and they're going to be fighting for our amusement. We're going to put them up against Team Fatty and another gentleman who say that women don't really deserve rights. And so these women are going to fight for their rights, literally. Let's see if they are able to succeed. So tune in Wednesday for that. It should be fun. And tune in tomorrow for some call-ins, some chill vibes. With that said, I'm going to give it first to JC, and we're going to end with non-fun. So JC, close us out.
Well, this was a very frustrating panel, but it was also very telling. I think the fact that we kept circling back around to right-wing and specifically MAGA examples of violence was pretty telling with regards to the prompt. Obviously, even if left-wing violence was more on the rise than the minuscule amount that it is clearly not even close to the problem that we face institutionally downstream from the office of the president, so long as he enjoys criminal immunity and is allowed to break the law flagrantly in front of the country's face, like accepting $400 million bribes, like refusing to obey directives from the Supreme Court, regardless of how some individuals on this panel may have thought the president was obligated to do. I think that the idea that, at the end of the day, the idea that like Republican conservatives were on here at all to criticize us is kind of hilarious, and I hope that I get to have the conversation about like in-party critique with some left-wingers who are actually concerned with addressing violent rhetoric instead of maggots who have no interest in doing so.
Where can people find you?
Oh, sorry. So I'm on YouTube, Kick, Twitch, and TikTok now. And then I'm also on Twitter, all under some variation of the Big JC. And I'm also in your server too.
Okay. Check them out, gang. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate
Thank you, Ick.
Staxiums.
Hi. I feel accomplished during this debate as JC began the debate thinking he was rather a centrist and then realized exactly who he was dealing with and came pretty promptly to our side. I don't know if you've seen that clip. I actually don't even know where it's from, where they're debating Kobe versus LeBron. And they're just like, what about the rings? And he's like, that's the only he goes, that's the only argument you have. And the other guy responds, that's the only argument I need, buddy. And that's how I feel about January 6th. Genuinely, you cannot speak a single word until you decry everything that happened that day. And I don't want to hear a single word from you guys about violence until that occurs.
Where can people find you?
Sorry. Yeah, I post on Twitter and YouTube, and I make videos on TikTok, etc. Staxiums everywhere. Thank you so much for having me, Wick. It's
Check them
always a
out.
pleasure.
I got links to all these people's stuff in my YouTube description. Check them out. Click them. We'll reward them for rewarding me with their time. I appreciate every single one of them. Go ahead, Potts.
Yeah, I think that the big thing was that I think the big thing that kind of just shows the whole debate is that the violence on the right is constantly dismissive of January 6th. And they will always want to point to BLM, but the vast majority of the left and anyone who ever talks about it and people in positions of power will denounce it. And then on the right, you have the president of the United States refusing to even admit that the election wasn't rigged. And I think that the positions of power are really important for that kind of dynamic, that people in power acknowledging it, even if 70% of Republicans don't think it's a big deal or think it is a big deal and think it's bad. The fact that the president of the United States seems to not think it's a big deal is a much bigger problem than the majority of Republicans. You can find me at Potts David G on all socials and YouTube. And yeah.
Check them out, gang. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Admiral Gibbs, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think that actually Staxium's argument at the end there summed up really their whole argument and why it's a flawed thing, right? He brought up the Kobe Jordan thing and the debate about, hey, the rings, that's all you ever need. Well, if that was the case, then Bill Russell would be the GOAT all time because he's got way more rings than anybody else. But nobody calls him the GOAT, or very few do. And that's really sums up leftist logic, is they don't have any logic. They don't even understand their own arguments. And just that's why he has to sit here and say things like, oh, I have nebulous definitions about what violence is. I don't want to hold a standard. While me and Lactoid can sit here and point to one standard that's consistent across the board and hold everybody to that. And then that's why we tried to examine this debate outside of the governmental point of violence and focus on the political violence happening from non-government actors. But they didn't want to engage in that. They wanted to obfuscate, and it's pretty clear why. It's because they all support terrorism, like I started at the beginning. It's only what they care about, that only what they think is right. They'll morally justify anything that they see fit, and justifying violence is very easy for them because, Trump, orange man bad. I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. We got a fun week going down. We got a doubleheader on Thursday. If you like this, we also have 2 DCS matchups, one on Tuesday night and one on, just one with DCS matchup. One Tuesday night at 9 p.m. Be Favorite Liberty versus Big Buckaroo. And you'll see me, if you like this the kind of content, you can see more of it. But right after this on Primes, me and Lactoid will both be there.
Okay, and we'll raid out into Prime because we like Prime here, and we'll give them some extra viewers. So thank you for being here. Gibbs, always appreciate you. Lactoid.
Liketoid, you can find me on Liketoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And I want you all, for a moment, to imagine a world, okay? The year is 2100. It's a nuclear wasteland. There's fires everywhere. Roving gangs of leftist thugs are roaming around, attacking people with crowbars. They're burning down things. They're destroying things. They're all literally Hitlers, okay? And they're doing all this terrible shit. But remember, January 6th, you can't criticize any of it. You can't bring it up on a panel about leftist violence. We can talk about BLM and the fact that overwhelming majority. Am I lagging out a bit? Am I lagging out?
You're good.
Okay, I'm back. The overwhelming amount of Democrats support BLM, which is founded on a lie, right? A lie that is on par with the election being stolen. That there is this massive disproportionate amount of police brutality towards Black people. That when you have currently storming of ICE facilities, when you currently have bombings of Tesla vehicles, when you currently have all this shit occurring right now, but none of it matters. Because January 6th, which is not popular amongst most Republicans, only 30% approve of it. Remember, that happened. So you can't bring up anything else. Nothing you can talk about. You can't talk about the leftist violence. You can't talk about the killing of Brian Thompson. You can't talk about AOC's comments on that. You can't talk about any of it. Because remember, 30% of Republicans were in support of January 6th.
Okay, thank you,
True.
Lactoid. Check him out, gang. Last but certainly not least, the goodest boy on the panel today, Non-Fun. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know what to add at this point. I mean, I think the most concerning thing is it seems like a lot of the violence on the right is kind of tacitly endorsed by the people in power, like I said, and it seems like when there are allegations of Democrats supporting violence or whatever, as in the case with BLM, it seems like there's a deeper ideology to it that they're actually supporting the violence is incidental to that, and it seems like most politicians condemn the actual violence that happens. I'm gonna keep streaming for a while. I think we're gonna be watching Sam Cedar talk to Ethan Klein, Ezra Klein. Yeah, and probably Tim Pool talk to the Adam Conover as well. So you should check me out on YouTube at Nonfon and on Twitch and Kick at Nonfon420.
Okay, check him out, gang. Thank you once again. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I might be facilitating an impromptu debate between Andrew Steele and Alexander Wren tomorrow, I guess. I wonder if I can get them to pay me money to do it. That'd be fun. Huh? Anyway, I'll see you guys later. We're right out to Prime Kai. Make sure that you let him know that it is a hate raid. And that we are all super racist, every single one of us. Okay, great. Wait, bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye.
All right, bye, guys. Oh, we're gonna switch headset stuff real quick.
What? We heard like that real quick.
It's my colloquialisms.
Well,
West's
All that
new song.
matters. All that matters
And I
is
do.
that like a Twitch employee
All
will make the
misunderstood
on
decision,
Twitter over here.
and
I
then
see.
that's a decision I get to live with.
All right, all
that
right,
you
all right,
don't.
all right, all right.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right. Yeah. It's fine. I don't like. I'm not going to try and put your channel in harm, brother.
Okay. We'll just have to move past that. Okay. And we should have a full house today. There's one person I'm waiting for. Lactoid. Hey, Lactoid, could you go in the group DM? Could you remind me which one I'm waiting for?
I'm here.
Ooh.
Could you go? Yeah, just go in the group DM. Tell which one.
I can't.
One of these faces not like the other.
A proud Caucasian man, I think.
Hey, I mean, I account for my airtime always.
Yeah. Well.
Is that one of those exploding Stanley Cups you got there, Sociologic? Embracing your Muslim heritage by having bombs in the house.
Wait, so a quick question. So I was thinking about this. Remember when Samsungs were just blowing up randomly a few years ago?
Yeah, it was like the S8. The S8, I believe, was the
what if that was just Israelis testing out their beepers?
That actually makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Similar injuries earlier. Actually, similar injuries.
It was the exact same situation. Like S8's just randomly blowing up in people's pockets. I don't know. Could be.
I know that the Duesbergs believe that the Jews control everything, but do the Duesbergs believe that the Jews control South Korea too? Like,
that one's pagers in Lebanon. I didn't think that.
Hold on,
apparently they do.
Hold on, that one's pretty funny.
Apparently, Gibbs. You're using the wrong mic.
Oh, okay.
Also, I don't know. Apple computers were like starting fires like 20 years ago or so.
That was probably them too. Actually,
that's probably them too. Yeah.
They
sabotaged like Sony made batteries. I think it was Sony. Sony made batteries. Within the supply chain, but I don't know.
Scott, from the Duesberg.
You brought up a good point there. Like that time, a few weeks ago, I was driving home, and it seemed like every time I got to the light, it just turned red, like right before I got there.
Yeah,
maybe there's some connection.
Did you see the new user agreement for the Nintendo Switch too? The second Nintendo Switch?
Yeah.
Where apparently if you modify your Nintendo Switch, Nintendo can remotely brick your Nintendo. And then the new games for the Nintendo Switch 2 will not be local games. They will just have a code on them that allows you to download the game. And so you have to
or game
like
key.
you literally like no one on earth can own a Nintendo Switch 2 other than I guess a Nintendo employee or part owner of Nintendo, because you're just renting the console and the game.
Renting all of it.
That's fucking wild.
It is wild. It's wild.
Nintendo will never get my money from that. Like, fuck off.
That is
to be fair, at least they're upfront about it. It's not like they're one of these music catalogs that like don't tell you, and all of a sudden like you lost like 10 of your songs.
I mean, by upfront about it, they said, "Hey, we're doing a user agreement thing," and it was buried in it, and then people figured it out from the user agreement because legally they had to. It's not like they were like, "Hey guys, new feature for the Nintendo Switch 2 will red ring a death your console if you mess with it."
Yeah, but I think you can still download. Like, wait, hold on. Are you saying there's no physical copies for like any of the Switch 2?
Let me.
The physical copy just has a key on it.
No.
That allows you to download.
You're giving some misinformation here. So let me. I've seen a lot of this. Okay, so there's multiple options for when you go into the store and buy a game. All right, there are some that have a regular cartridge, right? And it's a 64 gigabyte cartridge, and for some reason, Nintendo's not offering different sizes to that. So 64 gigabytes, like I think the biggest. Anyway, that has the game, right? If you get one of those, it has the game. Then second option is the game key card that our friend Scott was talking about. In that case, there is a code. It's like a it's not quite a code. It's like a token, right? A token that goes out and it says that this console can download this game, right? And then you have to download the game and use it that way, right? Third option is something they've already been using previously, but just like the worst option is when you get the box, open the box, and there's just like literally a code there. And you have to type that in, and then that's a one-time download, right? So that's the worst option of the three. So the advantage of the game key card is that you're not buying a 64 gigabyte card. So like for the publishers, it's massively cheaper to do that.
Right.
And right, the example is not a one-time download.
Right, like I could go to my friend's house and put it in, and then it would. Okay, yeah.
So it has retrade value there, right? Which is a massive improvement over the download codes. And
is it priced differently?
No, as far as I know. No. And so yeah, but you don't know which. You have to look it up. Which ones, right? It might have it in the on the box, like on the box card. What you'll get. But so look at the box art, right? Or just like go to forums. They are cataloging all of these things. So keep that in mind. Those are the three options you have. And a lot of publishers, even if they can fit it within the 64 gigabyte version, they're not going to choose that because it's just cheaper.
Can I just clarify something? Because I'm pretty ignorant on consoles. Because the last console I owned was like a Nintendo 64. But so with the cartridges that you brought up, like you can go to like a friend's house and all that stuff. But with the digital stuff, can you like log into your account at your friend's house and then use the game there, or it's like locked to like a specific device?
No, it's not locked to.
You can log in. Yeah, you can log in.
You still have to download it though, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, I guess you do. Oh, look who's arrived.
I was here the whole time. Probably me in the background.
But
I stood up for you, Bam.
No, you didn't. You stood up by saying you're a proud white man. What?
No, I said a proud white man.
Obviously, a compliment.
A white man was the one that was late, not Bam. Bam was here the whole time.
It's not. Check the VOD.
I recall Corey you being late. Actually, now that I think about it, I think
who's the one drinking?
I couldn't tell you.
You forgot already.
Hold on. There's a lot of shit you can say about Corey Campbell, but be careful because he might just bring up a timestamp from a debate 2 years ago.
Yeah. Well, back in 2022,
what are you fucking mentally retarded? You don't remember when you said this on a panel in 2022?
On March 13th at 6:20.
Some of us say more than 16 words in a panel, and we're not just taking fucking notes the entire time.
Well, I was recollecting your words and Lactoid's words, not just mine. Okay, and if you want me to litigate all a bunch of other
fucking Corey Campbell is Prime Guy's stenographer.
Fabian, but you know what's funny about that? What's really funny about that is that happens all the time. Like on not just Primes, but like on other panels, people are like, "Do you remember what you said on this date at this time?" And I feel like that. What was that movie? The really terrible one. Was it Mortal Kombat? Where he was like, "Yeah, for you, when so and so came to your village, it was whatever, but for me, it was just Tuesday." You know, like I feel like that's a real thing. Like in a lot of.
I think it was Street Fighter.
Yeah, Street Fighter. That's what it was. Yeah.
I'm about to say, do you guys not have like a strong grasp of like your beliefs and language? Like if somebody quotes me, even if I don't remember it, I can attach myself to it pretty quickly.
Yep.
I'm like, I probably said that. That sounds like me. Or I know that like, nah, that's not me. Like, or if I've said something that was you're probably like in context.
Yeah.
But
if somebody accuses me of saying something sexist, I usually just assume it's true.
Yeah, I mean, like if I make a lot of jokes, I don't really care. So like if somebody says something, they're like, I could never match what I've said previously in a stream to my ideology because if it doesn't match my ideology, I probably did say it just fucking around.
Crazy.
You know, among everyone on this screen, Doobie's the one I've known the longest, and like matching a quote to Doobie would be the hardest for me. It would actually be the hardest for me. Some things I definitely could, right? But other things, I feel like I don't know, man. Like even after all this time, I feel like I'd have the most trouble. Everyone here, I think, is more I can grasp. Oh, I mean, not Chai Bunny because she's brand new. But everyone here I can grasp easily. But Doobie, I don't know.
Well, you want to play a game of like Doobie or Hitler?
Oh.
That's racist.
That would be
So
like
the issue prime is that everybody here is in a box, right? They're like in an ideological box. You can kind of figure out where they stand on most issues. I'm beyond the box. Okay, there is no box for me.
You're a frog.
Do you remember those old Sargon of Akkad videos where it was Daily Stormer versus like a feminist, and he would just or it was Daily Stormer versus like someone that was a CRT professor, and so you would just take Nazi quotes and then like something Ibram X Kendi said, or and then he would just take out the race, and no one could accurately guess whether it was a Nazi or whether or not it was a typical feminist or critical race theorist or something. That shit, I miss those days.
Really?
I'm old.
You can do that today with like Israeli politician and like Nazi. It'll probably work out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, I feel like you can, for the most part, you could do that with any statist. I don't know. Like if you just take out the identity, you're eventually going to get to identitarian politics in some way, shape, or form. And then so it'll be difficult to tell.
So, okay, like regardless of like where you stand, is it not sad that the president of the United States thinks that stage 9 cancer is a thing?
Wait, what?
Did he say that?
Yeah, he said it.
Is that what he said?
He was like, yeah, Biden's got stage 9.
Oh, I know where that's
cancer.
from.
Yeah,
there's like a Gleason score of 9 or
Yeah,
some
there's a
shit. He
Gleason
probably
score.
thought it meant like stage 9.
I thought it was a
Yeah,
Gleason score of 5 though.
No, I think it's in.
I saw 9.
He said actually stage 9, and then Trump Jr. Don Jr. said 5.
Yeah, on Yahoo today, the article was what does a stage 9 Gleason score mean, or whatever it was. Like, I mean, that's
that's probably what it was referring to.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the grace we give.
That's what it says. That's what it said in the article when I looked it up.
I still think Trump is an idiot, but I can understand the misunderstanding. Like, if I remember correctly, okay, my knowledge of cancer diagnosis is a little bit rusty, but from understand, like for that specific score, they take a biopsy from 2 different sites, and pretty much a 5 is the worst score. So from site 1, it's a score of 5. Okay,
Yeah,
and
Gleason 9.
And then on the second site, it's a score of 4. So they added together a score of 9. They pretty much show that like the cancer is spread like pretty much across the prostate, and that's why it's also in the bone as well.
Wait, how likely is it that they didn't know this for like the last? They didn't know this 2 years ago.
I think it's actually pretty likely.
There's no fucking way.
You think that like we just know you have cancer? Why would they just like, oh, we knew he had cancer?
It's stage 9 apparently. But it's like metastasis to his bones and shit. Like I feel like that takes a while for that to happen.
Now, like the idea that like so some people are using a doctor on like what was like Good Morning America or something and saying like they knew since 2021 just because the doctor said he likely had it in 2021. But he was probably asymptomatic in 2021. Maybe
don't you get regular physicals though? Like,
yeah, but physical, like I mean, if you like physicals don't always catch cancer. Man.
Well, they'd be figuring.
I would assume they did a physical. So this is the president. Wait, this is the president. He's old. Like he's an older.
Yeah.
Like, I would assume they're screening for that like quite regularly. Like
I agree that it's not like you're a regular guy getting your fucking colon checked. It's the fucking president. Come on, man.
Maybe hold on. So listen. You can do a colonoscopy. Right.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not going to find anything problematic until it gets later in, or there's some symptoms and the doctor suspects cancer as a potential thing. And then they might order some type of biopsy if they find something in a colonoscopy. Right. But like, you can't like do a blood test or like, I mean, like obviously there's mammograms for like breast cancer and things like that. But like, the idea that we knew about it in 2021 or 2022 even is probably bullshit. But when they were saying he's at his tip-toppy best and he's great, they probably knew he had cancer.
So
like I'm gonna straight up lied to Americans.
I just want to add something really quickly, and then to Lactoid. So my understanding, this is what I've heard, and I'm not an expert here, so keep that in mind, right? But what I've heard is one, like just if you're there's like regular exams, but like at a certain age, and I heard the age was 70, like they don't even recommend that you do these exams like yearly, right? So some people avoid those exams. Those exams aren't necessarily mandatory, so we don't know if he was taking those exams. that doesn't mean that he might not have. There could have been a reason why he didn't do it, right? Meaning that maybe he suspected he had something and he didn't want to get the
Or
answer.
he's getting treatment in fucking Delaware.
So that's a problem, yeah, right. And I think we should have learned already on both sides. We can't necessarily trust what a doctor says about like the president's health. So putting that out there. And
yeah, dude, Trump is 6'4" and 230 or 240 pounds.
Wild, it's
according to his doctor.
Best shape ever. Yeah. So like, let's not pretend that we can rely on those things. And yeah, like you actually have to detect it. So like, I don't know when it was actually detected. But there's multiple things. When it was detected by a medical officer, right? A medical person, right? When Biden might have suspected he had it, and then when the public was informed about it, right? Like, those are all three different points, right? And we only know one of those, right? When we were notified. Beyond that, I don't think we necessarily can rely on Biden's statement to tell us about the other two. So I'll put that out there. Back to it.
So my understanding is that his cancer is it's like a type 9 or like on the Gleason score, which is I'm sorry if this already been explained, but basically it's like the most aggressive kind of cancer. But I don't think it's like a stage 9. I think it's like stage 5 or stage 4, something along those. It's metastasized into his bones, which is a big deal. But because it's the most aggressive kind of cancer, we don't know. I mean, it could have happened quickly. It could have happened over the course of a couple of years. We just don't know. And we know that Biden has continuously, and the people around him have continuously lied about his health condition. So there's just no way to trust that he didn't know. It's very possible that he did know going back several years. There's just no way we can possibly know at this point.
I feel like what does it mean we know people have been lying about his health condition?
Like, come on.
They intentionally withheld.
Just let me finish this thing. Like I understand that there may be something that you're about to say that like we can look back in 2020, like hindsight 2020, and say they're like, oh, okay, this should have been given more perspective. But like what 99.999% of people mean when they say that is like, look how we did in that debate. Look, he didn't do good in that debate. That's not what
I'm referring to. I agree he did terrible. And I'm not referring to the fact that Democrats were lying to themselves. I'm referring to two instances in which I think they were lying to the people, like the actual people in charge were lying to the voter base. The first one was withholding the Her Report audio and trying to withhold the Her Report transcript. Now, the Her Report audio just leaked. It is awful, as we knew it was, and there was a reason why they were hiding it, and Congress literally subpoenaed that, and the administration refused. And there was a conversation about whether or not that should lead to contempt of Congress. There was a whole fiasco about that. They intentionally withheld that because it looked so bad for Biden's health. There's a second one was staffers. Basically, as soon as he got into office in 2021, there were staffers saying that they began to notice mental declines as early as 2021, like significant mental declines from 2020 to 2021. And that did not make it to the press, right? They did not go out and talk about that, despite the fact that they knew. So I mean, those are two instances in which it was like deliberately being held from the.
Well, in addition to that, right? We don't have to go into all dive into all the nitty gritty of this, but this brings into the question all the auto pin stuff and all that good jazz, and I get the yes, it does, it absolutely does, and we can get to this, but it seems like this is almost a far-reaching, and I don't want to use the word conspiracy, but it almost seems like that whenever we're sitting here, and I remember distinctly like the first guy that came out, and I'm not the big, was George Clooney. He goes, I had some questions about Biden. This was a while back, way back, before any of the debating about his mental stuff started, if I remember. He was early on. And then Morning Joe, the next day after Clooney said that, came out and was yelling and saying, I've known Biden 20 years or some bullshit. And he's like, he's in the best shape. This is the best Biden we've ever had. Now, all right, listen, I'm not saying Morning Joe speaks for the Democratic Party, but it does seem like collusion when Morning Joe comes out the next day after that, and then it seems like across the board, across all mainstream media, and I use mainstream media referring to the left of the station, since I'm not going to pretend Fox isn't part of them, but on the left side of the mainstream media market, they all were a unified front saying, hey, his mental acuity is fantastic. And then we also had the staffers covering up the fact that he was not doing good. All of a sudden, it seems like there is smoke, and maybe we should look and see if there's a fire. Wait a minute.
No, I want you to drink this up, Gibbs. All right, I want you to imbibe this. Right, Gibbs is absolutely correct. Right,
Oh,
he's
yes.
absolutely correct
Thank
on
you.
this, 100%. That it wasn't like just Morning Joe, right? It was across the board in terms of left-wing mainstream media, right? Who were offended. How could you, right? You've heard the office of the presidency, and it was also streamers on this platform who did the exact same thing, right? Who pretended and made and questioned your motives. If you had questions about Biden, right? They were like, "Well, why is it this is one president that you feel that this is a problem with, right?" It seems weird that you're just questioning this one president. You mean the really fucking old president that we're talking about? This president, the oldest president we've ever had? That president? Yeah, that's the one I'm questioning. But yeah, so this was I wouldn't say, I don't know if I don't need to use the word conspiracy, right? I don't need to use that word because this is just like how the machine works, right? There doesn't have to be any planning involved. It's just a machine.
To piggyback on that, like that's just true of any current story, right? Like any current story that makes the Republicans look bad, you're gonna get like lambasted by everyone on X for like daring to like talk about it. Or like, not toe the fucking MAGA line. And anything that makes Democrats look bad, that's going to happen on Twitch, and obviously to varying degrees in your echo chambers on different social media platforms, right? Like, but I mean, like, I think that's just the tribalistic nature of our current political landscape where the lines are drawn. Now, obviously there are certain issues that break through that, especially when it is like, liberal issue, liberals versus like communists and, far left socialists and things of that nature, where there is still, a kind of back and forth that goes on there. But I mean, in general, that's just the political landscape we're in. Like if you tried to say something bad about Biden, it doesn't matter what it was. Like if you were a lefty leaning streamer and you looked at the infrastructure bill and said, hey man, there's like 17 steps that you have to go through. And this is going to take like 4 years and not a single state is going to get through this. And this is literally just $1 trillion towards lawyers and NGOs. And nothing is going to get built by this Biden infrastructure bill because it's not actually going to build any infrastructure. Everyone on Twitch would be like, how fucking dare you give me your progressive card back. Right. Like, I think that's just kind of like the nature of the beast.
Well,
I'm just
still
curious.
Happening now.
I'm
still happening now. People still blame the people who didn't vote for not voting for Kamala, rather than blaming like the administration for kind of like shoving it and forcing it down our throat. And it's like you can't blame the voters for not wanting to vote for like. I'm just saying the administration applies like what like Scott was saying.
I do. I will continue to blame the people that didn't vote for Kamala. It's absolutely every single one of their faults, 100%. But I like
not true, but okay.
But I'm just curious. Like that, I'm not making the argument that Biden's the best Biden we've ever been. Like I'm not saying that he is equivalent. I'm saying at any point in the president that he's as equivalent to the person he was at 45 years old. But what we say, what the thing you're saying without saying
really loves
these
saying
arguments.
the N-word.
No, what you're saying without saying whenever you're making these arguments is that like you're putting all these words out there, but the question we're not dealing with is like, okay, is this person unfit to hold office? Is he a danger to America by being president? And if your answer is yes on that, is like, do you honestly believe that there's any test on mental clarity that Joe Biden would fail that you believe Donald Trump would pass?
Yeah,
of course.
Most
what are you talking about?
Most of
no, I don't want to answer that question. Now,
I would say yeah. Listen, yeah, I would be willing to put them down in the same room and give them, I don't know, a fucking SAT, whatever test you want, and I would wager that Donald Trump would come out probably able to at least understand the concepts presented to a passable degree versus Biden, who would be needing a coloring book. Like,
that's why it sounds like you're lying. That's what I'm saying.
Bullshit.
I'm
gonna back you up.
Joe Biden's not a coloring book. Like he came out,
he's a vegetable,
he gets speeches. He always tried to quote stats. The reason, like gets to say retarded shit every single day, but then it ends up being right. Then he so we
of being
think it's
right.
okay.
But
No, nothing he
hold
says
on,
is right.
bam. All right, I will never forget. On the stage against Kamala, I'm in a panel with, we're watching it live, me, and he goes, and yeah, we transgender immigrant surgeries in prison. And I laughed. Ha ha, what a crazy Donald Trump to say. Then I Googled it. And it turns out there was basis in fact for this statement. It was something she supported to the ACLU. So like you're sitting here going, hey, these things sound crazy until we look them up and they end up being true or they have a kernel of truth and he's speaking hyperbolically.
That's a little different from saying like he's never right to saying that he's always like it's different to say that like all his statements are crazy, have nothing and based in fact to a lot of the things he says, right? He didn't make the statement that like
a smaller proportion of things are actually crazy
than that he says is wrong.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Let me olive branch this, right? Like I would say this, Bam. I will answer your question by saying this: is that Biden on his worst day would absolutely be crushed by Trump, and Biden on his best day would absolutely crush Trump. Like if you give them a math exam or you give them certain things that require like, that might be more representative of G factor. I think Biden would probably more often than not do better. But I think the issue is it was very, very obvious even in 2021 that there were days where like Biden could not be trusted to be in charge, to be the commander in chief. I'm not saying every day was like that. He would have days where he would have a speech and he'd be like, holy shit, Biden's really making sense. He's lucid. He seems to understand all the issues, right? And then there were days where he was given cue cards with photos of the journalists and the questions they were going to ask. And we were pretending like he was doing a press conference because he wasn't mentally capable of doing a press conference. And even then he was fucking it up. So there are days where he was on a good cocktail of drugs or he had a good day or a lucid day where like he was without a doubt more cogent and better than Donald Trump is, because Donald Trump but Donald Trump
hold on,
weirdly enough was more
hold on. Let's argue with this thing you just said right here. Like, so part of the reason why we brought up all the stuff with Biden here is because they hit him, right? They hit him. He didn't give the Trump does like 6 hours of television time a day or more during
He's
the
out
campaign.
to open. If it's bad, it's bad.
Hold on.
I hate that argument about like it's out in the public.
Hold on. Hold on. He goes out there for 6-8 hours every day during the campaign, is on multiple things, getting on a jet. What I gotta say, if I'm on stream 8 hours straight, there's going to be slip ups at some point throughout shit going on. You're going to say something, you're going to go on, you're going to like drive somewhere, you got to find a stat, like you're going to have like, oh, I remember XYZ. Like you're on for 8 hours, you're going to have more time to get clip chipped. It's just going to be like easy peasy. Versus Biden would go out there 1 hour, and within 1 hour, we'd have 10 clips every time. You can't tell me that it's the same. I would attribute most of what what Trump had as to like tiredness and like, oh, I've been on camera 8 hours, as opposed to like, hey, this guy can't give a single speech without 30% of it or more being a literal word salad.
Oh man, there's a lot of stats here. Go ahead, Bam.
I just don't like the
Most
argument.
A third.
I hate the argument of like, oh well, Trump's out in the open. So like, but if like we still have to judge what he's doing out in the open. Like they're saying that like
he seems totally in control. I mean, do you argue that Trump doesn't seem totally in control?
Bam. That's what they're saying.
Very simple question. Very simple question.
They're saying that like you see Trump do like 6-hour podcasts or 3-4 hour.
I was just about to say that,
and he's at least lucid. Versus like Biden, who only speaks.
How do we know Biden ever do?
Why are we judging him as lucid?
Could Biden do a Joe Rogan podcast?
Well, because he is lucid.
Yes.
He's there.
You really think that? Then, 100%. Like, at what point?
I don't like the examples that people bring up is like, oh God, Biden's a vegetable. Like the interview that released like 2 days ago, it came out and he said Bo died was it 2014, 2015, and they're like, golly,
I don't get why this is a hill you want to die on.
And I'm like, that's that's
you
not
really think that him fucking up, you think that him fucking up only a little bit in a scripted interview where they make edits and cuts and where they pre-screen the questions is the same thing as like a hour and a half sit down with like Theo Vaughn,
5 of them
talking about fucking
3 of them the same
cocaine
day.
will make you be an owl outside with the street lights on, and you have to like navigate what the fuck Theo Vaughn just said, right?
But if you're saying that, like I said, I don't believe that. I don't think there's any reason to believe that he couldn't sit down and have a lucid conversation.
I think there's literally every reason to believe by any reasonable person that he could not do that.
Every reason, yeah.
The biggest,
why didn't he do it?
I'm trying to answer you. The biggest thing that the biggest reason that people see Biden the way he did is actually it's a Democrat
because he was that
thing.
way.
No,
That's why
it's a
they say it
Democrat
that
thing.
way.
It's a Democrat thing of
Go ahead,
legitimately. It's a Democrat thing of legitimately trying to be, I guess, quote unquote, too smart. When you watch Biden make statements, he's quoting statistics, he's quoting specific things, he's going into detail about the things he talks about, and then Trump goes on every single interview and says, "We're gonna make America great. The people are I'm the best." They said I'm the best that ever did it. They said that I aced the cognitive exam.
Bullshit. Have you ever watched a full Trump podcast?
I've watched every single thing.
Okay, so you're just lying.
Trump speaks in slogans.
So let's go to. I want to let Corey. Let's let Corey in for a second.
Well, I definitely haven't watched every single interview with Trump, but I did watch, I think, the first hour of the Joe Rogan Trump interview. But sort of to balance, I would also highlight that, at least from what I can tell, and this might be true of Biden as well, but it's all the same. Trump doesn't have to remember anything because it's all the same talking points over and over again. And also, just keep it in mind that I believe in one of Trump's deposition, he did not recognize his own ex-wife, Marla Maples.
That's right. I forgot about that one.
Or rather, he recognized E. Jean Carroll as Marla Maples, or vice versa. But either way, there was clearly someone from his past that he should have recognized that he never actually recognized. And now he could have been lying.
Well, I can't recognize half the people I know now. I mean, what is that supposed to be?
You see how we go?
But
we would have done that for Biden. That's what I'm saying. They're like, golly, Biden's a retard. He didn't recognize his wife. But yes, how is he supposed to remember his wife, man? People happen.
If you pull up, if you show me a photo of my ex-wife now, I might not recognize her.
I just want to sort of try to bolster Bam's point as well in terms of in the debate, like, yes, everyone recognizes that Biden stumbled horrifically and didn't overall perform well, but he was actually attempting to cite numbers and actually bring facts as opposed to just the same old talking points that Trump uses over and over and over again. And same thing, that just goes through the overall information. Like, how many times does Trump still tout, probably even to this day, that Canada has 200% tariffs and it just gets everything factually on that. What is it that? The U.S. has funded Ukraine to whatever $400-300 billion. That number is just factually incorrect.
Mexico above the wall. Let's go to Doobie, Lactoid, and Ali.
Wait, on the Trump thing, I mean,
I thought you were going to say something there. If not,
yeah, I just so I think that it's kind of. It's the issue with Biden isn't that he couldn't remember specific figures, whatever, on the debate stage. I mean, there were like months leading up to that and after that, where it was clear in all his public appearances that he just could not finish a sentence. He had needed help getting off stage or finding the right way, right path to walk. He needed handlers to walk him off a lot of time to get him to the fucking car. Like, it was way beyond just he like overstudied for a debate and he couldn't remember the figures or whatever the fuck. Like, I think that's like hardcore cope. No, Trump, I think I wouldn't call him an idiot, but it's true that he just like talks shit a lot. He lies, talks a lot of shit. It's a lot of shit that he doesn't understand fully, doesn't know. He just kind of rambles on and on, right? But that's like far and away from what we're looking at with Biden, which is a guy who genuinely seemed to like need help getting around, especially like toward the end of the campaign. I mean, there's a book. What's his name? The Jake Tapper book, right? He describes in there that now, to be clear, I haven't read the book yet. I've read excerpts, right? And I've read articles about it. But he describes in there how like toward the end of the campaign, they made a big deal of him having staffers on hand to walk beside him so that people wouldn't notice how much trouble he was having walking, and so that they could guide him toward the exit off the stage, right? Because he was having trouble, just kind of standing there rambling on and on, not really understanding when he was supposed to stop talking or what he was supposed to do after the speech was over. Like, it was really bad, right? So it's way beyond
where
this one
the
debate.
sidewalk is.
Yeah, it's way beyond that.
For like 12 years.
It'd be super obvious too, though. It's obvious. It was an obvious interface is the big thing.
Again, like we're saying that he can't walk, but he's taking 10-mile bike rides twice a week.
Come on, bro.
If you believe that, you're fucking high. I'm sorry. That's
Bro,
no.
like,
There's
hold
video
on. I,
evidence.
you know what?
The
You
dude
know
couldn't
what?
walk. I mean, yeah, I understand
I
they
got you.
said
They release
this.
the
Right?
videos
I understand they
every
said this, but
single
you should
time.
Hold
believe
on, man. Let me get
they
to where you're
said
at.
the same way that fucking Trump says that he can run a mile or whatever the fuck.
No,
It's
Trump
not true.
doesn't do it. I'm saying that we have video of Biden doing this every single week, and they keep pointing back to the one time 2 years ago when he failed. And
Didn't
like,
he have a
like
bike,
2 years
bike
ago.
accident like 2 years ago or 3
Even
years
high,
ago?
I don't believe it. Sorry, Steph. Still, that's fake news,
All
bro.
right, so
Even
to
stoned, I don't believe it.
Lactoid and
I
Ali.
don't believe it. Fake news.
So,
It is
so
fake news.
Pam,
News.
Yeah.
here's the question that I asked
Come on,
last
man.
time I had her report debate. So you're caught in a little bit of a catch-22 if you want to defend Biden's mental capacity, because the whole reason why charges weren't recommended to be brought by Robert Hur was because he was mentally incapacitated. If he wasn't mentally incapacitated, there would have been charges recommended for his improper handling of documents, and he would be potentially currently being like charged and prosecuted for doing that. And so my question to you is, I mean, is he incapacitated mentally, or is he a criminal that deserves to be charged? One or the other.
I disagree with your framing. The thing with the documents thing was really the Biden administration actually ended up reporting the documents themselves. It's not a crime to have the documents. To have the document, it's a crime to conceal the documents.
The investigator found Robert Hur found that like the reason why he didn't think it like Biden was concealing that if he was mentally cognizant, a lot of the stuff he was doing would have been concealing. But the reason why he didn't think that Biden was concealing was because he came across. I've read it.
They
literally.
No,
the audio leaked. They literally tried to like hide the audio, and Robert Hur wrote a report on it, and like quite literally, Robert Hur, like the person tasked with this like investigation, wrote the reason why we're not going to pursue charges, and the reason why I don't think that Biden is like actually concealing this shit, because if anybody else was doing it, this would be obviously concealing. But the reason why was because. I mean, look at him. He can't remember when Bo died. He can't remember all this shit. Like he's all over the place. Obviously, this is a memory problem.
They said he would be sympathetic, right, on like the jury stand. Like
a sympathetic old man is specifically how Robert Hur characterized.
If Robert Hur went to court on that case, he would lose because the documents weren't requested by anyone. The Biden the administrative team literally made aware like, oh, we ended up finding some documents in his garage. Blah blah. Blah. You're more than welcome to come get them. You're more welcome to openly search the house. Like they made every effort to return them. That, like I said, Robert Hur can say that was his reason, but if he went to court,
you're mischaracterizing the Hur report. There were elements of that for some of the documents, but there was also elements of that like where Biden had improperly stored documents and had provided them illegally because they were classified to his ghostwriter for his book. And again, you can't do that. But Robert Hur believed Biden may have not thought these were classified because he was so forgetful, because he was a feeble old guy. Right? It wasn't just that he was improperly storing them. It's that he improperly shared them with his ghostwriter for his book. And Robert Hur wrote about that in his report. Biden was fucking up and doing shit that he was not supposed to be doing with those documents. And Robert Hur said, the reason why I'm not recommending charges is because the jury's going to believe that his brain's pudding. They're not going to believe that he actually intended to do anything bad because he's so disabled, essentially. And if you don't think that he is, if you think he's not disabled, then answer me. Why did he provide those classified documents to his ghostwriter for his book? Why did he do that? If he's not like mentally disabled at this point.
I believe there's a lot. I'm probably most of the documents that touch the president's hand. Like I don't know if you can necessarily always think about like, oh, this is or isn't classified. Again, I think it's a part of a broader administration, and I think once they realize their mistakes, they literally made every effort to pursue him. What, like, if you think that it's like, oh, okay, Biden kept these documents because he was unfit. What is your argument for why Donald Trump hid his boxes for what, almost a year?
You're not dealing with what Lactoid's saying.
No, let me say what he's saying. What are you saying?
Well, I get you. Well, you're not. I've criticized.
I'm saying that I'm
I've criticized Trump.
Lawyers framing.
I'll explain. Right, I've criticized Trump. I actually thought the Florida documents case, was like the one case. I didn't think the Georgia phone call case was all that big of a deal. Actually, I think that he had a strong defense there. But the Florida documents case, I thought was like the one case where Trump actually did fuck up, and I think that he did fuck up. And I think that the recommendation of charges was because, unlike Biden, Trump was found to be mentally cognizant enough to hold some level of culpability for that. And Biden, who was doing similar things, right, was found to not be culpable, or didn't recommend pursuing charges because he thought that a jury wouldn't find him culpable because This was the specific reason Robert Hur cited was because he was mentally deficient, because his memory was going, because he was an old, forgetful man, because he couldn't follow sentences, because he forgot when his son died. These were all specifically cited things by Robert Hur.
Wait. Were those? I want to be attempt to be clear. Like, were the terms used, mentally deficient, used in the Hur report?
I don't know if it was those specific words. But it was everything. It was like forgetful. He couldn't remember when his son died. Forgetful old man, sympathetic forgetful old man.
Well, yeah,
all those terms.
That is part of aging. That's part of cognitive decline, and that's where. And you also just now believe just a minute ago used the term mentally disabled, and it's like, is that a fair characterization of Biden? You would actually say he's mentally disabled, and is some sort of like diagnosis? Like
if you're I don't know what specific diagnosis he has, but if you're so mentally gone that you can't be held responsible for a crime that you committed,
come into play.
Yeah, this is a little bit more. If you're so mentally gone,
so I'll just
if you're so mentally
dunk on you because you used the wrong word.
If you're so mentally gone that you can't be held responsible for a crime that you committed, I would consider this to be highly problematic for the president of the United States.
I think the lawyer was literally trying to save his ass because he had no case. He's like, I would have.
I can agree.
Biden's just an old retard, so it is what it is. Like, I think that I just don't buy that position.
He literally shared classified documents with his ghostwriter.
But what I'm saying is, whenever you say that, like, Trump and Biden did a similar thing, it started and stopped with there being documents. Nothing about how they behaved was similar. Trump wasn't seen cognitively aware of what he was doing just because of the way he does his speeches. He was seen intent, like they were seen intent behind what he was doing, because there's recordings of him telling people to move the boxes from room to room, that he's aware of them, and he's like literally telling his staff to hide them.
I gotta give you some of your weed, bro.
That's why it's seen as intentional versus the Biden administration reporting that they have the documents that no one even knew. Like we can't don't. So like I
already said, the thing you're talking about, this was a section of the Hur report that was referring to certain documents that Biden was illegitimately keeping, right? Mm-hmm. And one of the arguments was made that Biden was more forthcoming about these specific documents than Trump was about his. I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is that applies to one subsection of what Biden was doing, when Biden was doing a lot more. He was sharing classified documents with his ghostwriter. He was holding documents improperly, even after they were asked for. There's all sorts of things that he was doing, right? And what Robert Hur specifically said was, like, the reason why I'm not recommending
what you're saying.
Sure. And so again, if he's not mentally cognitive,
I think he would have lost on grounds.
You think you were right. So at the very least, you think that he should have gone to court over it.
No, I don't think he should have went to court over it. But if that's his reasoning, then sure, but he would have lost. I think he was bullshitting himself.
You would have lost, but you think he should have gone to court and have a jury decide?
No, I don't think he should have went to court. But I'm saying if that's his reasoning, then he should. But I'm saying I don't think that was his reasoning. Like, now we're talking about opinion of what. Now we're talking about the value of what was actually important. I think the forthrightness of coming forward and I think that's
this is just TDS,
number
man.
125.
Hey guys, I just want let me get money. And it only took me 3 minutes.
There we go.
3 minutes. I hope. No, not even 3 minutes. Excuse me. That was 1 minute. I'll take that.
Wow.
Woo! Yeah.
That's a record.
How about that? Alexander Wynn, who's been sponsoring our streams, honestly, $20, says this is patently false. Hur found Biden mishandled classified files but didn't charge him, citing weak evidence and his poor memory, making conviction unlikely. There was no evidence of criminal intent either. So that's what he says. I don't know.
And a poor memory is like important for establishing criminal intent, because if you don't remember all the shit of what you were doing, then that's a strong argument that you didn't have criminal intent, right? Yes.
But we have plenty other reasons why there was criminal intent.
If that's like the overall message of the Hur report, like, I don't know that explicitly establishes that he's mentally deficient or disabled. Like, that's just
Corey. Have you listened to it?
I know.
If the argument is that we can't hold him responsible because we can't establish criminal intent because his memory's so fucking bad that he doesn't know anything.
Well, no, is that what it says, or that he just comes across that way, as in he has that impression? Because I think everyone can.
Why
agree
the fuck are we in 2025 and pretending like Joe Biden wasn't fucking mentally deficient towards the end of the presidency? Like, why are we even why are we even living in this
Well,
fucking
the
fantasy
question-
la
because-
land of like
because-
Democrats losing?
Well, Fabian, there's a
Congress
reason
thank
why.
you.
There's a
Because-
reason
because-
why. Hold on,
I
there's
can
a
answer
reason.
that.
There's a
I
reason
can
why. It's
answer
because
that.
they don't want to suffer from the lawfare that they know they're going to have to get. Because if he was mentally fucking incapacitated, that means who knows who was running the government. All sorts of crazy shit's going down. Pardons, who's signing these executive orders, like who's really doing all sorts of
No,
this.
you don't.
Now, hold on.
you don't need all that.
Hold on. All they're
Hey,
doing
what's
is
he
they're
talking to say?
hold on. They're over here. What we're doing is we're finally lifting up the nasty little layers, and there's been something rotten and festering underneath the whole time. And now we're getting a look at it. And the reason why the Dems are fighting so hard on this issue, or so many of them are, is because they know that it's going to delegitimize a lot of his presidency. I think in the long run, I think it's going to be a huge scandal.
The idea that the president runs all this shit has always been a myth, right? Like, you don't need a conspiracy theory when like interests align. Every fucking president that gets in has a team. Okay, like you have like a slightly above average IQ president, right? Like, I don't think we've had a genius president for fucking 60 years, right? Like, I think like the last genius
Bill
president was
Clinton
probably
was
Abraham
president.
Lincoln. Is Bill Clinton a genius? Because he seems
I'm pretty sure
intelligent,
Bill
but he doesn't
Clinton
seem a
actually
genius.
I think Bill Clinton has like the highest IQ recorded in the president.
Okay, I found my notes.
I don't know that I trust that, but fair enough.
Hold on,
Maybe Bill Clinton is.
So-
But I'm just saying, like every president has handlers. It's just that Biden clearly his handlers were
There's
doing
a difference
more
when one of them is
than
fucking
any
a
other
puppet
president.
master, bro. It's different when it's industrial light magic and they're literally moving his arms up and down like fucking Yoda, bro. Come on.
Oh yeah, Kennedy.
Yeah, okay,
Kennedy
so
was pretty
let's
fucking
go-
smart. Yeah.
Let's go to Corey. I know you got stuff. Corey and Ali, and then let's go to Lactoid.
Yeah, so just like you, Scott, whether you acknowledge it or not, I think language matters and the words that you use matter. Just like it matters so much to you that you label Lactoid a socialist, okay? And that means that words matter to you a lot. And so labeling someone as mentally different, to me, that is loaded language. I think it's clear to recognize cognitive decline that happens with aging, okay? But I would say it's unfair, as in, if I were to label what happened a few weeks ago, if like both you and Lactoid couldn't remember an event a year ago, that means you're mentally deficient. I think that would be unfair.
You never sent me any evidence of that, but fair enough. Like
I know. Whoa, what?
Whatever.
You want to litigate this? We can litigate this. I would love it.
Please don't litigate it, please.
Yeah.
I'm just
saying. Would you like?
No. Chai.
Yeah, no. We can litigate it. The specific thing
Chai-
you're referring to was a conversation about originalism, not an actual conversation as to my beliefs on the when it comes to like the legality of sexual intercourse because of a person being conceived or born on a particular day. We're specifically talking about the legal interpretation as an originalist would understand it, not my personal moral belief, which is what the conversation we were having on the second time around.
But you didn't use any of the same arguments that you did a year ago. None of those same arguments came up again.
They weren't relevant because we're talking about my moral position the second time around. The first time around, we're talking about originalism. So no, I was not using the same arguments because originalism is a particular time of legal framework as opposed to my moral position, which is very different. Go ahead.
I actually don't want to litigate this right now. 1 second. $5 for Sir Bobbles. It says Trump during all his depositions, quote, I don't remember, even when asking about his name, age, and the color. I remember his depositions. I actually don't remember what how they look like. I mean, if you're saying that he was like saying I don't recall, well then that's just a standard thing you do to avoid culpability. But
that's not what Biden was saying.
Yeah, I don't. That's true.
All I can think of is the ASAP Rocky trial, where like one of the witnesses was asked how old they were, and he eventually just responds with an adult.
Yeah, that's right. That's all that fucking matters. Let's. But yeah, I'd have to try to like. Someone have to jog my memory as to like what his depositions look like. I don't remember if they were like really bad. Comparatively,
Doesn't surprise me that he was just like not that he was a pompous ass and not answering questions in a deposition.
I mean, we grade Trump on a poll. Like, I mean, not on a curve. I mean, like if you take a quote, if it comes out of Trump's mouth and you put it in Biden's, everyone would immediately call it an idiot out of quote. But like Trump always says things like that. So
there's a reason for that though.
Because he always says things like that.
I mean, kind of. The dude came in as the dude comes in as a celebrity and not a politician. So yeah, he kind of just gets to talk out of his ass, and people are more likely to accept it because they don't see him as someone who's supposed to be polished, who's supposed to be like a representative of state, so on and so forth. But then Biden, who is a president who's been in politics for 50 years, right? He doesn't get that same like leeway. So it's like this idea that like Trump gets to talk out of his ass, and he like Biden said he was an idiot. Yeah, like I'm not saying Trump isn't smart. But like what would it take? Because outside of like we've watched how Biden like handles himself in interviews, we watched him in like hold press. He dropped the presidency 9 months or 10 months before the election came around. Like what else is it that you
No, I believe he legitimately was slowing down. But like I believe he was legitimately slowing down in the way that most 82-year-olds are slowing down. Like if you ask me if there was a sharp 82-year-old out there, I would say that.
Yeah, but there's a problem when the 82-year-old that's declining is declining. You tell the entire country that he's doing great. You have him saying that he's going to run for president for the second term in 2024. Like that's a lot. That is a lot baked in. You're telling the people, and then 3 months before, you go, actually, probably not. And then we find out, like 8 months after that, they're like, stage 4.
Dude probably had cancer. Yeah,
it's a lot. And you're kind of over here dying on a hill that like he didn't lie. He wasn't on a mental decline. He was fine. Like you're kind of making it like he was great. When compared to Trump, unfortunately, man, like Trump can hold his own for 3 to 6 hours, just kind of chilling, hanging out, taking like that. That's like to Gibbs's point. He's kind of just doing his thing. We have media and eyes on him all the time, and he's not at the same decline. He's not stuttering. He's not wavering. He's saying whatever he wants, but that's just because that's who he is.
He says incoherent sentences, constantly, but we just accept it.
Biden gets lost when he says an incompetent sentence. He goes,
and Trump just rotates to the next thing. Yeah.
Let's go to our friend Lactoid, and then I want to say something really quick.
He's a professional.
All right, so I can't possibly
agree to that. I agree that Trump is a professional.
He's a professional retard. Yeah.
But I found my notes. I found my notes regarding the analysis of the Her report, and so I cannot possibly go through all this because I have literally dozens of pages notated where Her specifically talks about Biden's memory. But I'm going to talk about a few things here. As early as page 8 of the PDF, he's forgetting stuff. Page 9 mentions his memory is going. Page 10, Biden specifically refers to classified stuff. But then for some reason, Biden believes that it was non-classified stuff erroneously. Quote, sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory was how he thinks that he would come across to the jury, and that he'd have a difficult time showing a mental state of willfulness. Remember, the standard here is not just intent, but you should show willfulness. Willfulness is a higher standard. It means that you knew it was illegal and you intended to break the law, as opposed to intent, which is, even if you don't know what the law is, you can still get in trouble for intentionally breaking the law, but willfulness is a even higher standard than that. He knew the notebooks that he had were classified. The evidence demonstrated he read that classified information to a ghostwriter verbatim for his book that he wasn't supposed to have. He thought that he was not required to turn in his note cards to the National Archives, which he was mistaken. The law requires that he does. More evidence, page 14. Bad. What he did was bad, but we declined to prosecute. We will likely decline to prosecute because a jury may sympathize with him. Page 49, failed to return documents as early as 2010 that were requested back from the executive secretary team. 53, more stuff that Biden refused to return. 61, Her determined that his motivation was for writing his book with his ghostwriter. For page 98, Biden is refusing to cooperate with Robert Her, refused to answer questions as to whether or not he believed the notes contained classified information, refused to answer whether or not he was authorized to possess the information after his vice presidency. There's a couple more things here that I think are really relevant. Well, there's one more thing that I really want to list because, right here. Okay, page 212. He did not recall when he was vice president. He thought he stopped being vice president in 2013. Asked if he was still vice president in 2009. He did not recall within several years when Bo died. Forgot that the Afghanistan debate was important. Said that he disagreed with General Eikenberry, despite the fact that he actually agreed with General Eikenberry. The whole time he was consistently misrepresenting everything. And what Her found, and I've got, if any of you want to, I can give you specific numbers for each and every page of her report in which this is mentioned. There's dozens. I can't get into all of it. But this is the important phrase, and this goes to your point, Corey. He didn't say mental disability. He said diminished faculties in advanced age. That was the term that Robert Hur used to describe Biden, that he had diminished faculties in advanced age.
That seems reasonable.
I think that's pretty fucking bad.
That's consistent with aging.
Wait, you don't think Donald Trump has diminished faculties in present with age?
Not to the point to not be held responsible for crime.
No, that's not. Again, if he would have went to court on that, he would have lost on that.
No, he would not have. He literally was like keeping classified information that he shouldn't have had, and he was reading it verbatim to his ghostwriter for his book, so he could personally profit off of it. Well, he would have lost that case, hands down.
He might he might have won the case because he would have argued that he didn't have the mental faculty to be able to determine.
Well, that's what he would have argued. Yes, he would have argued that.
That's how he would have won the case if he won the case, which would clearly disqualify him from being, having the fucking red phone in his office.
So hold on, can we try to be it? I don't know. Maybe I'm the most nuanced person here, which is usually the case, I guess. But like, except maybe for Latitude on this one, and Scott. I don't know, whatever.
I said they're both retarded for a lot of reasons. That's my nuance.
Yeah, I think that both can be true. I don't like we don't have to pick good guys and bad guys here. Both can be true. It can both be the case that Biden has diminished capacity, which is clear, right? I don't think anyone argued. Some people did actually argue. I'm not even gonna say that, right? The people in the White House who thought, like, yeah, he was just as sharp, and like I couldn't keep up with them. That's like a quote someone said. Like when we got to meetings, like I couldn't keep up with Biden. He was running circles around us. That was some bullshit thing that he said. Nonsense.
I would say looking for the exit though.
Yeah, so looking around, wandering around slowly. They
meant it literally, right? They didn't mean it figuratively.
Exactly.
Just running circles around, like
yeah,
one trick pony boy.
So I mean, there was rampant lying about the situation from like the White House specifically, and then Democratic establishment. That can all be true. That I'm lied about so many things, but it could also be the case that. Well, one, that he could have diminished capacity, but not necessarily to the point that he's a quote-unquote danger to the country. Right now, the problem is when you use the danger standard. Well, in what way? Right? Are you saying that well, him being in the office is not a danger because he has handlers? Right? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying that we can rely on his mental judgment in critical moments, right? Him being the final word with his diminished capacity. Is that what you're saying? These are different things, right? So
I think
it's weird to
kind of what they mean, though.
Yeah, well,
but can
I think hold on, let me finish. Don't worry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No worries, friend. So, like, one, I think different people mean different things. I think they mean lots of different things. And I think it even shifts depending on the argument on this one. And then also it can be true that Trump, right, like our friend Ali says, has a lowered standard, right? People will accept a lot of crazy. Trump talks with a third grade vocabulary, right? In fact, it's kind of one of his strengths because he can keep things so simple when he's like presenting them to people and just like repeating the same lines over again. This is what the Corey's example previously, right? The talking points that he uses are actually quite limited, but they're all effective. They're impactful, and he can just use those over again and slightly different variations. What we expect to come out of Trump's mouth, we expect nonsense, craziness comes out of his mouth all the goddamn time. That happens as well, but. Is that diminished capacity to the point where he's a problem where he can't run the office? What is he actually running? What if there's a president? Let's say a completely competent president. Whoever you like, right? If you like Reagan, if you like Obama, whoever it is, right? If that person decides Grover Cleveland, thank you. If that person decides to completely offload their responsibilities to the people around him, right? His cabinet, his chief of staff, and all that. If he barely does anything but like sets an agenda, right? If he just does that, is that person not fit for office, right? Like what that standard actually means And what the consequences of that are actually much more difficult to define, right, for everyone, right? And I think we all use whatever is most beneficial for us in that moment. So all I'm asking, I'll wrap it up here. All I'm saying is that, hey guys, all these things can be true to different varying degrees and at different points in time and in different contexts, right? There could be, hey, maybe this person isn't reliable to like deal with like Putin, right? A person who's clearly on top of his game, right? Maybe that would be a national security a weakness or whatever, right? If he was dealing directly with an adversary, right, and who could obviously see like a diminished capacity in either Biden or Trump, right? Or maybe it's fine where all he's doing is like talking to allies, or when he's like dealing with just his party members, right? Maybe it's fine. So like define these things is extremely difficult, and all of it can be true in different ways. Scott.
So I think there's a couple of things going on here. If we really want to get into like why we have these feelings and opinions about these two different presidents. So first and foremost, I think there are some people that view the presidency as like a pseudo king that is really in charge of the entirety of the executive branch, when the truth is you're more correct in your example of like they set an agenda, right? And the buck does kind of stop with them. They do have final say in some way, but then there's also a lot of regulations and there's a lot of like procedure. Like Trump can't just fire every judge, right? Or fire every person in a branch. Like he can't. Like he can do a methodical process, but then there's an an appointee kind of system that has to be approved through Congress, right? So even Trump, if he wants to like, quote unquote drain the swamp or something, can't just like fire the entire executive branch and like put all his people in. Like it's just not possible. And so I think that says something to do, because I think that falls into contradiction with like the concept of a representative democracy that people have. And so people unfairly or maybe even blind themselves to how the presidency actually works, where they're so much more concerned with the mental faculties, et cetera, of the person there. But to your point, there is that kind of, SEAL Team 6 has the target in their sights. What do we do? And can we trust the person in that room, be it Trump or Biden? I think the answer is probably no for both of them. But then I think the other thing here is that because, there's the Thomas principle, right? Like just because something doesn't exist in reality, if its consequences exist in reality, then it is a part of reality, right? So like there's no honor tree. But we have a concept of honor and we hold each other accountable, to some degree, depending on our culture, for how honorable someone is. And so therefore the effects of honor are real, even if there is no material honor that exists. And so I think where there's a huge stark dichotomy between the left and the right is the symbolic behavior of the figurehead of the country. It's probably one of the biggest differences than people that vote left wing and people that vote right wing. Because people that vote right wing, what they care about is, establishing order-based politics. They care that they have a strong man. They care that somebody looks like they're in charge, that they're captain of the ship. The people on the right believe in the iron law of oligarchy from Michaels, right, the sociologist. Right? They believe that if you have a weak figurehead with handlers, that the iron law of oligarchy shows that there will be a small group of elites that corrupt that system. And the left doesn't necessarily view it there. There's teleological differences and things like that. But this even comes to a head when we look at like Eastern politics versus European politics. Somebody like Biden, and especially Obama, was so much more accepted by Europe because he was a liberal, because they believe in there's all these same kind of visions. They don't like that strong man. It's about mutual respect and having some level of humility. But if we look at East Asia, right? East Asia is all about strength, about not being bitched out. That's why Trump was so much better with North Korea. That's why Trump, despite constantly attacking China, is more successful in being able to do things in East Asia. And that's because there's a cultural difference there. And so I think what is occurring is the way that we symbolically view the role of presidency, both literally and in many people's lack of understanding of what's going on, but also symbolically. The left, Trump is everything the left could hate about the symbolic representation of the president and the way that he behaves. And I think in similar fashion, Biden is the worst fucking thing the right could have as a symbolic president.
Because he seems
not
weak.
strong, not because he seems weak, because he seems handled, because he doesn't look like he can control the iron law of oligarchy, because he's more focused on humility and like he's the nerd in the room. And so I'm not even trying. I want you to understand, I'm not saying one thing is good or the other. I'm just trying to describe it descriptively from a sociological perspective as like maybe why there's so much anathema that people have for Biden's sickness and what they feel is corruption, right? And versus Trump's brashness and in crazy things that he says.
Yeah, but okay.
Go ahead.
That was the smartest thing I've heard you say, Scott.
Well, here's what's crazy about that. I think maybe some of what Fabian's saying is true, and there might be some truth to that on like a psychological or societal level. But I think there's also the much more basic level, right? I do you remember, Prime, whenever we invited y'all to the Cute Bot and like Political Royale, and I told everybody, I mean, I don't know if I told everybody, but I told several people when they were asking about it, I said, hey, this will be where a lot of normies are. We're all debate bros. If you want to actually convince some people, this is where. And one of my biggest arguments I've ever had about this is people coming on here and they want to sound too uppity and too smart because they think that makes them look cool. And we just talked about what level, grade level Trump speaks at. Well, the average reading level in the United States is the 8th grade reading level. I think our speaking level is a little lower. So is it really that intelligent to come on all these shows or come everywhere you go and only speak in this highfalutin fashion? Only the societal, the best can understand, the super intellectual. No, you're actually retarded for doing that. You're stupid as fuck. And it's actually very intelligent to dumb it down and try to use smaller words to speak to everybody. And I think this actually shows Trump's intelligence by going out and speaking to the masses. Now, y'all can sit here and project and say, oh, he's bad. But it's very clear to me that this is bad faith and disingenuous. It's clear as day to anybody that's had any family member that's like had dementia or Alzheimer's that Biden was suffering. Like, honestly, I've said even before he ran that I felt bad for Biden in some regards because I think that he really feels that he has to stop Trump. Now, whether or not I agree with his policies, I truly believe he felt like he had to stop Trump. He had to be the guy. And I think that he probably wasn't good then. And he ran, he was president, and he got in there, and it deteriorated quickly. And now, yeah, I think there is something to be said for, hey, who the fuck was running this country? What were they doing in the president's name? And I think there's a lot of justifiable outrage on the Republican side when they're saying we should investigate this shit. And then for us to be sitting here and told, oh, this is the same as Trump, who we've had on television for decades. And we've seen him. If I take Trump's interview where they asked him originally, if I take Trump's interview where they had him talk about like running for president originally back in the late 80s, early 90s, he looks very similar. Maybe there's some decline, but he speaks in modern terms. I would even say,
why do you go off an edge, man?
Hold on.
You were
I'm not
doing
going
so
off edge.
good.
Hold on. There's maybe some decline, but he's within the same ballpark, bro. Like, you're acting like he's not even playing the same
You're doing
game.
it to test your faith.
Yeah, I don't even think it's that. Like, he's saying the same kind of stuff. Whenever you're saying, oh, he's different. Yeah, he's different when he gives a 3-hour speech and he goes off on some tangent, comes back, versus he's in an interview where it's bang, bang, bang. Even now when he does interviews, some of them are better than the ones back in the day. I don't know how you can even argue that.
Okay, so I think you're the only one who feels like
you just sounded like Bam defending Biden.
No, it's not even in the same ballpark.
That's literally what you did.
So it's not in the same ballpark.
You and Bam were both sides of the horseshoe.
No. This is what
you
the
and Bam
average
were both
person.
sides of the horseshoe.
Y'all, this is the problem you're having right now. Is y'all are engaging in this like only online photosphere where y'all are sitting here going, "Oh, we're so much more intelligent. We can see this clear decline in Trump." When I'm saying he sounds to me like any guy. I
literally never said I was intelligent.
He sounds to me like any guy at the bar that's sitting here talking about politics and he's trying to relate to people. And half the people that vote, remember the age-old thing people used to vote on. Would I get a beer with the president? That was a thing that came up in polls all the time. And this is exactly what Trump is doing. He's speaking in a way that the people at the a bar would understand, or the average person. And y'all are going, "This is clear decline." It's hold on.
He sounds like a drunk person.
It's purposeful and intentional. Is the reason what I'm saying.
You're just throwing your own rope, man.
I'm not throwing my own rope. I know I'm right.
It's weird. It's weird. Okay. I think you're half right, at least for your original comment, and that it is smart not to talk above people's levels. That's a good thing. Like I said, it's a strength of Trump,
especially for a populist.
He talks.
It's acting like it's like
well, if he's doing that on purpose.
He wants to speak in this high jargon.
Well, he was previously. Y'all calling it the decline now.
It is an example, an advantage to not speak at a collegiate level when talking to the American people, right? Fair enough, right? Average reading level is 8th grade. I've heard that before. I don't know if that's actually true or not.
Yeah,
but, like, I can believe it. Yeah,
that's what AI says.
That's fine. I believe that, right?
Are you reading the AI gives? What's your reading level?
That is different from.
I don't know what the AI's reading level is.
3rd grade, but vocabulary. 3rd grade is filled with 8-year-olds, but it's not an 8th grade reading level, right? Like it's true that his vocabulary is lower than what you'll find in others, right? It doesn't mean it's at the right level. And it doesn't mean that
maybe his vernacular. I don't know what his vocab is.
But yeah, vernacular maybe is what I want to say. Well, even vocabulary to a certain extent too, but whatever. In any case, that doesn't mean that just because he's speaking simpler doesn't mean that he isn't speaking so simply, right? That it implies that there is some sort of a lack of or cognitive deficiency. Those both can be true at the same time. It can both be an advantage for him, and also it could be that it's a sign of some level of cognitive deficiency, right? So we can just do that.
I think there's a great example in history, which is like
so good. I just want to respond because I think you made one of the smart, like what you piggybacked off the prime, and honestly, you said one of the smartest things I ever heard you say on here. I think it is actually super. I think it does matter what your expectations and what you actually expect from the presidency. I think that your breakdown of it was actually super on point, and it made me think about like what are my expectations of the presidency, and it probably informs my argument on why I feel the way I do about this, because I do more or less believe that Biden's I believe Biden, like if I sat down with him for an hour and I went on any issue, I believe that I legitimately believe I could have a really intelligent conversation with him. Like I said, people may disagree, but I think that like if you talk on an issue, I believe he has thoughts and opinions he's been doing a long time that he could engage, like he could engage on a really high level. But that's not necessarily like I value that, but that's not necessarily the most important thing. The most important thing I value with Biden is with his experience, with his decades and decades of experience, comes connections. And I believe that the United States presidency is.
Well, what if he's dead in 6 months? Where's his connections then?
Okay, let me finish.
I mean, or if his connections don't think.
Get right.
I mean, but really though, like you sound like y'all laugh, but Steve Bannon reported that Steve Bannon reported like right back in the day that within 6 months of him being elected, he would be dead. That was the thing, and people laughed and called it conspiracy theory. Now we're hearing he's got this high level of hold on, we haven't said 6 months past in yet, so we're at 3 months in. Hold on, he's got a extremely high level of cancer, high level of cancer, and you're laughing when I say he could be dead. If he's dead, those connections don't fucking matter, do they?
So we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to Bam right quickly. Sir Bobbles $1 super chat. He said, "Gibbs, please do next week in Trump cosplay." Apparently, he would like to see that. So okay,
yeah, I believe I believe that the most important part of a presidency is the connections, and I believe that there's I think it's nice to come out and give a speech and have make people aware of your intentions and the spirit of your agenda. But I think the more important part of a president is to know that okay, who are the people who understand the systems of government and the aspects of the economy and the global government that I believe can carry out good things, not just necessarily my agenda, but can carry out good things for those areas, irregardless of what I personally believe. Like I think that it's I think there's a lot of value, and I think that's the most important job of a presidency. I think the thing that people come on, it was like, oh, the auto pen or Biden didn't know what the executive orders is. There's a lot of things I'll get on Trump about. One of the things I don't really care to get on, even though a lot of people do, is the fact that whenever Donald Trump gets the executive orders, he has to have it explained to him in real time. What is this I'm about to sign? Because the reality is presidents don't, most presidents don't actually write their own executive orders. They just have a spirit of things that they want to address, and they have teams and teams of people that go and write out the specific legislation. And so I believe that Joe Biden, the Biden administration, which is something I usually say, like whenever I talk about Biden, I usually say administration, is because I do believe he had the country, he surrounded the country with people who were generally really, really good at their jobs. I think it was actually like an honest thing. The reason, even though Trump appointed, oh God, what's his name to the Fed? I can't think of his name off the top of my head. The Fed chair. Yes, even though Trump appointed Powell to the Fed, I think it was a honorable thing that even though Biden could have came in and replaced Powell, he realized, like, actually, you know what? During Trump's presidency, there was actually a pretty significant amount of growth. Like, it seems like Powell does have a strong grasp of what he's doing, and I'm not gonna like rip him out just to have do my guy or my thing. I actually want people competent in positions. Donald Trump in this second presidency, which is very different from his first, doesn't value competence, and I think he'll even come out and more or less say it himself. His number one value is loyalty to him and ability to push through his whims. Like, Donald Trump is like, he wants to be a part of every single piece of I'm right done now, and I want Chai to go because I feel like we're using a lot of masculine energy.
Actually, so what I want to do is I want to let Scott, because Scott wanted to say something, but then I actually want to switch slightly, change the topic, right? Slightly shift it, and I think a lot of people are going to be able to be a part of this conversation when I move it. But yeah, finish your point.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. Just wrapping up. Yeah. I believe that Donald Trump truly does. I don't think he understands what the role of the presidency is, and I think he does believe he has to be hands on and put his fingerprints on every single part of the presidency. Even when it came through with the deal with the UK, which already is a nothing kind of deal. Whenever Ludwig approached him with it, Donald Trump said, "How can I make it better? Let me make a phone call. Let me be in on it." And it's like, it's the way, like, you let the little kid drive.
Can you answer my question, though, Bam? Can you answer my question? Well, no, answer my question, because his whole thesis is prefaced on Biden's going to use his connections. He's better. Steve Bannon, like I said, hold on. If he gets elected, if he got elected now, like y'all said, and he was dead in, I don't know, July because of cancer, if he dies in July of cancer, right? Hey, guess what? Are you saying that we're benefiting from his connections the rest of that presidency? All right, that's the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
That's the point of connections. It's an entire.
What if the connections don't think he's mentally like he has mental like how many people still believe?
I'm just saying that Gibbs' point was like counter, like the opposite of
if he's dead, how do you use those connections?
If you believe that Donald Trump is the most important part of his presidency and none of his cabinet members matter, if
you're just not engaging at
everything
all.
falls apart.
I mean, tell me how you benefit from his connections directly if he's dead.
So to respond to Bam, I agree with you basically wholeheartedly on everything you just said. Albeit for me to tell you what you believe, Biden's mental. I can't say, just because I believe someone is mentally deficient in some way, I can't say that you believe that. But I think you've done a great job of describing how liberal democracies actually work, and I'm sitting here just completely disgusted that that's how the system works. And that's just a fundamental difference between us, is that it's about connections and it's about agenda, and that it's, it's about, it's not actually about, people representing, having a representative democracy of a person that comes in with their vision and shapes the government completely to their whims, but that they need all these connections in order for the government to work in that regard.
The bureaucratic state is real. I believe in it, but I think it's a good thing.
I think it's a terrible thing. But I will say this, just kind of a counterpoint to this idea that like Trump is, I think often the left looks at the way Trump speaks and because he doesn't speak to them, he sounds dumber than he actually is. As much as I do think Trump says a lot of fucking stupid things, I think maybe a good example for the left if they really believe this, is to go watch 2 interviews simultaneously. And those 2 interviews are by the same group, which was I can't remember the exact name of it. Someone will remind me in chat or something. Were the Black Journalists like Association, right? And when you saw Trump go in there, this is the most hostile environment to Trump. Like everyone there believes Trump is a racist and Trump is an idiot, and they're ready to get him on the gotchas. And he had that room of these people that absolutely despise him laughing consistently. Yeah, the blacks. With the hard R.
One of the person leading that was like a Trump administration, like a Fox News girl. I can't think of her name. Like there were,
but then you can see Kamala. You can see Kamala attempt to do the same thing, and it completely backfires on her. And so maybe it's idiocy, maybe it's decline, whatever. But you can't deny that Trump's ability to get into a room and have those people comfortable and open and change their ability from being like really angry to like kind of laughing about it is a clear charismatic force that does that. I think you can see the same thing with like Bill Maher when he went there. It's like Bill Maher is like flabbergasted by how disarmed he was by him.
Yeah, that's a mischaracterization of like that the Trump specific I don't remember what it looked like for Harris, but like for Trump, he was like literally attacking one of the journalists like out of left field. Now I don't know if there were laughs. I can believe there were laughs later on. I remember
watch the interviews.
I remember watching the whole thing, but I just it's been months, so I just don't remember. But I know there was plenty of hostility within that, and I think a lot of that hostility was deserved. But that doesn't.
Yeah, it was back and forth. The hostility was on both sides. Just watch it.
I know. I agree with you. There was hostility on both sides. But I'm saying that like I do agree with you specifically on the narrow point of his charisma, that he has a level of charisma that Kamala Harris did not have at all.
And Joe Biden used to have it, but he didn't have it in his 80s.
And Joe Biden used to have it, indeed. Yeah, I agree with you there. And I also agree with I think it's a really interesting what you talk about, this eye line of oligarchy. I had never heard that before, but it helps explain like the whole thing with the swamp, right? And they're in the right's thinking on that.
It's like it's one of distributist 9 points of what defines right wing. I think it's really important.
That I actually want to look into more of that, because I think that's actually quite instructive and helps explain the disconnect between the left and the right when we're talking about these things. All right, and I do want to switch shift the conversation just a little bit, right? And maybe something this is more that everyone can bite into. All right.
We actually do this topic too. I kind of started this. I'm sorry for messing up things.
No, that's fine. I'm excited the next Republican candidate is going to be Solomon Grundy, because if you're dead, having those connections.
I just kind of you can use connections can be inherited, right? Like,
hey guys, George Washington for president, 2028, whatever.
My father can die, and then I could use his connections, and they become my connections.
Oh yeah, because that's the same. Whatever. Yeah, totally the same.
That's exactly.
How often do they not do business with the kids? I don't care about this.
I don't care about this. I'm going to move on.
It's dumb. It's dumb. I agree.
Great, thank you. Moving on. So I wanted the last time I did this, I had explosive reaction. Let's see what happens this time. Yeah. So President Biden has been diagnosed with cancer. And what comes the regular thing happens. And that there are pouring sentiments of we pray for his family, we're thinking of him, and he's in our hearts and whatever the fuck, right? Also there are especially because I'd watched MSNBC specifically while that, and like, well, yes, the people have had recent policy differences. In fact, he's been under scrutiny in recent months. But we can all understand, we can put that aside now, right? Now his family is going through this tragedy of cancer, right? Okay. I'm going to ask, is it okay? Or should it be allowed within public to root for someone's misfortune, right? In this moment, I think there are plenty of people who have reasons to dislike Biden, and I think is actually quite human and literally the most logical thing to say, actually, fuck you, kind of deserve this, and we wish the worst on you. Should that be allowed to spread within the public sphere, or does it just work better? Does our system work better when we say these niceties, when we say to each other, "Oh, well, of course we don't wish badly on our political enemies, right?" We don't do that much, but because that brings in a level of I don't know, brutality or impoliteness into the system that degrades it. So, what are your thoughts on this? Hopefully, I was clear.
I think it's.
I'm on the latter.
Yeah. I think it's nuanced in terms of I don't think you're obligated to extend sympathy, but I do think it's wrong, or at least in very poor taste to cheer it on or to express satisfaction with it. You don't. You could just remain like neutral and just keep your mouth shut. I think that's totally fair. But to actually celebrate it, I think that's probably overall a reflection of poor character.
I think
Prom celebrated Herman Cain's death, so where you?
Yeah, I did. I thought that was hilarious. But let's go to Ali.
I don't know if I mean, I wouldn't do it just out of my own personal, like I'm not gonna sit here and tweet like thank God, and all these things. But no, I think people should be able to, and if you want to do it, sure, it can be in poor taste. But like when the Queen died and everyone was making all the tweets and jokes and shit, I thought that shit was hilarious. I can understand why people would not give an iota of a fuck, right? Netanyahu dies, I'm not gonna sit here be any form of sympathetic or empathetic to that. So no, I mean, I think it's fine that people want to do it. And I think that like I think it's kind of virtue signally. Like it's nice and all, like to have some sympathy and empathy, but like to go out of your way and tweet about it, it just like I don't know what you're doing. Like just forget everything. That doesn't make sense. Dude was a president. Policy affects a lot of people. I don't know if you can just forget that because you're sick.
Let's go to Lactoid.
I don't know if it's. I mean, under some people's definitions, it could be virtue signaling, but I think that political polarization is a problem, and kind of this partisan hatred that's occurring. And I agree with Corey. I think that it's a better society if we are able to show sympathy and to express humanity for our political opponents. Because, and everybody always wants to justify this when the shoe's on one foot. But if the shoe's on the other foot, all of a sudden it's a different game, right?
No, okay, sorry. I'm gonna jump in here because I was gonna wait, but I do it now because
Explosion starts now.
Explosion is coming.
Prime's doing it.
Explosion is coming, right? No, hey, we have a ex-president now, who helped sponsor a genocide, an ethnic cleansing campaign. Like the conflict that's happening right now, that's happened because of President Joe Biden. That's why that's happening right now. It wouldn't have happened. Trump wouldn't have had the opportunity to exacerbate the situation if Biden hadn't put us in this moment. Right? It was Biden's decision to help support this ethnic cleansing campaign. Right? I get reports every fucking day, every day, of deaths in Gaza, right? And the number goes up and down. 30 deaths, 40 deaths, 80 deaths, 100 deaths, right? A report was, I think it was the day, I want to say the day before, maybe it was a few days before, where we got the news about Biden, right? That there was I think it was the restaurant that a former restaurant that dropped a bomb dropped, and there was like 100 people. There was a recent bombing had 100 people dead, right? They called it a sea of blood, men, women, and children. A starvation campaign by the Israelis onto these people. Tens of thousands of deaths officially, right? Hundreds of thousands of deaths unofficially, and then we do this thing. Right? Where, we don't want to be unkind. We don't want to be unkind here. We don't want to be, we don't have bad manners. And we say, well, of course, we wish the best for the family. Well, of course, right? In fact, or maybe we just, if we don't have anything nice to say, we shouldn't say anything at all. No, actually, we should actually point out in this moment that there are people in Gaza who also have cancer diagnoses who lost their access to healthcare, right? And oftentimes lost their life because the Israelis bombed the shit out of them, right? Or they're covered in rubble. Like it's weird that we don't scale our responses according to the actual person, right? Like I think maybe this is a more appropriate response. We were talking about private citizens who don't have any power, right? Who might just be assholes and maybe like, oh, okay, maybe I just won't say anything about that, especially if they've done nothing to hurt me or anything or anyone that I know of, right?
What if they voted for Biden?
Unpleasant. What'd you say?
What if somebody who voted for Biden and put him in power helped put him in power? What if they get cancer?
What if they?
I don't hold voters morally responsible for.
I see what you're saying.
If they did that fully understanding the brutal, disgusting shit he supported, then yeah, fuck them.
Well,
like I don't understand why we need to like play nice and sanitize like the disgusting shit these people do. Like it makes no sense.
Well, I think
do you also support then the statements and the feelings made towards Corey Compertor at the Butler shooting?
Yeah, so again, like I said before, so if Corey Compertor fully understood that Trump is a traitorous, rapist piece of shit who should be executed, actually, and shouldn't be eligible to run for president ever, if he fully understood this and voted for him anyway, wanted to support him anyway, then yeah, fuck him. Like why the fuck? This is like saying, oh well, should we celebrate the death of a Nazi, at Hitler's political rally? No, fuck that. Of course we should.
Yeah, fuck these people. So. Let's before you do that, I know you're gonna go on. I just want to hear from Chai because we haven't heard from you. Chai, just what's your general opinion about these types of things? Wishing ill on your political opponents.
I mean, I don't even think it has to be about that. I think there's a genuine level of atmosphere on the internet where it's just okay to say edgy things and not really care. Because I've been seeing things online too that are also misinformed about him having cancer. Like, oh, why should we care that you have cancer when you literally held us from seeing our family during COVID, but then COVID started with the lockdown with Trump, so that's also misinformed. So how genuine can your critic be if you don't even know what you're talking about? Which is why I don't actually speak a lot, because I like to be genuine and I like to know what I'm talking about. And this is very vibe based, where you should care about your fellow human. You should care that they're doing okay, but you should also be allowed to say certain edgy things anyway with the freedom of speech, because why should I be punished for telling Gibbs I hope he trips over a fucking rock? Mm-hmm. I shouldn't have to be punished for that. And at that extent, yeah, you should punish me for that if you're going to punish them for whatever the fuck they just said. I care about people that have cancer. My dad had cancer. I can relate. Do I think Biden did shitty things? Yeah, but he's also somebody who is a president. So does I hope you get better from cancer do anything for him? No, but if I have a religious faith, maybe I could say a prayer. Maybe that would be kind of me.
Like the reality is, man, every time I saw Biden on the campaign trail walking up those fucking stairs to a plane, I prayed for a strong wind. Like, to be honest with you, I pray that he fucking fall over and fall all the way down.
Yeah, I mean,
same with Trump. Every time Trump is like fucking walking up Air Force One, I hope he fucking falls down the thing. Okay, I hope he fucking breaks his neck. I just do. Like, he's a fucking terrible person.
No,
same with Netanyahu.
So I don't think anyone
the fucking whole gather or these fucking animals.
High regard. Booby as a person, no, because Biden chose to run for president and make himself this public person too. So I don't think less of Doobie for saying those things.
Not just a public person advocating for, covering for evil, disgusting things that's leading to the deaths and suffering of like thousands of people. So yeah, it's great. There's no reason to sanitize this person because he has cancer.
I think so from a strategy perspective of like quote unquote healing the nation or whatever. I think this is one of the few times the Trump administration handled something perfectly so far anyways, which is that Trump went out of his way to offer condolences and prayers, and then he had JD Vance kind of asking the tough questions on Air Force 2, where JD Vance was saying, look, I think this leads to serious questions about his mental faculty and what they knew, and the people were lying to us. And at some point, maybe now is not the right time to do it, but we need some type of investigation from like a strategic perspective. But from like a moral perspective, so my step, I guess you could say, grandfather, right, was a like one of the big wig corporate lobbyists for a telecommunications company. He's known like 8 presidents, like personally. He's the reason the red phone exists in the White House. Good friends with the Kennedys still. And he asked me, recently, like, out of all the presidents that have been alive since you were alive, which one's your favorite? And I told him, I was basically like, hey, I was trying to tell him before this conversation, you don't want my opinions, please stop. And then so he asked me again, and I was like, well, I think all of them should be publicly executed and hanged for the murders that they've committed, and that they're all war criminals. And he was like, what the fuck? And I was like, listen, every single president that has been alive since I've been alive has engaged in extrajudiciary murders of people, usually in the Middle East, without Congress declaring war, and killed tons of innocent bystanders, supposedly to get some terrorist. Sometimes it's just because of like a misallocation. And every single one of those people has a higher body count than any serial killer that has ever existed in human history. And so I think there is this really fucked up thing in our society where we have this false, I think it's statism, in my opinion. I think most of you would probably disagree because you're not libertarians, but there is this false morality that is placed to people that are like public servants or politicians or something, that they're doing like this supposedly good job when they're murdering people, when Obama and Trump and Biden and Bush are drone striking weddings. We're like supposed to be like, well, give them your thoughts and prayers. Like, no, fuck these people. These people are monsters. These people are some of the most evil people to ever walk the face of the fucking planet. But for some reason, everybody has this blind side where the other guy that represents the different letter next to their name is the real evil guy, and my guy deserves thoughts and prayers and things like that. Like, look, for example, I hate fucking Hassan, like with a fucking passion. I hate a lot of these, but like when he came out and said like, we deserved 9/11, or like, made fun of Dan Crenshaw, right. I was like, yeah, that's what blowback is. What the fuck are you talking about? Or when like Frogan right. or like when like we have these streamers come out and then they cross the line, and it's like, for some reason Hassan can be in a phone call or a Discord call, and even though his mother is a landlord, scream that he wants the streets to run red with the blood of landlords, and everyone's like based. But then when he's like, fuck Dan Crenshaw, I hope some jihadi fucks his eye socket, everyone's like, oh, that's too far, how dare you? And it's we've placed this false sense of righteousness on truly evil acts of the state, and then we just simp for these fuck these politicians. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? I don't mean like you specifically here, but just all of you.
We'll go to Gibbs, Lactoid, and Bam. Anyone else?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
I'd like to go.
Yeah,
Doobie.
So I want to say, I think that's first we gotta differentiate a couple of things. One, I think there's a drastic difference between wishing like ill upon somebody and like, I don't know, advocating for violence, right? Like I want to like make that real clear.
One's TOS and the other isn't.
Sure.
That's the only difference to me. It's the only fucking difference to me.
Now, okay, that's fair, but I actually think there is a fundamental difference, and like to this, right? Like I think if I'm actively saying, oh, go hurt XYZ, or I hope that someone does something to you, XYZ, that's bad. Versus if I'm like, I hope you catch Ebola, like obviously nobody thinks that I'm going to go get Ebola from like wherever they have Ebola and bring it and give it to you, right? Like, it's like, that's not what people are thinking.
The Ebola store?
Yeah, the Ebola store. They don't think I got weapons of mass destruction or disease on hand. They're like, they basically know it's a stand-in for like karma. Like, or if I wish somebody would stub their toe.
Wherever Black and Vetch is building
every
labs
time it's about to be
with
healed.
Biden's money.
Yeah,
that's
every
where
time
Ebola is.
I hope you stub your toe, and every time it's about to be healed, you stub it again. Like, yeah, I'm just wishing bad karma on you. Now, I do think there is some like nuance that we need to have here, right? I think that people should be able to say like whatever Hassan said, about hey, we deserve 9/11. Yeah, absolutely. Do I think it's like bad taste? Probably. Yeah, I do. However, Sure. If I'm saying over here though, like I think there's something we consider, like, and I think this is maybe something we don't consider. Like I get Prime's argument, like, oh, I don't like Jihadi John, or I don't like fucking, whatever, Genocide Joe, or all this bullshit. And hey, they bombed that wedding, and and terrorists go to weddings. We had to get them. That's bad. Like I'm sorry. I want the terrorists dead, I guess. And I'm also sorry that like all this shit's bad going down. But like I can definitely understand where someone's like, oh, well, because this happened, fuck those people. Well, I'm also sympathetic to when people that were caught in that terrorist like explosion whenever we bombed them. Yeah, I'm sympathetic to their families and I'm sympathetic to their times, and I get it. And I'm like, okay, maybe we don't wish ill on these people. I'm also sympathetic to maybe the members of the Biden family that had nothing to fucking do with grandpa, that they don't know other than grandpa, like sitting here going, oh, he's got cancer, someone that's been important in my life is gonna die. I get the sympathy, and I maybe don't think like it's a good thing that we're going and saying, hey, fuck all these other people. Like I get like wishing the bad things on that guy, and I think you should be able to say that. Is that the society we really want, where we're like, oh, well, I hope you're further down the line, your family, fuck you, I hope everybody in your family gets cancer.
Fuck your lineage,
like fuck your lineage.
Is that where
we're at, though? Like, I mean, because like you'll say that, and then it's like at the same time you're like, well, we want to rectify these generational wrongs. We're like, okay, cool, you want to rectify the generational wrong. Maybe don't wish ill upon the. Hold on. I'm just saying. Well, listen. Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Well, yeah, I've seen they're over here like, well, I hope that they're getting what they deserve. Nobody should care that they're sad about this. I've seen all sorts.
Who did that?
Nobody mainstream. I've just seen it on Twitter. Don't worry. Okay. I'm just like, I'm not arguing. I'm just saying people are saying wild shit. People are edgy just to be edgy. Like just like Chai was saying. I'm just saying I advocate for manifest destiny, and I absolutely totally understand when someone's like, Gibbs, you're a piece of shit. I don't expect it. But if they were like, well, Gibbs' family all needs to catch cancer because Gibbs believes in manifest destiny, well, you're also an asshole. That's cool. That's where I stand. I don't know. I don't feel like it's as hard as people are making it out to be.
Let's go to Lactoid. I think I said Bam and then DB.
Before this panel, me and Gibbs were in a panel where we're talking about left-wing violence and what the left wing does to perpetuate violence, how they justify it, how they talk about it. And of course, we talked a lot about right-wing violence as well. And I think Scott was right when you said that really the difference is one's TOS and one's not, when we're talking about being super grateful when somebody has something bad happen to them as opposed to going and doing the thing. In that there is a line, but oftentimes there's not. Oftentimes the line is artificially enforced, or people are a very, very small push away from crossing that very thin line from one end to the other. We live in a country that's continuously getting more and more polarized, where people are starting to hate each other more, where people are less likely to have friends of the opposite side. And when you talk to them about that, when you talk to them about it, they'll say the exact same thing that's being said, the exact same things that are being said in this panel. How can I be friends with somebody who votes for somebody who does this? How could I even care about the life of somebody who votes for somebody who does this? How can I even want to be around or have any respect whatsoever, or have any kind of connection, or have any kind of nation with somebody who votes for somebody who does this? The further this continues, I think you're going to see a further deterioration of society. You're going to see the chance of actual conflict rise. And I think it's just generally not a good country to be in. I think I think it is a good thing that Trump wished him condolences for his cancer. And I wish him condolences for his cancer. And I think I would like to live in a country where we do that. And I don't want to live in a country where not only are we having this sort of team sports of death to the elected politicians to their side, but there's some people who are going so far as this team sports of death to voters of the other side. I don't want to live in that kind of fragmented society. We currently have streamers rooting for and celebrating the deaths of people merely because of the way they vote in this country for one of the two major parties. And I don't know. I don't like things that go towards that. I think it's a bad life, it's a bad nation, it's a bad society. And I reject it. Maybe this is polite politics or whatever, but I reject it, and I think we should do a better job of rejecting it.
The solution to that, though, isn't that like you judge the people. Once again, like you judge people judging the voters for the president losing, or judging the voters for the actions. The presidents are taking these actions. The voters are recognizing these actions and then judging the people according to these actions. The solution isn't to hinder the judgment of the person, of the voter. It's to hinder the action of the president. And so it's like when you do have people that are voting for these like unprincipled things, right? If you do have people that are voting for genocide, right? Like right now, I didn't vote this year. Bam blames me for not voting for Kamala for Trump. Like that's not how that works. That's not how this works. We have to take the we have to take and hold the candidate accountable, not the voters. So like no, like the way you do this is by like holding the candidate accountable.
I mean, I appreciate that you don't take it that far, but there's a lot of people that do.
So,
but it should hold on, but it should be taken that far, right? So I think that I mean we can use the hold on. Just really quick, okay? I'm sorry, Bam.
Just if you're past,
I just got to say something to that, just really quick. So the Israel thing is like easy, right? So like we have this thing currently happening. It's fucking terrible. Like if you want to call it I think it is a genocide. But if you don't feel comfortable calling that, I think bare minimum it's a fucking ethnic cleansing, obviously. Like, but this is happening, right? And then we have politicians who are advocating for more of this. Trump was on the campaign trail. He was saying he's going to get out of the way, let them do whatever they want to finish a job, blah, blah, blah. On the fucking debate stage, he and Biden were arguing about which was going to support Israel more, right? While Israel is doing all this crazy, fucked up shit, right? So if somebody sees that and they choose to support this person anyway, I feel totally comfortable in wishing bad things on them. I think that they're a morally fucked up person for advocating for anybody to vote for this guy who is telling us that he's going to vote he's going to continue a thing that is killing thousands of people.
They're competing with who's going to support it more.
So, yeah, like during fucking 9/11, right? Osama bin Laden, through his hijackers or whatever, kills like 3,000 people, 4,000 people, something around there. Israel killed that many civilians, just civilians, in the first fucking month of the conflict, right? Like that's insane, right? And when Osama bin Laden died, yet people fucking. I remember my father getting a fucking American flag out the side of this car, driving down the street, like going, "Ooh, America, America!" Like people did this all over the fucking country. So it's okay to vote to be happy that this piece of shit died. But Trump and Biden, who support and arm and fund through their party this thing that's fucking 10 times, 30 times worse, like fuck that. Why the fuck shouldn't I celebrate when they die? Like it's so ridiculous.
Yeah, I want to.
Bam,
relax. It's fine.
Okay,
let you go. You're good.
I appreciate it.
The floor is yours, brother.
I appreciate it. So I am pretty close to lactoid. I believe that the practicality of the you too, Corey. You're right. Yeah, the practicality of the long term like divisiveness and like the ways that we wish things on people. I don't believe that. I believe that this only leads to bad consequences. In the long term, like, and I don't think anyone can think farther than their nose when it comes to these situations. And the thing about it is I don't believe the people who say otherwise or try to hold like, oh, like it's okay because these politicians, the presidents are like have done these awful things. Like I don't even know if that's a position you can hold consistently. Like for example, if you heard tomorrow that something that due to one of the rockets coming out of Gaza or whatever, that it ended up somehow landing on Netanyahu's house that was full of him, his wife, and his grandchildren. Like, and Palestinians were like dancing in the street happy. I don't think any of you that have this position on like, golly, he bombed the wedding, will come out trying to shame like, how dare these Palestinians dance? What about the children? What about you would just be like, oh, okay, like I understand this is a concept of war. Like, that this was the only way they could have reasonably got to him, and we would. That's what your focus would be on.
Are you saying would be happy or wouldn't be happy? I'm a little confused.
You would be happy. I think you would be happy if something happened to if they ended up getting to what's his name, Netanyahu somehow. But like you don't bring up the details that he happened to be with his wife and grandchildren at the same time.
Wait, what? That's a lot to load that, right? Like I was saying specifically, hey, I'm okay. And I think Ali said
I'm just
hey,
saying
I'm
you
okay.
focus on that.
No. But you're loading this.
Of course I'm loading.
It's like, oh, you're hold on, no. But that doesn't. So I bring up.
We didn't say we were okay with like families getting affected by.
Yeah, I didn't say, hey, I wish the Biden clan to have cancer.
No, you would be okay with it.
I would be I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be okay with like innocent people who didn't do anything. Like, no, I wouldn't be okay. Jill Biden might be something, right?
No,
I think she has. I think Jill Biden. I think Jill Biden has a lot of culpability.
No, I wouldn't be okay if
like,
his grandkids were in the building with him. His wife, maybe. I don't give a fuck. But his grandkids, no.
So you would immediately switch to like shaming Hamas and say that they wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't shame Hamas. I'd be like, that was fucked up. But like, what do you want me to do?
Exactly, you would be okay with it. It would just be like, oh, okay, that's the way you go.
No. We can do two things at once, right?
Yes,
I can. Listen. You can do two things at once. One, if in that situation that you're loading, right, with other casualties, okay, but I can do that, right? If in that situation Netanyahu dies, right? Yeah, I can praise Hamas for like killing, right, a genocidal bastard being Netanyahu. Fuck yeah. Right, but at the same time, I can actually mourn the deaths of Netanyahu's children. I mourn. I have big problems. I had big problems. I think. I think
spend my time doing it, but you would say like
many. Hold on, guys. Let me finish my sentence. So I think so many.
Wild.
I think so many. You know what? After almost 2 years, of slaughter. Actually, I think I can. Actually, you could do that, right? Because the IDF terrorists who've been slaughtering so many more people, like times tens more people than died during October 7th. Yeah, at some point you can say people can fight back. So anyway, if they fought back and killed the target, right? I could say that in that instance, good work on naming that rocket and getting past the Iron Dome and all that, right? But secondly, I can also say, hey, it's a tragedy that Netanyahu's grandchildren died. They were innocent individuals, and I wouldn't be okay with that, right? That is a self tragedy. You can feel both things at the same goddamn time.
Sure, and people can feel, and you can feel 100 things, but that's not what you would talk about. You wouldn't.
What do you mean?
Why would that be the focus of our conversation? If we see a genocide happening, if we see a genocide happening and we see the leader of a country, a prime minister of a country that's leading the genocide, why would we sit here and then focus on the death of his kids that happened when an attack happened? That would be a weird focus.
Exactly. I don't understand why anybody's responding to me then, because that's exactly what I said. You wouldn't make it a focus. You would be okay with it. You would be like, oh, okay.
No,
being okay with it.
Yeah. Try to sneak that in, being a fucking weasel, Bam, right? Saying that wouldn't be our focus of conversation because this is a political show, right?
It wouldn't be addressed.
No.
Those are two different things.
Stop being a fucking weasel, Bam. I see what you're doing. It's not going to fucking work. Stop. Excuse me. Shut up. Stop being a weasel. Right? Because what you just said first is that, hey, you wouldn't focus on it. And then you snuck in, oh, you would be okay with it. That the deaths of those children, you'd be fine with it. No one would be fine with the deaths of children. I wouldn't be fine with the deaths of any Zionist children. Actually, those children are innocent. Actually, I hope I want them to live because that gives them a chance to make better decisions than their parents, right? The same thing with conservative children here, right? Who might be the children of actual fucking fascists, right? Like, I don't hope for the deaths of the children of fascists because I have hope for them that they can be better than their parents. They're innocent individuals, so I can distinguish those two things, right? Stephen Miller, piece of shit, absolute fucking fascist within our government, an actual factual fascist within our government, right? As far as I know, he doesn't have kids, but if he did, right? No, I wouldn't hope for the death of his children, right? For Stephen Miller, I wouldn't be a sad day if he disappeared, in my opinion, right? But you can make those distinctions, and don't try to be a fucking weasel and put that in there.
Exactly what I mean.
Fucking weasel.
And I stand by what you're saying. You would be okay with it. And I want to know when I can have a.
You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar trying to twist people's words.
Wait. What is okay? What is okay? What is okay with? What does okay with it mean? What does okay with it mean?
I'm trying to explain. What I want to have a conversation with adults in the room that say because guess what? When you think that Biden is okay with Palestinian children dying, you think that?
Yes, actually, I do 100%.
You're the fucking liar. You know
he has been told
as a consequence of Fabi Hamas, but you think he's clapping
two things.
You're a fucking liar.
You know, okay. Try to pretend like you're actually offended here, Bam. Yeah, nice try. I see through you. But anyway, hold on. I just gotta read the super chat. $20. $20 from Alexander Wynn. He said the reason we call it on the rhetoric when someone is in terminally ill is because these people didn't do anything alone, and they aren't actually evil. They often just did the best they could or what they thought was right. So this is towards Bam's point. I think so. This came in later, where
they were just doing their job. You know, they were just doing their job to the best of their ability.
No, fuck that. Right? No, fuck that. Each people have actual agency, right? Fucking like there was
that APAC money, baby.
There was APAC money. Oh my god, that's another thing. But let's ignore that for now, right? That's another part of this. I see your hand, Scott. There was a group of doctors who have been working in Palestine. They during the bombings, right? They go back to America, talk about the scale of the death and destruction that they had seen, right? They were doing the rounds in the media. They end up getting invited to the White House, right? And one of the doctors like, yeah, Mr. President, like trying to appeal to his heart, right? The one that Bam thinks exists. They tried to appeal to his heart. Hey, Mr. President, there's so many children have died, right? Have died horribly, been blown apart by this. Right? I have pictures. I like to show you these pictures. Biden goes, no, excuse me. I've already seen those. Don't bother me with those pictures. I've already seen those pictures. Literally not even possible. Literally not even possible because that doctor took those pictures himself, right? Those were his pictures. Biden didn't even want to be bothered to see it, right? We see him, Biden, we see the people in the DNC who like literally during the DNC proceedings, right? As people were walking in this out of the convention, they had protesters reading the names of the dead Gazan children, right? And then them putting their fingers in their ears as they're walking by. You can find the footage of this. Them putting their fingers in their ears as they're walking by and yelling, "I don't care, I don't care!" Right? This is the brutality that Biden has instilled within our society, right? And it's reflected in himself, right? When he was okay with the endless bombings in himself, but also with the starving of the children, right? When he made token pleas to the Israeli government to actually start letting aid back in, right? Remember the whole port incident where he says we're gonna, instead of like just making the Israelis let the food trucks in, we're gonna build a makeshift port, right? It's gonna take us months to build this port. We're gonna build a port, then we're gonna put the food in that way because we don't want to break a nail of the Israelis to just let trucks into Palestine, and then the port broke apart. It just collapsed, right? And then I guess that's it. I guess that's all the pressure we'll put on this destructive force. So hey, I've watched this. I've seen the type of man he is. If he had compassion in his heart, he would have ended it long ago.
And that's
he would have seen that death and destruction. I think you can actually make the completely logical leap that he doesn't mind the death of these kids. Whether he revels in it, whether he necessarily revels in the deaths of these kids, I guess I can't say, right?
And
if I applied that before, then I do take that back because I don't know if he revels in the deaths of these kids, but I know he doesn't seem to give a fuck about
I think the money soothes his sadness. The money soothes his sadness.
Like both of y'all were coming up twice. Like just to finish up.
Trying to
like,
frown
the reason why I'm saying that what you're answering these questions like children is because you don't because you're like so afraid to hold on to your moral purity, even though the outcomes are the same. I'm gonna ground in an example and I'm gonna apply it to myself because I'm the only person here with fucking honesty. The reality is, I believe that the I'm talking in the conversation with Prime right now. I'm not applying this to all of you guys. Sorry about that. But I'm saying that I believe that in the Ukrainian war, I believe the Ukrainians have a moral right to defend themselves. And to push the Russians all the way out. Do I understand that the individual Russian soldiers are probably a lot of them are honorable men looking to serve their country and just trying to follow in with with what they were told to defend their homeland? Absolutely. I bet these are honorable, like normal young people just like me and you and everybody else in this conversation.
A lot of them are conscripts.
But what am I? But I believe the my general moral ought is with the Ukrainians. So and I want the Ukrainians to push back the Russians. Like, even though I'm not individually, personally okay with innocent Russians
killing the
dying,
Russians
the
that are against
reality is I have in practice I'm okay with Russians dying. I'm okay with these people I just called honorable dying. That is me being okay with it. I can come in virtue signals like, no, I'm not okay with it. But if you understand that the desires of your heart lead to that
Are you talking
outcome,
about
then
Russian
stand on
soldiers or
fucking
Russian
business.
civilians?
Are you
Soldiers.
talking about kids? Are you talking about
Okay,
kids
yeah,
and
we were
grandkids?
we were talking about deaths of civilians. I don't.
No,
I'm
I'm saying
confused. As
no.
to-
I'm saying, do you believe that any of the Russian soldiers are good people? Just
Sure.
trying to
I don't. I mean, I'm sure some of them are. I'm positive.
Sure. Okay,
some
that's
of them
what
are.
some of them are. Now,
Yeah.
are you now? You would say that you're not okay with good people dying, but in practice, if you believe in the what's called ability to defend themselves, you end up practically being okay with them dying.
Wait,
Yes.
wait, wait, wait,
Those
wait,
are two
second.
different
All right.
things.
No, wait, we can separate the soldiers. I think there's multiple things. One, there could be good soldiers like within a force that's doing bad.
I'm sure there are
things,
nice
right?
guys in the
I think
Nazi
there were
army.
Nice Nazis.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, does
There
that
were-
apply
there
to
were
the Nazis
actually-
too?
There were actually factually
You're overlooking the fact
kind
that Ukraine is
Nazis
the bad side, by the
who
way.
literally helped who literally helped some Jews escape,
okay,
right?
exactly. And you have to be okay with it,
but
just
whatever.
deal with
But
that.
whatever. That doesn't vindicate the entire force, right? And what they're doing, right? It doesn't vindicate, even if they do a good thing, like letting some Jews escape. Does that mean that vindicates some all the other things they might have done? No, actually, maybe not. I don't know. Depends on the situation, right? But all that is separate, right, from the politicians, the ones I identified, right? Specifically, I said, right, the when we're talking about politicians who make these decisions, right, the people who I named, right, were all politicians, and I said, hey, these people who have power, right, power above what a soldier does, right,
No,
who make these decisions, and then does it make sense to revel in their misfortune? That's the thing that I was talking about.
Sure,
So
but
now,
that's what I said. Now, do you believe it's okay for the good people to die?
it's no, it's not okay. No, it's
exactly.
not okay.
That's
It's
a
not okay.
bitch move. Stand on it. Stand on business.
What are you talking about? No, it's not.
You do believe it's okay?
No, it's not okay. What are you talking about? No, it's not okay.
You're a child because you have to believe it's okay if you believe that there's one side that has vindication.
No, hold on, say you are being loose with your language here, right? You're saying okay. Hold on, listen. You're saying okay, right? As if like acceptable. I say it's unacceptable but I'm not sure what you mean good people here. But at least what I mean innocence, right? No, it's not acceptable that innocent people die. As a practical matter, they do die, which is really unfortunate as a practical matter. But no, I am not okay with innocent people being bombed to death. Of course not. Why would I be?
I didn't say innocent. I said good people.
Okay, then I don't. Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
Can I say something?
Hey, soldiers we're dying. Isn't him being okay with people dying?
No,
it's circumstantially like they're in war. It's not that he's okay with it. It's that's the circumstance that they're in. He's not saying that he's okay with good people dying.
And the only reason you're saying it is you're holding on to like your moral purity. Like drop your balls.
What moral purity?
What are you talking about?
And now
I don't care. Wait, here. I don't care if soldiers die. I don't care if soldiers die, whether you're good, bad, evil. I don't really give a fuck. You're in war. That's completely different than saying I don't care that if a grandchild dies as means of a bombing, right? Like when the beeper attacks happened in Lebanon, when there were kids that were affected and died. Yeah, that's shitty. But there were a bunch of people who were defending it, being like, "Oh no, we attacked the you shouldn't have been around the pager. You're around terrorists. If you're around the pager, you're the son of a terrorist. That's your fault." That's kind of the issue. Like when you have people who are blaming.
I still stand by that. By the way, listen, it's acceptable.
Yeah.
Acceptable losses. It's
pager bombs.
So it's a wartime. Hold on. This is kind of what I wanted to.
Yeah, you and Misfit. Hold on.
Sociological. You actually were right earlier about asking this question. Sociological. I've been waiting for like 45 minutes here, Brian.
Hold on, 1 second, guys. I'm going to give you the choice, right? Because we've already like run past the time where we usually start our topic. Okay. So we can continue on with this for a little bit, or we can just switch to the topic.
This is more fun.
That's what you guys all are came for.
I mean,
right?
we're heated. So whatever.
So might as well.
Okay, so I'll let people go,
but I just want to be
and then
cool.
we'll reassess from there because that's what people came here for. I want to give them a shot, right?
But
so let's. All right, Ali, finish what you're going to say, and then I'm going to go to Scott. I'm going to go to Gibbs, and I'll finish out with Doobie, and then maybe we'll move on.
Like in the conversation, ma'am, you keep moving the goalposts. It started with grandchildren, then now it's is like Russian soldiers that are good people. Are you okay with them? Like the goalpost keeps moving because at a certain point, at a certain point, it comes to you: was like Hitler a bad person, or was he just trying to defend his country? Were the Nazis bad, or were they just doing their jobs? And people who believe that their country was being overtaken, it's like every person can be a good person with your level of like charity.
Hitler was with his wife. It's okay that she died. Like,
what about his grandkids? What about his grandkids?
I'm going to talk about what actually happened.
What about Nazi soldiers that were just kind of good people, but they fell into like? Is it okay if they died?
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying in practicality, yes.
Yeah,
I think the point. Well, no, I think the point that Bam is making is there's a difference between celebration and stoic resolve, right? Like if you celebrate like for example, if you celebrate the deaths of the Palestinian children, you're probably pretty fucked up. If you celebrate the deaths of like Israeli children, you're probably pretty fucked up. If you celebrate the deaths of the children in the Donbass who were blown up by Ukrainian cluster bombs, right, that we never talked about, right?
What
you're
about the leaders if you celebrate that? Hamas or IDF or something like that?
Sure, well, yeah. For all those like things, you can say that's tragedies and we shouldn't celebrate that. But I think there's a difference between that. Well, we're talking about specific acts versus specific people. Like when it comes to the pager bombs, right? That was brought up. You can say this was like a very responsive in a military action, a relatively responsible attack, right? For how you're going to engage in warfare. And to the extent that civilians were involved, that's a tragedy. We shouldn't celebrate that. We should like mourn that, right? And that's I think what Bam is saying. That's what I'm saying, right? Like we're not. You don't have to discount all action to say that you shouldn't celebrate the collateral damage that comes with military action.
No, and yeah,
but what people are doing right now is celebrating
that's
the
what
cancer
Prime was
that
saying.
Biden
That's what me and Prime were saying is that we wouldn't celebrate the children that just happened to be part of the attack because the original example was if Netanyahu got bombed with his wife and his grandkids, we would, and then he tried to insinuate that we would be okay with it because we would be cheering on the fact that Netanyahu got bombed, and that we would overlook it in a conversation and we wouldn't even talk about it because we would care so much, and he's trying to pin that on us. That's not.
But
like,
he's kind of right there, though. If this is what I would say,
let's go I'll wait. Scott, Gibbs, and then Doobie.
So I think Bam is right descriptively. I just think he is right and I think to Lactoid's point, right? There's a difference between celebration and you're okay with it. I think what Bam was trying to, and I'm not trying to speak for you, Bam, so much as you were getting bogged down and them yelling at you, right? So just outside perspective.
You can break
it's
it
like
up,
when we're talking about like what is going on in Gaza and whether or not Biden is receptive to it. I think there is, at least from Biden's perspective, is that like there's no right answer here and every answer is going to lead to death. And so his political position is this middle fence thing. Now, obviously I'm more cynical in terms of like money and politics and things of that nature. But if you believe that the war is, that any war is justified, then you're going to have to be at the very least baseline willing to accept. Maybe okay is the bad word because it's coded to be almost mean morally good, but you're willing to accept the death of innocents that have nothing to do with this because the alternative is you don't fight back. The alternative is you don't get to kill those people, right? And so I think this whole conversation actually goes much earlier to a point Lactoid made, which was this concept of like polite politics. And I think this is really the big problem is that people are vibing out their political hatred and they're vibing out, why they dislike someone because one political issue seems to really affect them. And I think Gaza and what occurs there in the photographs there are a guttural kind of like thing, but politics is violence. Unless it's libertarian, it's violence. It is stealing money from people. Every time you say we want to increase a tax, you're saying less job opportunity, less promotions, lower page for lower salaries for workers. Like someone somewhere, instead of getting a promotion and staying with their family, goes back to those drugs that they were hooked on before, right? Like there are deaths with every single policy where you are regulating an industry or taking taxes or involved in a war is causing death. And so this entire concept of I hate this politician specifically is the problem as far as I can tell. It is this, we have this veneer of moral good for politicians that steal, that take from us, that regulate our lives, that enslave us, and that cause deaths regularly with everything because 52% of people agree with whatever this fucking policy is. And I think it's a contradiction in our logic that leads towards us praising or, having this false sense of sympathy for monsters. But in terms of the overall discussion, I just wanted to add this really quickly. Everybody should go to Amazon Kindle if you want to listen to audiobook or just buy it somewhere else and get the book Ordinary Men and the Reserve Battalion 101 and the Final Solution in Poland, right? Because I think far too often we view things so that our moral compass can feel good. We view things in very black and white scenarios. And I think that is a amazing book at showcasing how some of the most well-meaning people, right? Police officers in Poland who only chose to work for the Nazis because someone else would do it, and they thought that if they did it, it wouldn't be that bad, can eventually be moved into taking pregnant women and blowing their brains out and throwing them into the mass body graves, right? Like, and those are normal men that started off with good intentions. That's what war does to us all.
I would agree. Lottie, put your hand down. I need to move on to get through this.
Okay.
So, Gibbs and then Doobie.
Yeah. So I kind of want to come back to something that sociologic that you brought up about 20 minutes ago, and you said what is okay, right? And I was kind of going to try to interject with when we talked about the pager attacks and they're there was some collateral damage. It's kind of like I would say I'm more Israel than Palestine or Hamas in this argument, right? But really, I don't care. I'm pretty neutral. Doesn't affect me too much on my day to day. Doesn't affect my bottom line. That's how I vote. So guess what? If I was a Houthi rebel over in Yemen or whatever, and I somehow got to Israel, and I saw Netanyahu with his wife and kids and 15 grandkids and all their cousins and there was 50 people there, and it was just not Netanyahu is the only one, I would take the shot and I would blow the whole place up, right? That would be the strategic sense. Why? Because that's the acceptable loss. Now, at the same time, I wouldn't turn around and be like, oh, Bin Laden is in Karachi in, I don't know, on the India-Pakistan border. You know what we're going to do? Let's go drop a nuke on it and take out the whole city just to get one man. That's not acceptable loss, right? I think so when we're saying, when Bam says, oh, y'all are okay with this, y'all are going to say, yeah, it's sad that little Timmy and their nephews all got blown up, but y'all are absolutely not going to dwell on that fact for more than to say that. If y'all are going to go, well, it's good because Netanyahu had it coming. And so I gotta say, when y'all are sitting here going, oh, hey, we would stand on this tall, moral, reprehensible, it would be bad. Yeah, I don't think y'all are bad people for saying there's an acceptable amount of collateral damage that you're willing to accept. I also don't think you're rooting for, little Timmy to get killed, but I think you're perfectly okay with a certain amount of people getting killed to get the guy y'all want out gone in certain situations. I think every human is at some level. I think that's a primal thing, and for y'all to deny that, I think is bullshit. If we're being real.
Let's go to Doobie.
Dang, me and Gibbs agree. That's probably
yeah, I think, I don't know. I find this very strange, to be honest with you. I think this feels like sanitizing, and it feels like you're kind of whitewashing and building a mythology around this person that, it's such a great public servant. And I can agree with Scott that we have to accept, some level of violence in politics, right? When I vote for higher taxes, right, I'm accepting that if somebody doesn't pay those taxes, they might end up in a cage or dead, right? I accept this, right? So we all do this, right? This is just how the world works, right? So, but there's a point beyond that. I mean, obviously, advocating for supporting what I believe is a genocidal ethno state while it's committing a genocide, while its politicians are going on in fucking public giving speeches in support of this
There's no
genocide.
space between those things. Those are practically synonymous.
Yeah, like, and while they are, we have people within this country who are funding terrorists in the West Bank, who are stealing land, attacking people, murdering people, with not only the support of that people in our country, but the support of the Israeli government, right? Who they're doing this into Palestinians in the West Bank. Like, I think that's a level beyond, just accepting that taxation and, the requirement to pay your taxes exists. I think that's like supporting intentional fucking evil. I think I consider this to be evil, right? A clear picture of evil in the modern day is what's happening there, right? So if this guy, for whatever reasons, right, whatever philosophical reason, maybe he thinks it's in the end of the day it's going to be better for the United States if Israel gets to do whatever the fuck it wants there. Maybe he's just getting a lot of money, right? And it's better for him and his family, right? If he supports them, whatever the fuck his reasons are, right? He's supporting evil. So I get to say, hey, it's a good. If I hope you fucking die. I hope your cancer hurts. I hope you. I hope it drags on for a very long time and every moment's painful. Right? Fuck you. Right? And I think that's fine.
Oh, okay. Can
No,
I
go for it.
respond to that? I'll try and be quick, but just very
I'll
quickly.
only try to be
I
quick.
agree. Well, hold on. I'll be quick. I will be quick. I agree with you that there's a substantive difference between supporting a war or supporting a genocide somewhere and taxation. The problem is that the difference is a vibe difference. It's a difference of feelings. It's a difference of you don't have a grounded philosophical argument here other than it crosses some threshold that makes me feel real bad. Only the libertarian has the thing that says these are both aggression, and I can say the other is a worse form of aggression. But I because of property damage or because of the amount of damages or the amount of but when you just talk about these vague notions of human suffering, they come down to subjective assessments, and this is exactly why people can view one side of the political camp as evil and their side as justified, because their level of aggression they believe amounts to a better world and vice versa.
You could find anything.
Yeah.
Any political side could find something. Of course.
No, yeah.
Hold on.
This
Like,
is. Oh, sorry. You go, Doobie.
You don't think pro-lifers could find a reason to hate all of you?
No,
of course, of course.
400,000 dead babies.
But calling this
is way worse than Gaza ever was.
Way worse
calling
than
this,
Gaza.
hold on, calling this like a vibes thing. I mean, I guess people have feelings. When I see, a news story about somebody being tortured to death in Israel or anywhere, yeah, I don't like that. And when I find out that my tax money is going to fund that torture, or going to fund a bomb that just set a bunch of children on fire, yeah, I don't like this. It makes me feel bad. So I'm going to say, hey, we shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't be supporting the person who's letting that happen. Yeah, that's vibes, I guess. Not wanting people to be impaled on a fucking spike is a vibe, I guess. It's a feeling that I have. But that's.
Sorry.
But I think there's an intent and there's a function, right? So what is the intent of taxation, right? What is the intent of sending that bomb over to have those children set on fire? I mean, I think we're still very far away from each other. And I can understand from the libertarian's perspective, it's all aggression, it's all whatever. But I think from my perspective, and I think from the vast majority of people's perspectives, you're worlds apart here.
So
that's the problem with not accounting for unintended consequences.
I'm gonna use my privilege to do last word on this and then move on. So to get to the topic at hand before we lose too much time. Yeah, vibes, sure, but that's okay because that's how most human beings operate. Yes, it would be great if everyone had a grounded philosophical understanding for why they feel the way they feel, right? Or to make to find an exact line in the sand where one amount of aggression is too much, another amount is just under, right? Yeah, that would be better. But I don't know, that's not how society works. We can, if you want, put more funding into philosophy training so more people can reach that level of enlightenment. But whatever, right? Whether I agree with Gibbs or not, right? His assessment that bombing Netanyahu is one thing, right? And his family is one thing, and then nuking Pakistan/Afghanistan to kill Osama bin Laden is another thing, right? Yeah, yes, it's vibes, right? That's what he described as vibes, right? But we can understand on a very human level that there is a scale here that's involved. And yes, it's vague and it's messy because we don't know where that line is, and then it invites contradictions within our conversations. But okay, we can manage that. We manage to do that all the time. Like that's just how that is. So it's okay.
Yeah, we live in
but
a
beyond
society
that,
is also like a vibes thing. I disagree with policy on vibes.
It's also a fact. We do live in a
I
society.
would love policy to be strictly on facts and hard numbers and data. I wish that was the case. That's not the society that we live in, unfortunately. But it's a society that we could push for. It's something we can definitely push for. I think it'd be better if we push for it. To your point, Scott. But like that's not the way it is. And then living in this real world, we can still manage.
I don't want to distract, but you're not.
Yeah.
Y'all both aren't really addressing it, but it would derail.
Okay, so that's fine. Yeah, Biden, horrible individual. Horrible individual. We can so to be clear, everyone can decide for themselves like where they land on this. Like I can't impose that everyone should feel the way I feel about this. Clearly not, right? But I think it's silly when but as I can't impose and I can't decide for you, right? I just want the same courtesy on the other end, right? Because we see people trying to shame others for saying, "Yeah, fuck Biden, fuck him and his cancer," right? Hope it's painful if someone says, that. "Yeah, that's actually a valid response," just like saying, "Hey, best wishes to the family," right? That's also a valid response if that's what they want to do. But like, I won't be shamed. To be clear, I won't be shamed for recognizing the harm that this man has done, the direct harm that this man has done in the world. Right? He's an awful human being, and for the rest of my life, fucking life, right? I would drag his name through the mud. I would drag if I have a chance to shit on his grave, to actually drop my pants and shit on his grave. I'll do that. I'll do that.
Trump's big.
Because of
I have a real compromise. Here we go. If
go.
you're a family member, if you are a
Oh.
family member of a famous person, just get off of the fucking internet when they die or they get sick for a couple days.
That's actually pretty good. Yeah,
True.
I agree with that. But yeah,
no matter what, it's not going to be good for you, no matter where you are.
And I'd also shit on Trump's in case I was with Biden. I would absolutely.
Well, yeah. See that. Why is that? Why?
Yeah,
I don't want to change the topic,
my focus
Brian, but
being on Biden because Biden was the one who had the cancer. Fuck Biden. And
not even that. Biden was like the Democrat that technically is supposed to be your side. So if your side affected you more and hurt you more, you expect the other side to be like repugnant and not like hold to your values. Yeah. So obviously you would hate the person that affected your side from the inside more.
And to be clear, Lactoid said that like, when it comes to the other person's side, to the other side, well, we don't accept this. Yeah, to be clear, yeah, Biden was ostensibly on the left, right? And I say fuck Biden. I say fuck Trump too. I say fuck them all.
What I'm saying is that
I'm gonna use my privilege because we got.
Well, you said that I said something that seems a little bit mischaracterized.
Yeah, no, whatever. No, I'm saying
this is a better conversation.
We do have to go on because we have like an hour long. This is what people came for, so I gotta actually.
All right. Well, just be clear. I reject that characterization. Go ahead. Continue.
Okay. Well, then bring it up after, right? And write it down. No, write it down. So if you ask,
I mean, people can come to their own conclusions. What I said.
No.
I'm just saying I reject that.
I'm saying write it down, and then after or the topic, we can discuss it, whatever your objection is. But I just got to move on because now we only have an hour left. Hello all. This is a very round table. What do you do?
Already now.
All right. And we got a lot to discuss here. A lot to talk about. Hey guys, if you enjoyed that conversation, consider supporting the channel. We haven't got any support this month. So support the channel. On Twitch. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. If you got a resub, please use your resub. We do need your help. So if you want to support this channel, help us out. We don't have any support this month. So, but if you like what we're doing, right, come through, support the channel. We do need your help. All right. So we're gonna run through the topic. I'll run through our openings. We're gonna do it quickly. The topic is Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority, LAHSA, 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 has come under fire for having poor accounting practices and apparently poor performance in completing its mandate to house the homeless. This comes as the California state government cannot account for billions in taxpayer dollars that was sent to address the homeless issue. Do you think these efforts to address the homeless problem are worth it? If the corruption allegations are true, does that invalidate the compassionate reasoning behind these policies? If the allegations are true, is this a reflection of failings of the left? And how would you suggest these towns and cities handle homelessness? Okay, so just quickly, if if you haven't been following at all, California has put literally billions of dollars into addressing its massive homeless issue, and for very little result. Right? There's like certain stats on this, but like basically the amount of money like per homeless person that's actually been housed or actually have received services like wildly skewed, right? Like per millions, like for one individual. And it implies, right? Well, this will have to be proven in court or whatever, right? But it implies that there's some sketchy shit happening. That people may have been taking money off the top, right? That is simply the implication of what's and worse yet, California just cannot account for the money, right? The money has gone out the door and they don't know where it went, right? So, I mean, what is this, the Pentagon, right? It's the only place that's acceptable. We're trying to see, does this have wide implications? One on like democratic policies, right? And the people who advocated for these things are these policies themselves, are they the thing that's flawed really, or is it maybe the way they've been implemented, right? Because there's a large cluster of nonprofits that administers this money. It goes out from the government, but the government mostly doesn't actually do it themselves. They hire nonprofits, a whole constellation of nonprofits to actually do the work, right? And then the money just kind of disappeared. So maybe that's the problem. So let's just discuss that, guys. Keep it quick. Lactoid.
All right. So the whole thing's a scam to begin with, but like leaving that aside, to address something I think a problem that I think is really narrowly tailored to this being a government program in the first place. Because I mean, fraud does happen in private industry as well, but in the public, one of the differences here is that there is no end point in the same way there is for a private business. The reason why you have these massive pension funding obligation shortfalls in Illinois and these other states, where per household, every average household owes $26,000 to the state just for pensions that they're never gonna really never gonna get funded, is because when fraud and scams happen in the government, the solution is just raise more taxes. We can always just take more from the people, and you can bleed a large amount of people for a much longer period of time, as opposed to in the private system where if one company experiences fraud, they may go bankrupt. And the problem is now the problem has a rational endpoint. So I think this is kind of a problem with the kind of general system. And here we see it on full display, where you see widespread fraud, and it's costing tremendous amounts of money. And it's not going to solve. Nothing's going to be solved here. They're just going to keep raising taxes on people to pay for it.
Scott.
Oh yeah, since I'm Fabian Liberty, you can find me. Just Google Fabian Liberty, you find me. Yeah, this is just how government works. Like this isn't a unique scam or scandal. This is just how government works. Like when you see children of rich kids and they're like, I'm a philanthropist, like this is what they're talking about, right? It's just funneling money to wealthy donors and NGOs. Like this is how several billionaires have made their billions, is just utilizing government funds through NGOs. And it's exactly as Lactoid described. The government is bad, taxation is bad, but the government isn't that bad at just doling out money, right? It's not that difficult. But when the government starts trying to do projects and infrastructure and starts hiring out corporate contracts, and then charity and like empathy and all these bleeding heart, high ideals get involved, it is a recipe for just rampant corruption and rampant waste. That's just how government operates. It's nothing special.
Thank you. Let's go to our friend Corey Campbell.
Yeah, I would, I guess, essentially agree that it seems to be an example of bad government. Now, whether good government actually exists, I guess, is maybe a different question. But to what I extracted from the article and the videos, and also like in the prompt, it's like, at least as far as I can tell, just well, a large sum of money has disappeared, and that like an investigation is underway to determine what happened. But if that money was actually allocated in the end in a good way, and not inherently a bad thing. So I guess I sort of reserving judgment to see what the outcome is. But I might be mistaken about that. But that being said, if in fact, okay, money was essentially, lost and unaccounted for, and it's just gone into the void, yes, that is bad, not good. And let's say that wouldn't surprise me coming out of California, at least from what I understand. Overall, California is inefficient and has, sort of a regulation problem. And they can't even get, high-speed rail done. So it's on homelessness. Probably not in the cards right now. So, but all that being said, to wrap it up, I think the intentions are good. I'm in favor of policies that address homelessness, but probably California is probably doing it in a poor way, and I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel bad that my libertarian counterparts here didn't say do the thing and say, hey, all taxation's going to shit is theft and this is all corruption in the end. Because I mean, I actually kind of echo that sentiment on this. Anytime we spend welfare or homeless money, I don't see any fundamental difference between Joe the child of whatever philanthropist person steal the money and the hobo getting it and wasting it on crack. Oh, the money just disappeared either way. It's total bullshit. So when we're gonna cry about it, yeah, whatever. However, I do think this is a prime example for like people that are in the camp of we should have some government being able to point and saying, hey, the Dems have gotten together and they've gotten in cahoots and we got corruption and this is exactly the kind of shit that Doge is supposed to be cleaning out. We got over here looking like what we have with the USAID where they were just doing all the same sort of shit. That's the same kind of thing that's happening in California. California is basically the third world now at this point. It's terrible. It's a shithole. I'll say it right now. Every time I go to California, I almost get stabbed. Sometimes I have been stabbed. It's amazing. I live here in Texas, and I don't have that problem. And there's hobos outside my house. I bitch about literally days, every day. I say I'll talk about it. I've never been stabbed. You know why? Because they know what happens when you do that here. And it's just crazy that in this third world shithole, they can't figure out homelessness. And then Trump goes, hey, let's take some of this USAID money, no, not USAID money. It was the money for some of the illegal migrant housing, and we're going to house some U.S. vets. And now they're screaming how bad that is and all this shit. At the same time, we have Prime giving us a panel today about how there's probable corruption within the own homelessness thing. And it's just, I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of my tax dollars going to what's obviously a fleece. And we just need to gut the whole welfare system in general, I think, at this point. That's what I think.
Thank you so much, Chai.
We know that's because it doesn't benefit you in any way, Gibbs. We know that's why you think that, by the way.
That's true.
I give my change to the homeless people. I will take them into the store and I will let them build their own sub. I will spread kindness to them. I think caring about people, even though there is corruption in every field you look in, is still good. It's nice to put that out in the world. But I also do think that California has made itself in a way where it is its own little system, where it just takes advantage of this and implements its own hidden objectives behind some of the legalities of the way that they work, where they're like controlling the number of homeless people, but also not really helping them. Like they're in these certain stipulations when it comes to, oh, well, you can't kick people out if you don't have anywhere to house them, but you're not utilizing these empty housing. And you're like, oh, well, building new ones would be expensive. Utilize the empty ones then, so you could get them off the street and help them. I think helping homeless people is good, but I definitely think they're taking advantage.
Let's go to our friend Doobie. I know he has very strong opinions about this.
I think they should be executed, actually, after a trial. But I think that if there's anybody who's using this program to benefit themselves, their donors, whatever the fuck.
I thought you meant the homeless.
I 100%. No,
That's what I thought.
not the homeless.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe,
I was like, are you
not the homeless?
pro-homeless
Okay, all of the homeless.
genocide? Like, genocide the homeless.
Any of these like corrupt fucking
Doobie or Hitler, let's
politicians,
do it.
lobbyists, like they 100% should be like given the death penalty. Like it's fucking disgusting, right? And these programs like Scott's right, unfortunately. Right, in California especially, I'm sure it's similar in other states, but throughout my life, every time we have one of these fucking programs, right, they get everybody behind it, holding hands. We're gonna end homelessness in California. We're gonna give the kids iPads and fucking music courses and shit like this. every single time. Right? There's no bid contracts for politically connected lobbyists through their fucking construction companies or their nonprofits, quote unquote. And we find out these people are making $400,000-$500,000 a year, and all the money is getting eaten up in the administration. And then at the end of the day, nothing fucking happens. It just fucking goes nowhere. And then 4 years later, another big thing. Oh god, the homeless problem. We gotta get more tax money for these fucking kids, for these fucking homeless people. It just cycles over and over and over again. It's never ending, right? So I looked into this. I mean, I was aware of this before, but I looked into it again, right, leading up to this to make myself angry. Some of these fucking people, it was like in some cases like $800,000 per homeless person, right? That to like house them, $800,000. Like they should have just fucking given the guy a check for $200,000. It would have been fine. Okay, like it would have maybe overdosed in a week, but that's better than $800,000 going to fucking nothing.
Amen.
Like they had these fucking units, and they had these fucking units in near downtown LA, right? Very nice units, very fancy. It was like a brand new building that they built, right? Just like fucking high end as fuck. 15 people lived in there. The fucking building cost millions of dollars to make. I think it was like $20 million or something like this. 15 people. It's fucking crazy. There's no excuse for that. I think obviously this money's being eaten up by lobbyists and donors and all these politically connected people, and they 100% should be given the death penalty. I hope they're destroyed. I hope they're ruined forever. I hope all their families are ruined. I hope everybody who benefited from this is ruined, because the homeless situation in California is really fucking bad. Like really, really bad. Like, I mean, I've told you guys that my wife and I, before her pregnancy progressed, we'd go to Skid Row, right? And we'd pass out food, water bottles, clothing, blankets, things like this. And it's like, I don't even know how to describe it in a way that's like, makes sense, right? It's like, it feels like you're walking into like a medieval village where it's just like muck and trash and just fucking, it's awful. Right? It's really, really bad. So if people understanding that this is the situation, and they chose to use this money to enrich themselves anyway, then yeah, I can't. I hope they die. Okay.
Got it. So looking at this policy in particular, yeah, it seems that there was corruption and people taking money, but I don't believe that that's legitimately necessarily the main problem. Homelessness in particular in the United States, California especially, but across the United States, has been one of the issues that people get attached to their method more than the actual outcomes and what practically works. And it seems, unfortunately, left, right, center, however you want to draw it up, we don't have, at least as far as like major positions, there doesn't seem to be a great solution for homelessness. If you ask someone generally on the left, and this was a position, I even believed at a point in time until you do a little bit of research, that it's like, oh, there's just rich people who are holding all the houses, and if they're just sitting on empty houses that the homeless people could live in. If you actually look at the vacancy rates in these communities, it's extremely low. These are some of the most sought after rents in the country, or on the planet actually. They're really, really aggressive. If there's a vacancy open today, it's probably gone tomorrow. That's like there isn't enough housing out there. But the other thing that doesn't seem to work, I actually was recently watching a debate between Sam Cedar and Ezra Klein talking about abundance and the issues of dealing with housing. Like there is truth to, maybe like Toy was saying it, or no, Doobie was saying it, that the cost per unit is just unfeasible because people are expecting like there's negative externalities with building cheaper housing, but like quality of health and things like that people want to factor in and care about homeless people. But what people don't understand is that it's going to be like monumentally better than being homeless. And then there's the perspective of like, we actually tried to do even the center left option on homelessness of just building houses for homeless people. In the past, under LBJ and the public housing project, it pretty much placed specifically the black community, but all poor people into the quote unquote projects, and it created a community for impoverished people, and it didn't seem to actually help our situations in a lot of cases. It just seemed to create a community of poverty. Like it just put all the poor people together, and but it didn't actually improve people's situations. So the unfortunate reality is we just have to keep doing research into what the data shows, and you're probably going to need pretty aggressive policy. There's I'm almost done because I know we got to be quick. There's in California in particular, the vast majority of homeless people probably will never be in a position, just because of the cost of rents, to ever like climb out of homelessness to a position where they can afford $3,000, $3,500, $4,000 a month rent. Like probably 85% of them, they just can't. So they probably need to be moved to other more cost effective places. And then there's probably of that another 40% that, regardless of financial situation, aren't mentally able to like be taken care of by themselves. They probably need to be some form of institutionalized, and that's a really uncomfortable conversation to have too. But I don't know. I can't solve homelessness. I wish I could.
Ali.
Yeah, everything Doobie said. I think these politicians can claim, or these corporations or companies or NGOs or whatever, they can claim they care all they want, but at the end of the day, it's just it's going to cost. It costs too much. It takes too much work. There isn't enough resource, whatever it may be. I mean, to me, it's really fucking simple. We have abandoned housing and apartment buildings all over this country. You fix them up a little bit. You make them cheap. You make cheap rent. You stop automating so many jobs. You pay people a little bit more of a living wage, and there we go. That solves homelessness. Maybe some mental health, right? Tackle some mental health, some drug issues, but yeah, I feel like it's simple, which probably means it's not. And but I just don't think people actually care. I'm kind of getting more and more to like an anarcho-capitalist standpoint. I'm like, fuck all these people, because it's like it doesn't seem like anything's benefiting. It just doesn't seem like we're putting our trust. I don't trust any charities. I don't trust any NGOs. I don't trust that the government necessarily cares for any interest outside of whoever's funding their pockets the most, lining their pockets. I don't know. I've lost trust in these institutions. Kind of it's at this point it feels like the country's forcing you to fend for yourself, right? And so it's just I don't know why I would. Yeah, it seems like they want you to fend for yourself, because they want everyone they funded for themselves and they don't care. So it's tough. It's tough.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, but LBJ, and I guess we're open now. LBJ tried to do the just build more housing route.
It's not just build more housing. We have rent shouldn't be. I'm sorry, like in a regular suburb it shouldn't be $1,700 to $2,000 to rent a 1-bedroom apartment. It rents just we have the housing. It's just too expensive. We have the jobs, but they just don't pay enough. And it's just we look around and we wonder why people are on drugs in the streets. Is because they can't afford fucking much else.
But it's the markets. My rent's not $1,700. My rent is actually $725. But I also live in the state of Alabama. And that's I was about to say, and everybody can't live in LA, New York.
Yeah, but how many people can move to Alabama and get a job and maintain $750 rent, right? Like, how much jobs do you guys have in your area?
These homeless people don't have jobs to begin with.
Yeah,
they
pick up and
move to
North Wait. They don't have jobs. That's why they're living in California. That's why they're living in warm states, so they don't deal with the fucking environment, on and so forth.
If you have a population influx to a state, the jobs will come. Jobs will follow.
So first, I want to try. If you want to say something, I'll give you the space, and we'll go to Scott and JB.
As a normal person, if you can understand how hard it is to pay rent, how do you think it is for them in California of all places? It must be horrible. And I can't afford to just pick up, because I've looked up the demographic of where I can really get a place that's worth good money with my specific person, and it's in the middle of the country. I can't afford to just pick up and move. I don't have anybody out there. I don't have any
So who wants to
family.
live in the middle of the country?
Like,
Middle America's rough, man.
I don't have any
like Gibbs,
connections out there. How would I just pick up and move to begin with as a normal person that isn't homeless?
I hear people do this all the time, though.
How many-
Hold on, I know women all the time. I specifically who will just move across the country to like live with a random dude. I'm sorry if they can do that. Hold on. If these guys don't have jobs half the time, they're just doing that whim. And I see this all the time. And if those people can do it
all the time,
like regularly, like at least once a week, like it's crazy. It's crazy that like this demographic of people that exist can do this.
So are you
but somehow,
saying give homeless people makeovers and give them Discord accounts?
Somehow these people with like no resources can do it. But like, hey, you can't. Hold on. No. This is the most ridiculous thing ever. Y'all are acting like a person of legal age and that's sane can't spend the minimum of just like, go on their phone and start looking for jobs somewhere, and then jump on a Greyhound. Jump on a Greyhound. Hold on, bro, stop. Phones are cheap. Most people have phones. You can jump on a Greyhound almost anywhere in the country for less than $100. Usually it's like $50. Like I can.
That's still a lot of money.
Hold on, that's not that much. Hold on, the average hobo.
What if they need their
the average homeless person makes over $50K a year if they're begging. Nationwide is what I looked at. Between $40 and $50K on begging. That's fine.
Do drugs
A lot of them are spending away on drugs. Are you telling me if you're telling me they can't earn over a course of 3 or 4 days enough to go get fucking a Greyhound ticket? Give me a break, bro.
Yes.
It's ridiculous. If they can do it, they can't do this. It's too hard.
It's weird. So I was gonna jump in later, but I just gotta address this really quickly. Like, all right, physically moving. Like Chai, right? I don't know what her bank account looks like, right? But I'm sure she has enough to physically move her body, right, from point A to point B.
Yeah.
Right?
All you need.
Wherever that place was, right? Let's say it was Kansas. I don't know where she lives, but like, let's say it was Kansas, right? I'm sure she can actually manage to move her body from one spot to the other, right? That's different from planting yourself there, having a life, having a social infrastructure that allows you to live without spending on other things. That's, I don't know if, like, let's say Chai had children. I don't know if she does, but if she did, right? Like, well, if you no longer have your mother and your father around to help with you to daycare, all of a sudden your living expenses go way up, even though maybe your housing expenses went down, right? All these things factor into this, right? To sort of say, hey, well, like, I know some like hobo women who abandon everything to meet broke ass guys, right? That happens every week, that according to Gibbs, right? Every week, like hobo women do these things, right? Move across the country for some broke ass guy.
Hobos seem to surround your life.
I'm sure they can physically do that, right? Wouldn't that be a good idea? An actual good idea, a feasible way to live your life, right? For Chai Bunny and like normal people, like you said previously, right? Maybe that's a different thing. Let's go to our friend.
Well, then you have to hope that North Dakota or wherever they're moving them to have the stability to even house them there too.
North Dakota isn't a good place to be homeless. It's too cold. But like further south,
houses are cheap as fuck, though.
When we were talking about homelessness, right? Because we've kind of gotten off of, I think everybody kind of agrees, I guess, at this point, that this is just how government and NGOs work with this bullshit. I thought
I don't agree
on that.
I don't. I haven't got my chance to push back.
All right, we'll get to that later. Then I'll follow the vibe, if you will, of the conversation. So we're really kind of talking about two things when we're talking about homelessness. So one is available housing and the cost of housing. And when we're specifically talking about homelessness, the absolute wrong answer is to give corporations and kids of millionaires and billionaires with, Harvard degrees that they use for philanthropy, millions of our tax dollars to solve this problem. As we see, it doesn't fucking work. The right answer is twofold. One is we need to abolish localized welfare. Even if you are pro welfare, right, and I can't win you on this bullshit welfare, at the very least, we need to nationalize those welfare programs as opposed to localizing them. Because what often happens with the homeless population is they will get to an area, they have all of these issues, they finally get into a shelter, and then they get the quote unquote help that they presumably need in And what the problem is once they get that help and they become kind of like dependent upon that help to survive in that area, they can't leave that area for job opportunities. So even though, we talk about moving from point A to point B with your body isn't that big of a deal, it often means losing all of the programs that might have taken you 6 months of paperwork in order to get to go somewhere where a job is. And what we really want is we want someone living in one state that has nothing but the clothes on their back to be able to move to another state very quickly if there's a job opportunity in a cheap house, right? We don't want them stuck in an area like LA where there is no affordable housing and there isn't a job opportunity for them. They ought to be able to move across the state or even to another state if they get a job. But a lot of times these localized welfare programs keep them locked where they're at. The second is I think an obvious one that most people understand, which is, NIMBY laws, land use restrictions, things of that nature. When you have these laws of not in my backyard, for those that are uninitiated, I guess, right, where you can only build, high-rise apartment buildings, which is cheap housing in certain areas of the city, what does this do? Well, one, it artificially inflates the price of housing because there's plenty of places that we could build apartment buildings, but because rich people have decided they don't want that anywhere near their neighborhood, they made it illegal. But also it puts a massive constraint on public transit and a massive constraint on the ability of poor people to be able to work, right? Because if I have to, if you have a car, it's not really a big deal to commute 20 or 30 minutes in your car from your suburb to go, to where a job is. But if you can only afford rent in like downtown area, but you get a job that's a 20-minute car drive away, well, you have to, but you don't have a car. Well, you have to take a bus and hopefully the bus is there, or you have to walk, or you have to ride your bicycle. It massively limits the ability of poor people to be able to actually work a job by not having apartment buildings in all of the suburbs, in all of the city, so that there is affordable housing somewhere nearby where their actual job is, where they don't necessarily need a car. And of course, this also puts a strain on services like congestion things. So that's one problem, which is getting housing down. That's not even talking about the way our Federal Reserve and quantitative easing and how the rich intentionally inflate property values because that's how their wealth is based, because they don't pay taxes on income. They actually pay like capital gains, all of the really evil shit, right? Yeah. But that's the simple shit. The other portion that we have to talk about is what is the root cause of homelessness? Beyond the fact that some people will always be homeless, because some people, that's just a reality of like, you can give them everything, they're not going to take that opportunity. But if we look at the data, what do we see? Depending on the study you're looking at, 31 to 50% of all homeless people have been in the foster care system. 20 to 25% of homeless people have a severe mental illness, like bipolar disorder, paranoid schizophrenia, not like, oh, I have depression. And then somewhere between 20 to 35% have substance abuse disorder. So when we were talking about the homeless population, we were talking about people who have been in the foster care system, many of whom have been molested, beaten, treated horribly. The day that they were treated as a paycheck, and the day they turned 18, they got kicked out with nothing on their back, and they've gone through a traumatic life. Or we were talking about substance abuse disorder, drug addiction, or we were talking about severe mental health issues. So if we're going to tackle homelessness, we have to talk about what is the breakdown of the family, why are so many kids in foster care, look at how horrible our foster care system is and how can we reform that, and what are we doing about the war on drugs, are we actually helping people in that regard, and what are we doing mental health wise? Because if you don't solve those problems, it doesn't matter how fucking cheap housing is, you're still going to have the streets littered with homeless people.
Quickly, so Bobbles, give a tier 1 remembership, I guess, on YouTube. He says a majority of homeless are employed. I was going to say that as well. You just don't care about them. I guess this is talking to Lactoid. I recommend getting involved to hear from them directly, I guess. Or are you selfish? He didn't say who he was talking to, but Lactoid seems to be always a good bet.
Yeah. So homeless, a couple things. So a couple things. Homelessness is categorized various different ways. The general definition of homeless could actually, like, if we're talking about just general, like, broad spectrum, it could include people who, like, live on their in their grandmother's house, or like live like couch surf or something along those lines. I wouldn't consider that to be homeless. Normally the kind of like actual like street urchin kind of chronic homelessness that we're referring to when we think about like homeless person, like Skid Row, the example that Doobie brought up. Like this is a different kind of homeless person. This is the kind of homeless person that has been living on the street for an extended period of time, that doesn't actually like, live within like residential housing really significantly, and has disproportionately has mental health issues, drug addiction issues, et cetera, et cetera. One thing, this group of people is dramatically underemployed. Obviously, like the very, very few jobs do these group of people have, which is generally what we think about with like the problematic homeless people. And to push back on maybe this is pushback. I don't even know if this is a pushback, but Scott, I mean, you might call this NIMBYism, but I don't want to live by these people, and I don't think I should have to. And if I can't do it through zoning laws, I'm going to do it through an HOA, because I'm sorry, like. As Doobie was talking about, like going down into like what essentially is like a third world hellhole, digging through muck and garbage and destruction and crime. I mean, would you want to live around that? Do you have your kid around that? I don't think you would.
I think
right?
I think there's a substantive difference between an HOA or a neighborhood or a wealthy gated community, right? Like not having an apartment building in the middle of their gated community versus wealthy, affluent people in LA making laws that end up applying to like large swaths of the entire county, right? Or an entire county. Like I don't disagree with you that like I might want to spend the extra money to live in a very specific neighborhood.
The rich people
where these
would.
people aren't around. Right. I why not? Like I'm all for it. But like I do think it's a problem when zoning laws are so layered and there's so many of them that effectively there's like one area of a giant city is the only area you can legally build an apartment building. And specifically when we're talking about places, especially like LA, where it can take millions of dollars just to get through the bureaucratic red tape that has nothing to do with you even building the building to begin with.
So that's why you repurpose.
Expand on that, and then I'll go to Doobie.
Like, why not just go back to repurposing office buildings and make each cubicle its own like room, and then you could have a common area for the kitchens and the bathrooms and everything else. That's a way to avoid that.
I mean, I don't know that it always avoids that. I mean, like
you can still NIMBY them out, right? You can still say that, like, well, when they
zoning
are
laws.
deciding,
zoning laws have like fuck tons of little things that are like legally necessary. Like you're actually supporting my position when I say getting rid of NIMBY laws, because one of the reasons you can't do that is because, for it to be in a housing, it has to have a certain amount of plugs per this or a certain amount of this per that. And a lot of times when when an apartment building is built, it's built to an entirely different set of codes than an office building is. And I agree with you that you ought to be able to repurpose old office buildings, but those projects can take millions of dollars and require all kinds of inspections that they can still fail because of like bullshit tedium line item things that are part of like NIMBY laws as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say residential and public, residential and commercial housing. I mean, residential and commercial buildings are just dramatically different in build and scale. Like I don't like even taking on the project of trying to convert one to the other. Like it would just sound insane. Like you probably
sometimes
in most cases it would be more expensive than just build another building.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's go to our friend Doobie, and then I want to say some things afterwards, Doobie.
So Scott touched on almost everything I was going to say, because I think he's right, and Lactoid did too. I think some of these people need way more than a house, right? They need like long-term, maybe lifelong fucking support. Some of these people I don't think will ever be able to live a normal functioning life, right? Like as a functional person. So I think, and I've been thinking, this isn't like off the cuff, right? I've been thinking about this a lot. I think we need like re-education camps or something, like the Chinese were doing to the Uyghurs, or the Uyghur Muslims, the Uyghur Muslims. Okay, like the Chinese were doing to them, something like that, but like not without the organ harvesting and shit, obviously, but something like where they can go, get healthy, put very strictly monitors so they're not doing drugs and shit and murdering each other and making sure they're taking their fucking pills to keep their schizophrenia or whatever they're under control. And I think long term, I think this is like the only way really to handle these people. And I think there's plenty of land in the Midwest where you could do this. Right? You could
What
set up some-
politician
set
could
up
you
some
think could
camps,
survive that?
set up some camps, right? Build up some housing there.
Sheriff Arpaio.
Yeah.
We're gonna like
But I think that's like realistically like that.
Just
Okay, I
call it a
know that
homeless
camp
refugee
sounds
camp.
bad. Okay, I know that camp sounds bad, but I'm
Call it a
talking about
refugee
like facilities. Okay,
Oh,
where these
just
people are
facilities, pal.
facilities where they're re-educated, reintroduced to
Accommodation.
society over time. Because I mean, the reality is that these people do need something like this. Like a lot of these people do need something like this.
Would it be
Like,
like
it's just
mental
true.
health vibes?
Summer
or like
camp.
Yeah, like mental health and addiction.
I say we
Like,
just
we
send
have
it to the
something sort of like
mines.
this.
Let's
We have
just
something
send it
sort
to
of
the
like this in
mines, bro.
California
Fuck
already. It's called Project Homekey. In California, we have they repurpose like motels and hotels, like old motels and hotels, and they'll buy them and then they like renovate them and make them into like housing. And these I mean, it's called Project Homekey. Like these developments, they have like staff on hand, typically volunteers, right? Who provide like mental health, care, like therapists and drug addiction counselors that come by, and it's like a long term thing, right? They provide like job training, and I think people need this, and I don't think you can really do this in California. I think it'd be way too expensive. I think there's way too many lactoids out there that'll fuck with them. I think you need to do it in the Midwest. There's plenty of open land. Just fucking build something out there.
So
all I can think of is a Scanner Darkly.
I think we should just conscript them and go fight for Ukraine. Let's just.
Why
do
don't we
that.
just build one
Just
big
sell them
city
to
and
Ukraine
pick
go
them
fight
all
for
there? Right.
Going. So
The
okay.
homeless people
Let
don't
me-
want to go there though. What if they don't consent to moving?
Well, shouldn't be
Put 'em in
homeless
jail.
then. Don't be homeless
Yeah, you
anymore.
put them in. Yeah, you use the.
Then we should
power to
abolish
state them.
public property. Problem solved. Physical removal.
Okay, so I want to say things. It was to multiple people. And I didn't even write down who said what. So you know who you are. Different types of homeless people. Lactwit said that, right? Yes, there are different types of homeless people, and I agree with you on that. What I disagree with you on that is the way that you are trying to disaggregate them. That we can understand these different people have different needs. That part's important, right? But we should be thinking about all the homeless. We understand that there's different solutions, but like when we think of the homeless, we think of this type of person. Well, if that's the case, well, then that means you're not actually looking at the entire problem, right? If you want to give them different names, maybe that would be helpful. But in any case, these people don't have their own housing. They are maybe reliant on others.
People also move.
But
People move from one state to the other. Right? Like sometimes they're in grandma's couch, but like if we don't fix the problem on grandma's couch, they become that other group.
Exactly. So that's important, right? Because they are the street urchins, the way he said it, like he's fucking Aladdin, right? Like street urchins, like talking about
Aladdin was a villain. I will stand by this. Fuck that.
Prime, just clarifying, you just got
rated.
rated. As long as you know,
I got what?
True.
Rated.
Rated by who? Thank you, Visora official. Hello, hi. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate you. I don't know who you are, but introduce yourself. Everyone go check out Visora official. I don't know who this person is, but I'm sure they're great. Thank you so much for the kind raid. We're talking about to the people who just came in. We're talking about the homeless industrial complex, right? Talking about how in California, a lot of money has been put to this problem. They literally can't keep track of it. Like billions have gone out the door, out of taxpayers' coffers, and they don't know where that money is went, and it has is either barely helped the homeless problem, or some cases is like negatively helped that, and that like the homeless population
negatively helped,
right? Yeah, like, negatively. Like it's so bad, right? And so that's what we're discussing now, like
fucking
understanding the
quantum mechanics of homelessness. Negative.
So,
help
like
is
in
hilarious.
this perfect world, would they take these factories that they want to do for U.S. made things and then give those jobs to the homeless people, and then just build all of that in the same area, right? Like, wouldn't that be ideal?
1 second. Hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet. If you're just coming in,
Foxconn factories in the
we
U.S.
would love to have you. I got to write down the factory thing because I got to deal with that later on.
Just recreate the factory
town. but just guys, if you just came in, hit the follow button. We'd love to have you. If this interests you, if this sounds like a fun, consider supporting the channel, or at least following the channel. Thank you so much for support. All right. But as I was saying, yes, there's different types of homeless people, but we need to have to look at this problem and like not ignore different sections of it, especially since, just like Scott implied, people can move between these different levels, right? You can start off as just like living in your car, right? Because you missed a paycheck, right, or you got fired or something, right? In an emergency happened in your life, you got evicted from your housing, and just right now you're in a car just until you get back on your feet, right? That's a fixable problem, but that can turn into a very difficult problem if you don't actually get the help that you need very quickly, right? So,
or you don't have car insurance, and then you get caught.
I
and you don't have a car.
Well, hold on. But Polo, you could make the exact argument. You could make the exact same argument for people with a house. You could lose your house and become homeless. That doesn't mean you're homeless now. Like if you live with your grandma,
but you are homeless. But we can say that you are homeless if you don't have a home, right? If you are reliant on others, you have tenuous housing.
Is a child who lives with their parents homeless?
As a child, no, their housing is tenuous.
They're reliant. They're reliant on their parents.
But their housing. I said tenuous housing, right? Tenuous housing could mean that hey, I'm going to crash with you for a few days. And Lactoid's a good guy. He's like, yeah, sure, right? But Lactoid, being a libertarian, is like, you got to pull yourself by your own bootstraps, Prime. So now you got to get the fuck out of my house, right?
Living with their grandma.
So. Maybe their grandma too. You don't know the situation with their grandma.
Yeah. If their grandma says like a couple days,
housing could include family housing. Of course it does. Of course it can.
Maybe the government used eminent domain to take your house from you. Now
you could lose your house in 5 days. You could lose your apartment in 5 days.
Yes, one. You're right. Everyone is a bad day away from something awful happening. Great, but when we're talking about
not if they're responsible, but
we have people who have actually studied this and looked at this. Yes, we can identify people who are on the edge. There are some people who will suddenly be perfectly secure and then all of a sudden be completely insecure, right? Because of one bad day. That's something that can happen. But when we're looking at these problems, right, we can identify people on the border, right? Usually low-income individuals, usually those with maybe contract work, right? Things of that nature that aren't stable. And that they can lose their housing, or they're reliant on others, and that relationship.
I'm not denying. I'm not denying that these people exist. This might be like a little bit semantics. I just don't think like they're homeless, and I don't think that when we're talking about homeless people, maybe we can figure out some other name, right? Because when I'm thinking about homeless people, I think there's a telling that Doobie brought up Skid Row, because that's what I think of when I think of homeless people.
I know
the person that comes up to you and panhandles you on the street, right? That's the kind of. Because those are the problematic homeless people.
I think I can bridge this.
Those are the problematic homeless people. Those are the people I don't want to live with.
They're problematic because they still have
I
hope.
can connect
That's
you
the
to,
issue.
so there's no more like debate, right? Like I think there is a recognition that homelessness as an issue can go beyond the scope of those people on Skid Row, and that like we have to understand the underlying causes and like what leads to that. And at the same time, Lactoid, I agree with you that especially NGOs that are trying to get money will pump up numbers and will skew data and will like take things that aren't like, because they invoke a certain image, just the same way, like when you talk to someone about like pro-choice debate, they'll like constantly bring up like rape and incest, and it's like, yeah, but that's like a small percentage of what we're actually talking about here. And I think you both have good points, but you're just like looking at it from different worries, and I think they're both valid worries here.
I move past it to all right. I think I was going to say, yeah, homeless people work. Depends on which category you're in. Like again, like our friend Lactoid said, is that different ones have different access to employment, and that also complicates the issue. They have access to some things, right? Most homeless people have, cell phones, right? You can get a cheap cell phone service and use that, or there could be some sort of welfare program that can put one of those in your pocket, but that doesn't necessarily imply that they're in a good spot, right? Just one or the other. But okay, so I will say that the projects were a good starting point. A pushback against BAM originally, right? Projects were a good starting point. The idea, building housing, we should absolutely either build housing for individuals or put them in existing housing. What the problems with the projects was multiple things. But the two I'll focus on is one, they did concentrated poverty, and that like they didn't do mixed housing. They weren't. This government housing wasn't encouraging others of more resources to also move in there. We see this in other countries. Other countries have done exactly this. Public housing can be attractive and can be desirable, where you can have people who college degrees, right, who are just starting off and are looking for a good starter home, right, starter apartment, right, and they go to public housing. They fight for them. because those spaces are so great. You can actually just do both. But in this country,
we probably
the
shouldn't.
second point, in this country, we specifically chose not to do that. The policies were undermined from the
We
start.
tried it in Chicago.
Right? The policies were undermined.
Made things worse.
Were undermined completely from the start, right? By people on the other side of the aisle, honestly, right? But also, they were denied, the people living in these projects, denied access to good paying jobs. Lots of times they didn't have good public transportation to take them outside of this situation, so they're stuck in this situation, stuck surrounded by poverty, stuck surrounded by poor jobs prospects, stuck surrounded by bad schools, right? And so it just festered the issue rather than actually addressing the issue. But the idea itself of building that low income housing in itself is a bad thing.
We have to. You have to stop talking about ideas, and we have to deal with like how things play out. Like I said, because ideas is
perfect in other places. That's what I'm saying.
No, but other places aren't the United States of America. And
I know.
How policies work.
No, but I'm addressing, and I actually did address it, right? So I addressed. So I understand.
Doing it like them would have been just as bad or worse. I'm saying that you can't say this worked in this other country this way, so it would have had success. I'm saying the United States has a unique issue with homelessness. Like you like people have tried your idea of like, oh, we just need to make the public housing nicer, and then like rich people will move there. Actually, it's way too we like it's too expensive to make nice public housing. Like we're spending too much per unit. It's not feasible for the number of homeless people we have.
I don't.
It can't be. It shouldn't be high quality. That is the case.
I think
that's what it says.
No. So I don't think so. One, I don't. I also this is another
private
thing.
housing is far more affordable.
One is a separate thing. I think we should actually be willing to throw a lot of money, even if it's an unreasonable amount of money, at this issue. So let's give you that it is super expensive. I think that's okay, right? Even if that was the case. No,
there has to be a return on investment.
Yeah, we can understand. No, I don't know. I'm not looking at it necessarily a return on investment. If we necessarily care about this issue, right? We can be inefficient if we want to. Now, I don't suggest that we do, right? I think there's plenty of ways we can save money, but I'm okay if we are being inefficient, but actually trying to address.
But it's not addressing it. You're just trying to make you've decided that you like a square peg and you want to keep pushing it through the round hole, and you're
I'm not.
You just have to push it harder. I'm saying you have to actually know this issue works.
No, of course I do. I've looked at this issue plenty of, right? So I actually do know a lot about this issue, right? I'm saying that it's a complicated issue. I'm saying that projects
did not work. They were abject failure.
Yes, they were an abject failure. Absolutely, they were an abject failure for the things that I just said. Right?
No, that's not for the reason. You were wrong. You said we just made them nicer.
Because that means you don't know fuck about all this.
We tried the things that you're saying.
Hold on, I got to move past this.
Why do we have to move past it?
Well, I literally have other points here, and I got other people back in. We have a limited amount of time. But if you want to wait till afterwards, we can have a deeper conversation about how wrong you are. But in any case, so there's what else is going to say? What's important is that when we're dealing with housing, we should use this to provide services. What Doobie was talking about, I hadn't heard about this specific program, right? Well, not the re-education camps, no, no, thank you. But like when we put people in those housing, right? We have to use that opportunity if they are, especially the worst type of homeless, right? The most problematic type of homeless individuals. We have to use that opportunity to actually help these people. If we're not delivering mental health services, if we're not delivering job finding services, if we're not building, social service, all kinds of things, right? If we aren't delivering them, so access to financial services, if we aren't delivering all those things, then we're failing them, right? Then we're just temporarily housing a problematic person who's probably going to freak the fuck out, destroy the property, and then leave, right? That is not actually helpful. For all these different levels of homelessness, and it's a spectrum, right? Because everything's a spectrum. You guys already know. There's a different level of solution, different level of intervention, right? And the more disastrous their situation is, the more intense that intervention is. As a society, we should absolutely be willing to put out that expense for our most vulnerable. Absolutely. That makes sense, right? Rather than billions that go off to foreigners, I would rather billions go to addressing this issue with the understanding, though, of not necessarily lining people's pockets. If the money is actually going to the problem, right? If it's expensive just because we're lining people's pockets, then I agree with Scott, then that's a disastrous project. Last thing I'll say for now is that of course government can handle these issues. Of course they can, right? The problem is when we let in these other third-party actors, when we let in the private industry, right, specifically, or the or NGOs. These individuals, that all they have is their bottom line, right, or necessarily like enriching themselves. They don't have a reason to solve the issue. Within the government, we can give the government a mandate. We can check if they are fulfilling that mandate, and then we can have them execute that problem. If we cut out those NGOs, right, specifically talking about California, if we cut out that constellation of NGOs, we could have accountability as to where the money goes. We do that all the time within government, except for the Pentagon. We can have accountability for that where that money goes, and we can use the data that gets back to us, the data that we decide on, that we collect, to decide what is actually the most effective interventions are, and continue those, and then discontinue the least effective ones. The government can absolutely solve this issue. It's just a matter of political will. Now I'm done.
Prom, what's an issue that you had a strong belief in, and then data showed you that, like, oh, contrary to the moral good I thought it was doing, the outcomes don't seem to be matching up, and you moved on? Because it seems like with a lot,
there's definitely some. I mean, it's happening.
Let's say, are you in favor of rent control? Do you believe rent control can work as a policy?
I'm told no, but I haven't really looked into it. But I'm told no.
Okay, yeah, because that's something that, like, a lot of people advocate for, like, oh, like, but like that they see one side of the issue, but then, like, contrary to what the outcomes show you, they become so, like, attached politically to buy into it, that, like, opposing, like, saying that it's not giving you the results that we actually seek, seems to be like judging them as a person. Something that like one of the aspects of NIMBYism that a lot of people have an uncomfortable time talking about is gentrification. Gentrification, like, we talk about, like, people coming in are gentrifying neighborhoods, but in reality, that's a form of NIMBYism. That's the people that are living there saying that they're upset that their property taxes are raising. They're upset that aspects of their neighborhood or community are changing from the way they grew up, because these people feel like they have a right, because their parents live there, to all live there in perpetuity and live there with the exact same situation as they had. And we defend it. We push back against gentrification. But in reality, if we want to solve homelessness, we probably should want areas to we should want property taxes to increase in areas, and then that wealth to be and capital be redistributed to these communities. And then some people who have had a house 3 generations, unfortunately hit a point where they can no longer necessarily afford to live there, and they should probably have to sell their house for a 200-300% profit and move on. But we push back against.
Thank you for explaining why I'm pro gentrification.
So for I was going to say something else in terms of, and I'll say this very quickly, in terms of NIMBYism. Our friend Scott talked about it within affluent terms, but I want to push back, and closest to your point, Bam, and that it can be people of all, like, levels of income, as long as they have some sort of buy into the community, right, and access to the halls of power. Even just like going to city council and saying no to, like, a new zoning law or whatever the fuck, right?
Or another thing they'll do is they'll abuse what is considered a historical site, right? So they will abuse government power to, like, protect their community from gentrification or from some influx by using the state to stop the market, which would allow for cheaper housing and less homelessness, because they want their neighborhood to remain. So they'll get buildings, protected from property taxes and things like that by being a historical site. And then you have all these other factions of the government that are like, oh my God, we need to protect the community and the culture, and this is why I got into politics.
NIMBYism is hard, is a really tough issue to handle, especially when you're not talking about, like, just the affluent, right? If you're understanding that people have a certain character to their neighborhood that they want to maintain, well, you can say that's really that makes sense. But then what if it's a racial character to the neighborhood? Is that okay, right? Is it okay when white people want to maintain a racial character to their neighborhood, or is it okay when black people say they want to maintain a racial character to their neighborhood, right? Like, these things all get tied up into it. And it's a very complicated situation. So I agree with you on that point. Bam. Gibbs.
Yeah, I actually have been thinking since Doobie brought this up about the camps thing. I think that maybe we should go. I think Admiral Libs is about to make an appearance here. Yeah, and I think I figured out the solution. And we're gonna base it on Saudi Arabia. I think is what we're gonna do because we're gonna just combine all the leftist ideas in one here. What we should do is we should buy Greenland. And then we should buy Greenland. We should move all the homeless to camps around the resources there, specifically the rare earth minerals, and then we can tell them we're going to give them free housing, and mental treatment and all the things they want, paid for by the newly nationalized rare earth mineral mines that are being paid for with the homeless working hours. I think that's what we should do. All the profits. Well, then if they're not going to work,
that's not true.
And if they're not going to work,
in Gibbs's world, he'll give them the meth they need to feel
why not?
sustained.
Yeah, we'll give them the meth
and
and
the meth and the housing.
Not like that.
No, hold on. I know a lot of meth.
They're going to steal all the copper from the mining facility.
I hate to break it to you. I hate to break it to you, Lactoid.
Wait, why would they sell it? They already have the meth and the housing.
Hold on, meth heads work a lot. I don't know if you've gone to the oil industry ever, but the reason why all them fuckers are out there working those hours is because they're methed out of their minds and they're making money, and they use meth so they can pass the drug test because it's out of your system for a piss test quick. If you think that's not true, that's absolutely happening on a wide scale.
I know.
Well, you're wrong.
As both the Bible and Lenin have said, works shall set you free.
Sir Bobbles, $20.
Lenin knew on that one, I guess.
Sir Bobbles, $20 super chat. They say, I can tell none of you have spent any time understanding the homeless. I got involved and reading multiple books about homelessness that work. Get involved. You are selfish. You don't care. Be active. Otherwise, ugh. I've been involved. Hold on. He might have got involved, but nobody's been more involved than me. I've been stabbed by a hobo. I don't want to hear I'm not involved with the goddamn hobo.
That's true.
I literally got a knife. So why don't you go fuck yourself?
I can one up you. I can one up you, Admiral Gibbs, which is I've been homeless. Like, fuck off.
And he stabbed Admiral Gibbs.
Did you stab me? That was his fault. But guess what? Did you become unhomeless through work and perseverance?
Also, I would like to say two things. One, I've been homeless. Two, well, actually three things. Two, I do get involved, but I do direct action. And three, yes, I am selfish. Selfishness is a virtue. Altruism is part of the giant fucking problem we have here because you are this idea that we are supposed to sacrifice to the homeless and just help them because they're homeless is one of the biggest causes amongst all the other data points that I reference that we have homelessness, right? Like there's no value whatsoever in helping the homeless because they're homeless, because that is just subsidizing homelessness. That's what it is. Like when you help the homeless just because they're homeless, then all you're doing is paying the homeless to be homeless. You are incentivizing the very behavior you're presuming to stop. If you want to stop homelessness, what you have to do is
disincentivize it, steal them, steal from them.
The way that you ethically actually solve homelessness in your community is that you solve things because there is a value to you. This is the problem with the government getting involved, is that it takes your paycheck and then just gives it to a random homeless person, when in actuality you should be involved in local charities and local things where the homeless can give you value in some way. In some way, that value can be just getting them off of your street shop, right? Like if there's homeless people in front of your business, then it behooves you to help solve the homeless towards those people that you know so that those people aren't there. But now it has become a personal and local issue. Every community is different, right? Like if we want to solve homelessness in Richmond City, or if we want to go to Appalachia, these are going to look like two totally different things, because homelessness in Richmond City is about population density. It's about housing. It's about, the cost of living. But if we go out into Appalachia, it's about pills. Right. And these are two totally different people with totally different strategies on how we can solve this. But when you demand that we just give up a portion of our paycheck so that we can throw money at the poor, it never solves the problem. The only way that it solves the problem is when you have an equal value of exchange, where I'm helping you because I want to help my community, or because I want to help my business, or because I want my neighborhood to be better for my children in some way. It becomes personal. You know these people. You can actually, like, this happens at an individual level. This idea that you solve, we've had a war on poverty since Lyndon B. Johnson, and we have been losing that war since then. And nobody in chat was alive when Lyndon B. Johnson was president. Okay. And so, like, you can laugh at me all you want, but we've been failing.
I will, because it's ridiculous. Look, yes, we had a war on poverty. I don't know enough about like the beginnings of that, and like the policies that were in place at the very start. So it's hard for me to comment on that in of itself, right? But I know that whatever policies were put in place were degraded years after the fact. That efforts there, one, there were efforts that were just ineffective, but that we didn't actually just like recalibrate, right? It's okay that our starting efforts were ineffective. We can recalibrate. We just didn't. Or even if they were effective, those were degraded. Those were defunded year after year. And yes, like local charities simply don't have the power. They don't have the resources to handle this big issue. I agree with you that homelessness looks different in different areas, right? I mean, it matches up with what I was saying previously, right? Homelessness is a big, complex issue, and that requires different solutions. Of course, that's the case. While those charities can help, actually having a sustained amount of money to tackle this issue, since there's more people being born, more people being put in unfortunate circumstances, right? To do that on a national scale, of course we need the government to be involved, right? That is the most effective tool that we have. But actually, it takes political will.
Where's your evidence?
Simply putting government dollars behind
Where's your
the problem,
evidence that the government is so...
simply putting government dollars behind the problem doesn't work, right? It has to be effective policies followed by effective accounting of those
That's a
issues.
belief.
And
how do you substantiate that belief? Like, you're
Because
saying a lot of nice
things.
things, but you haven't given me a single reason why the government would be better at it. And I have given you evidence why the government sucks at it, which is that they've been trying and failing for 70 years.
I'm about to say Social Security was a government program, and I'm about to say it's one of the biggest things to save the elderly. Like we had
Social Security, Social Security.
You might not like it, but I'm saying
did not save the elderly in any way, shape, or form.
I was about to say every point of data prior to what the 1930s would disagree with you.
No, it's absolutely the exact opposite.
It's the exact opposite. That's
Data
why
absolutely agrees with me that mutual aid societies and the lodge system.
I'm not talking about societies. I'm talking about Social Security. I don't care about what happened in 1432 BC.
Yeah, I know you want to I know when you want to interrupt once you're about to get cooked by real history, but it was wildly more successful. The reason that we do not have great data on the 1890s and the early 1900s is because most economic data didn't start getting collected until 1913 with the establishment of the Federal Reserve. But even still, when we look at what limited data we have available, mutual aid societies and fraternities were wildly more successful. 25% or more of all American men were a part of these, and they were so effective. They were so effective at providing housing, at providing unemployment insurance, at providing health insurance to people that doctors associations like the APA and other corporations had to step in and lobby the government to regulate them out of existence and make them illegal and their argument was primarily that healthcare was too cheap and it was a threat to doctors' jobs because they were reducing the cost of healthcare throughout the entire country to too much of a degree. Social Security comes in after they had almost destroyed the entire system that we used in mutual aid and fraternal societies, regulated it to death. And when it came in, its great claim to fame is that it didn't reach numbers of parity in terms of poverty for the elderly until the 1990s. It took them 60 fucking years to get back to the Great Depression era levels of poverty rates amongst the elderly. It is wildly unsuccessful, and on top of that, it is the overwhelming Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid is the overwhelming majority of our taxes, and it's the reason we're $37 trillion in debt, and it's the reason young people can't afford houses because of what the policies that we have done to inflate housing and inflation in that regard to make it like boomers have plenty of housing. They lived in a great market, but Gen Z and to some extent millennials can't afford housing because of so many policies that are included in our tax structure and directly associated.
No,
with
boomers
things
are
like
just
Social
living
Security and our
longer.
Hey,
government
I
debt.
just want to say I have a hard out. I have a hard out tonight. Y'all be
Have a
good.
good
Thank
one.
you so much.
Bye. Have a
As
good one,
always.
friend.
Oh, I really don't too,
And if you
actually.
need to leave, also, Chai Bunny.
All right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna raid the homie here. Thanks for hanging out. Everybody go say hi. Say I don't know, gives us the best or some shit like that. You know, let them know that they're excited to be there. You know, Gibbs Nation. Woo!